Supercharger is actually in lane 1. Let's see if that Supercharger can get to work and put some damage there on Tony. Tony's been antagonizing everybody all week about who he's going to beat and how bad he's going to spank him. So let's see if he can pull that off.
Perfectly matched. And you might have noticed the yellow or the white stripe on the tires to help the judges determine when they touch down, make sure they touch down on or beyond the line. Come to a complete stop. Looks like the Grasshopper got him in the hole shot for the turnaround.
Oh no, that's gonna really hurt his ego on that one. Somebody made a comment about him not fitting in his flight suit, and he wants to put the spank on whoever said that, so I think he's just taking it out on everybody.
And remember the number, oh look at this, neck and neck. The number 1 lane is the lane closest to us, both in the side slip at the same time. The number 2 lane is the lane farthest away from us.
And both being down, you'll see those stripes on the tires. Look for those stripes to stop moving.
Boom!
Actually, Tony followed Curly. Bring me my next 2.
Super close race, man. You're gonna have to go to video on that.
You know, as I said before, the closer the race is, it doesn't matter if it's 2 6 to 150s out there. Being close is awesome. I love to see that. It doesn't have to be a million miles an hour. You know, like the next one here coming up. Oh, looks like we're gonna see that. We've got.
Isn't that Rod Hewitt?
It is Rod Hewitt.
Got his cylinder fixed. He did. Bent valve or something?
Yes, he did, and he damaged his head. They had to, Hal Stockman came to the rescue, overnighted him a new head. They rebuilt it in the pits yesterday after our last event. Got it on there. We took it out to the compass rose, did some run-ups. So it seems to be working just great. It's super smooth, and he's going to go with that big bore kit on that Rans S7 in that Rotax going up against the Yamaha Steve Henry. That's still going to be a tough race.
Yeah, that's our fastest STOL drag racer. Steve Henry in the number 1 lane, Rod Hewitt in the number 2 lane in the Rans S7.
I thought we were just all doing heads up this morning. Yeah, this morning let's just do heads up.
Steve Henry has been doing well all week. Hopefully everything keeps up on that Yamaha, number 44, Yeehaw 8. He's running slats this week, not because it's faster, it actually slows the plane down a little bit, but it's more important that he has the braking ability, because braking is just as important as acceleration.
Listen to that Yamaha. .300 horsepower, 8,000 RPM.
I did not want to talk while he was running by because that sound is so cool as it echoes in the stands. I didn't want to interrupt it there.
Rod's pretty quick in that Rans S7. This is the first time I've seen him run here.
He is extremely quick. I would probably, maybe, I haven't seen the times, but I'm thinking he's somewhere around, he's in the top 5 for sure. And then being able to plant that plane like you saw, no bounce at all. Having no wind allows them to get the best times that they can get because they're not having to go long on one side and short on the other.
Good turns from the turnaround judges. Kablamo, he sticks it. Steve Henry sticks it in the number 1 lane with those ATV tires with knobbies to really help him grip that dirt and stop quickly.
It sure does. It works both, you know, in the dirt and the grass. We've used them both there. I say we use them, being as crew chief, I get to help change those. I don't make the decisions on when they get chosen, but I do get the opportunity to change them for them. Sometimes, like at Reno, a couple years ago, I had the opportunity about 7 times a day until they came up to very well.
Hey, is that a split rim setup on those things?
We actually have rims set up on there. They are a split rim in the bush tires, yes, actually in these 2, but these ones have bead locks on them for these other types of ATV tires. But we have a set of rims for each tire so that we can just do that a little quicker.
But it doesn't require a special tire changing tool to do that?
No, we're just changing out the rims and all that. But no, it doesn't, because with the split rim, it certainly helps with that. So when they do come apart pretty good. But looks like we got Aaron Greer in lane 2 there on the next Just Aircraft Highlander against the Carbon Cub.
Yeah, the FX2 Carbon Cub, Kathy Paige out of Tucson, Arizona.
Kathy, are you ready? On drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
If I recall, their speeds are very similar on their launch. They stay together pretty good. They're both experienced pilots. Both have still jet quite a bit. Oh, looks like that Carbon Cub's going to ease ahead.
Yeah, look at that. All right, Kathy tossing it in the big slip. Kathy was looking for some 850s earlier this week to change her big tires out, get a little more advantage, bringing them both to a full stop at exactly the same time at the turnaround, turning around perfectly in unison. There's no requirement for takeoff out of the turnaround. Just blast off as fast as you can.
And for those of you new to the STOL drag, it does not matter who's in front right now. That does not necessarily mean who's going to win. It's who can get stopped first. Looks like Aaron ran a little longer.
Yeah, you see how Kathy pulled the power, and then Aaron went just a couple seconds longer.
Right.
And look at that, touchdown just ahead of her.
Oh, this is so close.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Aaron came in.
Got it, even though he was behind. That's
when to chop it, when to drop it. That's the key to the operation.
All right.
A tie rep from the guy that locks his tires.
Another win for the Moose Knuckle.
Quite a bit more grippy when it's wet, so be careful with brakes.
This is our rookie coming up here in the red Kit Fox.
That's right. Doug Talbert looks like he's going to take lane 2. Looks like 2 Kit Fox 4s matched up against each other, which is pretty cool. Looks like they'll be evenly matched there. What isn't evenly matched is the experience level between the two. Doug is coming out here on his second time doing STOL drag, and
Henry Beaupre in the #1 lane.
Yeah, that's correct. He has so much more experience, and he is just like a robot. When he goes into a slip, which you folks will see, it is the most aggressive slip in STOL drag today. Talking with Steve earlier, he's like, Dan, I'm slipping so hard, but on the camera it doesn't look like anything, which means that when Harry does it, it must be extreme sideways, and you'll pull an extra G as it throws your weight forward in that slip. So we'll see. But Doug Talbert in lane 2 has been improving every day since practice. It's been really good, and not having a win today will really help him.
Harry, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
The rookie getting a good hole shot. #2 lane.
That's a surprise. That's awesome. Good for him.
Looks like Harry's a little faster going down range. Look at that slip. He throws it in there so hard on the Kit Fox that it kind of falls out of the slip.
Yeah, I wonder if it scared him. He said, whoa, I'm going to go a little less.
No, I think the thing just won't hang on that heavy, heavy slip. Now, the rookie tends to go a little long on his landings. He's just working his way up to really jamming on the brakes without flipping it.
He is, and he's playing it safe, and he's doing the right thing. It's better for us to go home with our airplane than a plastic trophy that we can't do anything with. And the airplane's a little harder to replace.
Look at that monster slip, and it'll flop out of it a little bit right there.
Insane, isn't it? That is fantastic. You need to get some in-camera views of a cockpit on that.
Yeah, you get 2 of those side by side, slipped up like that, it makes a great shot.
Harry said if he's going down the track and he's in his full slip and he cannot see all of the runway in the center of his window, he's not slipping enough.
A forward slip because they're moving the aircraft forward down the course on centerline. And if you're interested in STOL drag racing, you can come on out to the Dead Cow Playa here later on in October, and we will be having STOL drag racing teaching courses going on, and we're going to start you out with learning how to do a forward slip and maintain centerline in your lane.
And that's stoldrag.com or highsierra.com, I believe. High Sierra Flying.
High Sierra Flying, yep.
That's right. And if you're not going to do it and you'll just come out and check it out, please do. It's outstanding in the middle of the desert there. So next up we have Austin Clemens. I can't slip out powers this time on him. In lane 2 in the Husky, and the only certified plane we talked about yesterday. You brought that up. It didn't occur to me that he is the only certified aircraft. So you can run what you've run.
That's right.
Ready.
Going up against the Yamaha?
Cleared up the course. Cleared down the course. Austin, ready. Eddie, you ready? On the onslaught. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
And Tony Sanchez running that Yamaha. You can definitely hear that difference there.
Look at that acceleration of that Yamaha.
Eddie Sanchez being the second fastest aircraft on the field. Again, in a just aircraft Highlander with that Yamaha. That combination seems to work really well in STOL drag. However, I haven't seen any Kit Foxes out here with the Sidewinder on them. I have seen him before with the 4-cylinder as he gets turned around much faster than Austin.
In the Husky A1C, like we mentioned, our only certified aircraft. Here comes Eddie. Throw good turns both lanes. Eddie's over the line, getting her stop. Austin throwing in a monster slip, and then he'll bring the flaps on speed. Play that out until he gets over the line. Dump the flaps, drop on the brakes, and bring that Husky into a very short landing for a stock Husky. Ooh, scratch lane 2 from the judges.
You don't see that very often from Austin. He is such a skilled pilot, being able to fly a multitude of different aircraft, which when we have time, we'll talk about later. He is just fantastic. The youngest pilot in the field. And boy, that does not have anything to do with his experience level. It's incredible.
22 years old. Who's up next?
Yeah, we got the battle of the just aircraft. We got the Super STOL in the inside lane, lane 1. Against the Highlander on lane 2. It's going to be Dave Curley in lane 2.
And Tony Sanchez in lane 1. So we got the 2 Sanchez brothers out here this week. So Eddie's flying the Devil Girl, the black one. Tony's flying this just aircraft Super STOL.
It is surprising to me that a Super STOL is able to beat a Highlander in the STOL draft. Really impressive. And that Highlander on the outside lane is with a supercharger. So this is kind of defying physics for me. I don't understand it. Tony must be running nitrous under there, and he's not telling anybody. As he pulls away from the supercharged Highlander.
Look at that, he pulls ahead of the supercharged Rotax and the Grasshopper.
Tony has gotten so serious in the last couple of events. He's really trying to go for the gold there. His brother's number 2. He's looking for a new plane. He's going to sell that plane so he can get faster.
Oh, really?
He's coming after brother.
He's got the bug, huh? Oh, boy. Both getting turned around about the same time. Got that light tailwind down there at the turnaround.
It looks like it's this run where the wind is just starting to come up, like you said. We'll see how it affects him. See who pulls first.
Good turns, both lanes.
Looks like Curly may have held it in a half a second longer. Will it help him? Can he get slowed up? Tony has been having some impressive stops at the end where he's getting on the brakes and stopping that thing.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know.
Perfectly matched.
Did you hear who they called it on?
No.
I don't know. That is so interesting. Tony's able to pull away in the straightaways, and Curly's holding the throttle in another half second to catch up to him, which normally is not the right thing to do, but he's able to pull it off.
Right quartering tailwind on your way down, very light.
All right, Steve Henry, in the 4-time national and world champion in STOL drag, fastest plane on the course, number 44, Yeehaw. It is just aircraft on lane 2.
Just after the start line.
And Rod Hewitt.
Rod Hewitt in the number 1 lane in Rams F7 with a brand new overhauled cylinder.
So happy he was able to make it. We're so bummed. It's a lot of effort for the pilots to get here. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of money. They want to perform. They want to compete. And for him to not be able to go right in practice.
Rod, are you ready? On the on drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Running him head to head. The Yamaha blasts off in about 1 plane length.
Rod held that throttle in really long. Let's see if he can get slowed down.
That Rod, he's right behind Steve, man. That's a fast little Rans.
Let's see how far down the path he goes. Actually, I want to say he stopped shorter than Steve, and he held the throttle in longer, yet, albeit at a lower speed.
Okay, we got to see Rod race the Devil Girl next.
Oh, we absolutely.
Yeah, we got to see where he's at in the ranking order.
That's right. I don't know if they can hear us out there, but that would be great if they could rearrange for that. Rod's getting into that hard slip, holding it really well. He's doing outstanding. It's really tough to look good against Steve Henry, but he is doing an outstanding job.
I'm going to radio ahead and see if we can make that happen. Hey, Johnny, is there any chance we can get Rod to race Devil Girl? We want to see how these two pair up.
What do you think, crowd? You guys want to see that too? Yeah. All right, let's see if we can put that together.
Copy that. All right, we're going to make it happen after we get this first round finished up.
You know, I never knew that announcers had any power whatsoever. You just made it happen. Give me Knuckles right here. That is outstanding.
That's how we run the show here.
That's right.
You know who has the power? The spectators.
That's right.
That's right. It was you guys.
Your wish is our command.
All right, we got Kathy Paige in lane 2 in the Carbon Cub FX2 that she built herself in a build assist up in the factory in Yakima. Against the Highlander. Looks like a mirror image of the previous run that they had where she's able to pull away. She's in the different lane this time. Let's see if Aaron's going to hold that throttle in longer or somehow get stopped. But they was so close last time.
They're neck and neck. Boom, touchdown exactly the same.
Wow, looks like they stopped
Yeah.
at the same time.
Let's see now who went a little deeper into the start or the turnaround line there. And it looks like Aaron's got a bit of a lead.
Aaron definitely got that turnaround faster. He was able to whip that tail around. Now this is a standard Highlander, so the tail is about 2 foot shorter than Steve Henry's. That tail can come around really quick. Kathy might also have been playing it safe so she didn't cross her wing across the middle line, which would be an automatic disqualification.
Got to stay in your lane. Good turns, both lanes. Aaron gets it.
He made it clear this time.
Yeah.
That was an outstanding race.
Slightly lighter aircraft.
What's got into you, Aaron? Speed, baby.
Cup Crafters, one of our sponsors here at STOL Drag Racing, along with Watt LED Arrows lights. You can see both of these products back here at the STOL Corral. And we encourage everybody to come on by the STOL Corral, meet the pilots, see the planes, and check out the technology they're putting into these experimental aircraft.
Between this event and the next event, there's only going to be like about a 30-minute break. So at the end of when you see them do their last run, please come out and meet them. That way they'll be parked for the day and they'll be happy to speak with you. I love this event here where we've got two kit boxes up against each other again. Equally matched, however, we did see Harry pull it over the first time. He must have something under that hood.
Doug, are you ready?
A little bit harder.
On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Yeah. That's a good match.
Really good match.
Now this is where the rookie's gonna have to learn pretty quick over time how to make these landings shorter and more aggressive on the stops.
That is going to come with time, but I do applaud him for not pushing it harder than he thinks he should.
Yep.
He's up against some stiff competition. Harry Beaupre is such a great pilot. So calculated. It's really tough on this run, but man, Doug Talbert has been doing such a better job since the beginning of practice, just improving every single day. Even these last runs are just looking better and better. He's doing an outstanding job.
And there where you can see that the short landing makes a huge difference. Look at that slip. It's like he's going to put the tail out in front of the airplane. Harry Beaupre comes to the full stop in the number 2 lane. Doug Talbert, full stop in the number 1 lane.
Race coming up will be everybody's gotten 2 runs. So after that, we can start doing call-outs and grudge matches if you want, just to give you a heads up.
Okay, we got our 2 runs for the morning here. We got our times in. And we can start doing grudge matches and fun runs with the rest of our time after this.
You guys can mess around. Somebody particularly wanted to put the angry kitten up against Devil, so that was one somebody asked for.
We take requests.
Yes, you did. We got that one, folks. It'll be coming up next.
He might need to cool his brakes. Let's see.
Clear up the course. Clear down the course. Eddie, are you ready? All right, Eddie is not ready. All right, we're gonna start over. We're cleared up the course. We're cleared down the course. Eddie, are you ready? Austin, are you ready? On the on drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
And Eddie Sanchez in Devil Girl leaps off the line, accelerates dramatically. I don't think that he has the ability to slow down as well as Austin does, but boy, we're talking about an 800-pound plane going against a 1,200-pound plane. It's a lot tougher to get that Husky going.
Now, young Austin does have a secret weapon on that prop on that Husky, but he's probably not using it just yet. We'll see.
There it is.
Oh, yeah, look at that cloud of dirt going out in front of the Husky. A fully reversible MT propeller for float plane applications used in the dirt.
Austin says, don't count me out.
Yeah.
Put me in, coach.
Devil Girl in the full slip. Austin using ground effect. Good turns. Throws it in the big slip.
So in order for Austin to use that beta, his RPMs have to be 999 or less. There it is.
There it is. Look at that. Reverse pitch on landing. Look at that landing distance.
We're now in grudge match time.
Everybody's trying to do laps in,
so it's grudge match time. These guys are going to start calling each other out, and we'll give some people, they can buy some seconds if they want. Hey, I'll take Rod. If Curly, we might as well let go. We got one more to go anyway. We'll just go this time. I didn't know it was going to be grudge match time. I thought we'd get another one in.
Now we don't like, racers will not like to on this next run where you have Devil Girl up against Rod because Devil Girl's brakes are really hot after doing 2 runs. So he'll need at least a few minutes to let those brakes cool off. Actually, maybe he doesn't. All right, battle of the just aircraft again. These are the 2 aircraft that took off on the very first practice run ever for Roswell 2025 at STOL Drag in the morning. Back on Tuesday, I think it was.
Timers, are you ready? No time, so we're not doing just grudge. Oh, we're not doing time, okay. You're messing up my sequence here. It'd be nice to know our time. Yeah, it would be nice to know our time.
So normally we do bracket style drag racing with double eliminations. The way we're going to split up the prize money, the $20,000 in prize money here at Roswell this year, is we're going to take the average of the best 8 times that each racer has over the week of racing, and from those times determine how we're going to split up the prize money.
I am still not understanding how Tony is able to leap that Super STOL so far ahead of the Did you see that jump that he had?
Yeah, we got to see what kind of Hal Stockmanized engine he's running in that thing.
Yeah, he's parking away from everybody. Maybe he's doing something to that plane that nobody has any idea, because, man, he is making that thing fast.
Kathy will go with Steve. If Aaron, you want to go with Harry?
Good turns both ways. Keep going, Curly. Boom. Look at that. Oh, easy on the brakes. See that?
Oh, that was so close.
Good.
He almost got it.
Yeah.
He did a great landing. Previous runs that he's had in the week were down at the turnaround time. He's actually caught Gus several times, launched him in the air. He's had it happen 3 times where he launched about 20 feet. One of those times he decided, you know what, it's just not worth it, I'm going to go around. And he practiced a go around at the end of the runway. He said, I'm just going to give it full throttle because he's sitting about 20, 25 feet in the air. He didn't want it to drop out from him. He just gave it full throttle, went into a left teardrop, came back into the runway and landed.
Whatever the map difference is.
Practice there to keep people safe. If they don't feel comfortable with the landing, they're free to go around. We have a lot of communication, a lot of rehearsal to make this event safe.
Here goes the Grudge match that you requested.
All right. Now Eddie's brakes are hot.
We got Rod Hewitt in that really fast Ramjet 7 in the number 2 lane, and Eddie Sanchez in the Devil Girl in lane 1.
Coming down on your tail right now, 6 knots.
6 knots on the tail.
All right, timers, you ready? We cleared up the course. Cleared down the course. Rod, are you ready? Eddie, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Oh, look at that whole shot.
On the arm drop.
Wait a minute, what up, Daddy? Oh, they're giving him the time difference. Okay.
All right.
I don't think there's that much time difference between these 2 aircraft.
He's going to try and make Eddie regret giving him that head start.
Yeah. I thought they're a little closer matched. Let's see where they're at in the pecking order.
Better turn around fast.
Rod is down, then turned around.
It's going to be close. Can he catch him?
Oh, look at that.
Wow, it is, you know, Eddie is faster than we gave him credit for, isn't he?
Good turns.
Now Eddie's carrying more speed.
Oh boy, who's gonna get stopped first? Look at that little ram float down like a
Has to
feather.
get on the
Man.
ground first. Oh, wow, look at that. That is some outflying. If Eddie can
Easy,
get that stop,
Eddie. Yeah.
that was
Wow.
outstanding. Who are they calling it?
Clear to stop, Rod, lane 2. Clear to taxi. Rod, follow Eddie.
Oh, Rod jumped the gun at the turnaround and just whipped it around before a full stop.
Failure to stop. So you have to stop all your forward momentum. And in years past, it's been this tail has to hit the ground. Now it's just you have to stop all forward momentum. That was so close. But isn't that crazy? A quarter of a second longer, and he could have stopped it, and now he gets disqualified on that.
Now, who do you think is the next fastest airplane after Devil Girl, besides Rod himself? Which would be the next one to pair him up with?
You know, I never thought I'd say this, but it seems like Tony seems like he's the
Really?
Super STOL.
Yeah?
You know, Super STOL is like known for flying really slow, not for flying fast. So one trick he's done is they have a deployable flaps. He's taped them to make the plane go faster, so they don't
You
deploy.
ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya. 14, 13, 12, 11.
Ken Page getting a head start of 15 seconds.
4, 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Go get him, Steve. Listen to that Yamaha chase her down.
Johnny got no sync though.
There goes Johnny thinking again there at the start-finish line.
I definitely think those big tires are hurting her because at the time when I looked where she should have been stopped, she's continuing to roll. I don't think her brakes are working as well as she'd like.
Yeah, with smaller wheels, better braking advantage, shorter landing distances.
She's extremely competitive, so it wouldn't surprise me if she shows up at Dead Cow with those smaller wheels that she's got.
Yeah. Boom.
And that's where Steve has a great advantage is being able to brake.
Dig it in with those ATV knobby wheels and brakes.
Bring them at X2. How much time we got, bro? Actually, we're done. That's it for us.
Guess you'll have to wait to get spanked, Harry.
That was some fantastic racing for our first run of the day.
Yeah, there's a lot more grudges that want to be matched up out there.
It's fantastic to see all this different skill levels and different techniques. People running long on the throttle and waiting like, oh, I can go another half second, and then it ends up putting them long at the end. But if they can't brake, then going long doesn't help at all as far as time goes. You may land shorter, but we don't care where you land as long as you get back to the finish line and stop first.
I think the water truck guy gets to ride the fire truck today because he's the real hero.
The water truck is the real hero today. We're going to put the water truck driver in the trophy truck.
That'd be great. Yeah, it is so much better today right now with the time of day and how moist everything is than it was yesterday at some point where everybody's complaining about how dirty it is when the dust comes up. Yet we say that all hear about because they put so much effort into this beautiful track, and then you get a little bit of dust. And we say that, yet a couple of weeks from now,
I gotta get a ride out of here.
Well, good morning and welcome to Roswell, indeed. Well, good morning and welcome to Roswell, indeed, the National Championship Air Races here in southeast New Mexico. The big move has been accomplished. We are back since 2023. Couldn't be happier with this iconic American sporting event. Close course, pylon racing. We've got the great air shows. We've got everything. A big day of entertainment. Tommy Sanders here with Rob Lowe. Rob, great to have you with us, taking us through the races, taking us through the airplanes, the teams, and especially the competition. That's what we live for here. So great to be back with the National Championship Air Races and our new home, the new chapter in southeast New Mexico.
And here we are, Tommy, fastest motorsport on the planet. We're about to get started with one of the most exciting classes here. We've got Biplane up first here. Just finished some very exciting STOL racing, and the Biplane is about ready to start here, our Friday edition, and we're going to start with our B pairing. This is the 3B pairing that we're going to have here momentarily, and we'll be doing this on our most up close and personal 3.1 mile course. We'll see that here in just a few minutes. We'll look at the course, we'll look at our competitors, but you can see our crews are out there with the airplanes. They're getting them all set. The engines aren't quite running yet, so we're not ready to go, but we've got our red flag all set, and the officials will give us that warning. That really starts at about 10 minutes, and then it goes up again at 5 minutes, Tommy, and we're getting ready to go. There you can see the crews getting in, getting strapped in, getting the intercoms and microphones hooked up. So we're getting close now, Tommy. The excitement's starting to build.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, the crowd's pretty warmed up. We got some great STOL racing to kick off our day. That was sort of the curtain warmer for this day, and it's more than that. It has become a huge crowd favorite, and it is the newest of all the classes here. We have 5 discrete classes racing here this time around. That is the plane of Jeffrey Lowe right there, as we said, the Miss Diane. Blue and yellow Pitts S1. Jeff Lowe, of course, is trying to notch 2 victories in the B class of biplane. Had a good victory yesterday, and we talked about his chances today.
Good morning. Yesterday we ran the 2B heat for biplanes, which I managed to win. And today we're going to have our biplane heat 3B, so the same 5 airplanes we had yesterday, and we're going to line up in the order that we finished. So I will be on the pole on the left side at the front of the pack, and then we'll all launch on a flag drop, row by row, and the race starts from the ground. So once the flag drops, brakes off, throttles wide open, and we head for that first pylon, start racing. To win the biplane race, because we start on the runway, it takes a combination of things. Some of it's how fast you can get off the runway and accelerate, and then what's your top speed, and then of course running a good line around the pylons to get a fast lap speed, but then also being able to pass. So you might have 5 miles an hour on someone, and that's almost the minimum to really reliably get a pass. And you might have to work for a few laps as you try to get around them, going a little wider than them, a little higher than them, and try to dive down onto the straights and catch them as you pick up speed.
Well, that is a great summation of the game right there. Jeff Lowe kind of giving the game away there, and we love that.
Yeah, absolutely we do. The only thing that's changed since he gave us that little bit of summary is this B pairing has 4 racers in it, and we'll get to meet the rest of them here at the moment. You see Jeff Lowe over there on the far right of your screen in his Miss Diane Pitts S1. All of our biplanes this year, Tommy, are variants of the Pitts S1.
Just to the left of Jeff there is Josh Saddlemeyer, who saw him in the same heat yesterday in the same class. Josh Saddlemeyer looking to improve, to maybe run down Jeff Lowe. Does he think he can do that? We'll see.
Yeah, so took off on the second row on yesterday's flight as Jeff and Scott, myself and Blake, and then Michael behind us. It was a great race. I was able to get around Scott and then kind of hang on to it, and it got really close at the end, and just over a 1/10 of a second off, and it was fantastic. Feeling good, starting on the front row, myself and Jeff, and then probably expecting a pretty good battle between Scott and I by the end. Should be great.
All right, different outlook on that race right there. I guess he's hoping he's got that 5 extra miles an hour that Jeff Lowe said you're going to need to pass me and win this race here.
Well, Tommy, that's a good explanation and a good key into talking about the race, and we'll talk about that here in just a minute. But there you see our lineup. We talked about Jeff Lowe on the right side of your screen in Miss Diane, and then Josh Saddlemeyer beside him we just heard from as well. In the back row, we've got an interesting story there, Tom.
Absolutely, a father-son matchup. That's Scott Pruitt, the father, and Blake Pruitt, both Arizona pilots. Scott with race 314, the flip-flop, and the 411, race 411 for Blake Pruitt. Red Rider.
Red Rider.
Red in color.
Yep, red in color.
Shocker.
And, Yep, beautiful biplanes, all of them. We can't wait for this to get going. This class, Tommy, has all the aircraft, obviously, are biplanes. They have 2 wings, 75 square feet of wing area. They have to have fixed gear. They all run an air-cooled 360 cubic inch engine, normal aviation gas, no funny fuels, no superchargers, no nitrous injection. They carry about 14 gallons of fuel. They don't want to carry any more for weight, so a little bit limited on distance, but it's going to fit for our 3.1 mile course. They do have fixed pitch props, so they aren't able to adjust that, so the crew chief and the pilot make that choice before they head out, and either going to get a fast start off the ground or maybe a higher top end speed depending on what they've chosen there. And they will do the start from this day. You heard described by Jeff Lowe. In a minute here, the flag will change from red to green, and that will be an indication that we have about 10 seconds to go. And then the first row will go when the green flag drops, just like we heard from Jeffrey Lowe, and then the second row departs 4 seconds later. Don't worry about the penalty for that, though, ladies and gentlemen, because their time will be adjusted by 4 seconds at the end. So while they are competing to pass each other on the outside of this shoulder-to-shoulder closed course pylon racing, the back row times in biplane will be adjusted by that 4-second delay, and that's all about safety during the takeoff.
Absolutely, yeah. Get them off the ground, and as Jeff Lowe stated, you want to get off the ground quick enough so you can accelerate, but you want to get some speed at the top end as well. Those two things don't always go together. It's a compromise. It's a line you walk.
Now, once we get going, Tommy, the one unique thing about this class is once they get airborne, we're going to do 6 laps, but the first time around the pylon, around the course, is going to be our oil warm-up lap, or our starter lap, if you will. So they can jockey for position for sure. As they come around the first time past the start-finish line, that's when we start counting laps. And let's take a look at that here, Tommy. This is our most up-close and personal inner course, if you will. There's 6 pylons on this. It's 3.1 miles, and the aircraft will take off like we just described. They'll head to that first pylon that is the start of that first left-hand turn in that racetrack shape. 6 pylons in total, 3 on the north side, 3 on the south side. 1 time around equals 1 lap after we start that starter lap. Then we're going to do it 6 times, and we will have the finisher. Here's a up-close look here. There's our start-finish line, the home pylon as we know it. The pylon just to the right on our screen, Tommy, is pylon 1. You can see pylon 1, 2, and 3. See the color coding on the pylons there, the red and white. That marks our inside, smallest up-close and personal course. And it's going to be exciting. This class particularly very exciting yesterday. Looking forward to it again.
Crews are now leaving. We are getting closer and closer to that green flag time. These pilots are skilled. I mean, these planes are not easy to fly. Visibility is an issue. Wind is an issue with that much wing space out there exposed. It takes all your attention. We'll put it that way.
Right, absolutely. Right now we're facing north on runway 1735, so they're set to take off on 35. You can see the red flag blowing with the wind from the south. We have a tailwind, but it's only about 6 knots, last report that we heard. So that is doable, but that doesn't make it any less challenging, Tommy. You're absolutely right. Tail dragger with a tailwind is a very challenging consideration. These aircraft are fairly light. All variants of the Pitts S1. They, as tail draggers, they do have a lot of power because they're very light. It's an aerobatic, specifically designed aircraft. You can see our starter now picking up the green flag. That's an indication to our racers that we're about ready to go. And with 10 seconds left, the red flag will go down, and we'll be 10 seconds away. And then when the green flag drops, Tommy, the adrenaline comes up in the cockpit, the brake pressure increases, the throttles come up, and when that green flag drops, we'll go, like we heard from Jeffrey Lowe.
We are just seconds away from that as we sit here right now.
So we're looking there at our second row.
Yeah, there's your second row.
There's a good shot of the entire field.
Scott Pruitt, the flip-flop, is going to be the white and orange one. You can see just a second from left in the shot right there. The red and white one, the Red Rider, is the far left one in the second row.
In the second row, the black on it as well.
Because it's critical to be able to distinguish them in the air.
Absolutely. Well, there we are. We're down 10 seconds here. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first row is off and running. And Jeffrey Lowe with race 6 takes an early lead, tail up. And you can see Red Zeppelin, Josh Saddlemeyer beside him, has got the tail up now as well. You can watch the tail is up. The airplane begins to fly. A little bit of a tailwind, has a little bit longer takeoff roll than we might normally see. But there, our leader with the pole position, Jeffrey Lowe, as he sets his way in. Remember, Tommy, this is the start of our oil warm-up lap, our starter lap, so they can certainly jockey for position, pass each other. All those things count. We just don't start counting laps until they pass that home pylon next time around.
And we will be doing 6 laps once we get to that point. And Jeff Lowe in control right now as it stands. He is moving on out there, as he did in the previous matchup between these planes yesterday.
Tommy, you can see our minimum altitude for flying closed course pylon racing is 50 feet. That's what our pylons are set at, so you see our pilots staying above that. They also have to fly outside of those pylons. If you cut too short, we call that cutting a pylon. There's a penalty in time for that. But there's a good split screen look at our first and second place, Jeffrey Lowe on the left, and Josh Saddlemeyer in race 831 on the right, the beautiful red and white airplane. As they make their way around, if Josh is able to catch Jeffrey Lowe, then he would have to pass him on the outside. That makes it a longer way around. It's harder to get there. And we're back to Jeff's comment in the pre-race about you're going to have about 5 miles an hour to get faster than me, because I'm going to hold that inside. You're going to have to work your way around me.
That inside, that pole position has a definite advantage. The importance of qualifying fast is underscored here.
It certainly does. Now, outside of our camera shots is positions 3 and 4, but don't forget they have that 4-second handicap that'll be adjusted onto their time. So they are certainly
They're
racing
not as far back as it looks like.
Right. So they will be caught up when the race officials assess everything at the end. But right here in this shot, you can see that Jeffrey Lowe is out front. He's holding that lead, and Josh Saddlemeyer doing everything he can to be smooth. As they say in pylon racing, smooth is fast. Fast is smooth. And that's what we're looking for. Nice, smooth, even turns, staying outside of those pylons. We do have judges at the pylons, Tommy, that actually are underneath those barrels that are top of those poles. And they're looking up through
the barrel.
Through the center of the barrel, which is open and clear. And they're looking to see if part of that airplane becomes visible. If it does, that tells them that you cut the pylon, and that's where the penalty comes in.
You get busted that way.
Get busted.
Visually.
It does happen.
Oh, yes.
And as we make our way towards Sunday, our competitors get a little more aggressive. Things get a little tighter. They get a little closer. And speeds start coming up, and that sometimes happens. Now look here, we've got a great match here in the back, Tommy, with 2 aircraft right side by side. I believe that's our positions 3 and 4.
Yeah, Scott Pruitt and Blake Pruitt. Red Rider out front, maybe a little bit. They're pretty much dead even. This father-son matchup. The Pruitts from Arizona.
You know what, Tommy? We've got a black airplane on there in the who's moved into 4th place now. I believe we had a 5th airplane.
Okay, well,
depart.
we did not
we
have that
didn't capture on our sheets,
yeah.
but he's definitely out there and moving forward. Yeah, no worries. And so that sometimes happens, ladies and gentlemen. He would have been in the 3rd row, back a ways outside of our camera shot, but definitely a little bit faster.
Yeah, he's overtaken Blake Pruitt. That's Blake Pruitt right behind him there. We'll try to ID that particular airplane for you as quickly as we can. Meanwhile, we got a race to cover, and we got Jeffrey Lowe out to a big lead. We've never seen him in 2nd place in the same shot. That's a good indication that he has stretched it out a good bit during the 4th.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're halfway through, almost halfway through this race.
Well, they're rocking and rolling here on this 3.1 mile course, and Jeffrey Lowe, like we said, there on the bottom of this split screen, continues to hold the lead and stay out front, and then positions 4 and 5 there in the back with, I believe that might be Blake, well, I'm not sure who that is. Michael Langston.
Michael Langston, yeah.
I believe that's who that is, Michael Langston. So our apologies to Michael Langston and to the fans out there with that information. But doesn't make the race any less competitive, any less challenging in front of us here, Tommy. We got a great race. Now look here with Pruitt beginning to catch Langston on the straightaway down the back as they go past the air traffic control radar underneath there. Great sight of that spinning ASR-9 antenna. And look at that. He's been able to gain the speed and pass him here on the outside. So it looks like he got him as we had the camera shot going into that pylon here from our pylon cam out in the desert. Great shot of Pruitt coming on around there, and it looks like he's taking that position back.
And there goes Jeffrey Lowe, continuing his quest to win back-to-back matchups in Biplane B. And he is lapping our race 8 and race 411 at that lap right there. So
and look here, Tommy, we've got a very competitive race happening right here as these competitors come around our final pylons 5 and 6. And this is Scott Pruitt
and Josh Saddlemeyer.
And Josh Saddlemeyer is there. Looks like Pruitt is gaining ground on Saddlemeyer, who started in 2nd. Scott Pruitt started in 3rd inside on the 2nd row back. And that's a very competitive position now as they go. But Jeffrey Lowe out front, already lapping some of the traffic and just holding down the lead as you see him come right into your living room here from a pylon cam, Tommy. Gotta love that sound.
He's just letting it eat, heading for the barn, so to speak.
Yeah,
he gets
absolutely.
Ready to
and he's
launch into the final lap.
Yeah,
white flag.
White flag. So we are 1 lap to go. This is the beginning of lap number 6, our final lap for Jeffrey Lowe, as he's got to make it one more time around our 6 pylon intercourse. And here you see it positions right here with Langston and Pruitt. Blake Pruitt in the Red Rider. Red biplane on the right side of that shot on the top of your screen. There's our leader again, down low as he heads down the back of the course one final time, Tommy, down the back straightaway, right just above our 50-foot minimum altitude. He just appears to be on rails today.
Absolutely. He talked about what it's going to take to pass him. He has not had to worry about that today. No one's gotten within the same area code.
Not even close. The only passing really that's occurred, we saw him pass a lap traffic.
Yeah.
And then we saw back with Pruitt and Langston. And then we've got Scott Pruitt there behind Saddlemeyer, but it looks like they've kind of settled in on this last lap as well as they did. Here come to the checkered flag right there for Jeffrey Lowe. Race 6, Miss Diane with the unofficial win here in B pairing biplane first race out this morning on the courses.
That's 2 and 3 on the top of your screen there as they come in. No, wait, that's going to be 4 and 5. Here's 2 and 3 right here. That's going to be Blake Pruitt and
Langston.
And Langston.
I think it's going to get close right here as we come to the pylon, Tommy. Oh, man.
I think Blake
was
nipped him
close.
I
think that was great. And there we go with positions 4 and 5 as well. What a great race, Tommy, with all 5 aircraft. Very competitive. We had 2 very close finishes there at the end. Let's go back and look at the recap. Here you see from the start, Jeffrey Lowe on the right side of your screen, race 6. He gets out to an early lead. He stays there and really pretty much had this race in hand. Wire to wire, he was on rails. Now here is back in the pack. This turned out to be the race for second. Initially, Langston comes around and passes Pruitt here on the outside, but Pruitt's able to work his way back later in the race. Here you see he's behind here in 3rd place now. But as they come around on the next lap, but farther back in the pack, we've got Josh Saddlemeyer and Scott Pruitt as well here racing for position as they make their way around. Very competitive. That's what this is all about with closed course. Shoulder to shoulder racing on the closed course pylon racing, but there's a shot of our leader as he wraps it up. 6 amazing laps from Jeffrey Lowe, who we heard from before the race. And here he's showing exactly why he had the pole position. And Tommy, like you said, wire to wire win. Unofficially for Jeffrey Lowe.
Have to factor in the start times and so forth in order to create the final official results, and that's yet to come here, but I don't think there's going to be much of a challenge to Jeffrey Lowe's domination in that particular, his 2nd biplane race of this meet here in southeast New Mexico. New location, new chapter for the National Championship Air Races.
And in addition to that, Tommy, we've got Langston finished in there as well, I believe.
I believe he was 3rd.
Yeah, I believe he finished
that
3rd,
would be the misfit. The pit, so that's race 8.
3rd or 4th, yeah. We'll just have to wait for the official results on that.
Well, we have got more biplane racing on tap for you this morning, coming up in a couple of races. But when we come back, we're going to get into F1, start the F1 racing for day 2 here of our coverage. 4 days of the National Championship Air Races from the Roswell International Air Center.
I was born in these mountains. Got my first pair of skis when I was 3. I was never afraid to go fast. I got faster until nobody could catch me. 154.06 miles per hour. The fastest American ever.
Straight down into the core of the earth, 700 feet beneath the surface. Stalagmites and stalactites, million-year-old all-stars in a natural stadium, carved by water, populated by bats, and marveled by all. Carlsbad Caverns National Park.
Give some love to the city of Roswell, New Mexico. Unique place, so much aviation history, all sorts of other history too with regard to all the UFO stories through the years, and it's a great tourist destination as well. Everyone wants to make a detour so that they can see Roswell. Well, now you've got an excellent reason to do that in the month of September, because this is the new home of the National Championship Air Races. Hats off to Roswell, hats off to New Mexico Trude. The land of enchantment has been very good and very helpful in relocating this very, very important event, this national championship that has been going on for 60 years now. This is the 60th year, so what a tradition. You can see right there some of our F1 class sitting, waiting, getting ready to get into some racing. That's a little ways off here, but we're going to start with F1 3B, I believe it is.
Yeah, absolutely, Tommy. They are, you can see our Formula One racers are just about to be towed out to the runway. And they will, they've got, you can see that they have a little kind of trailer tow mechanisms there under the tails. Very small aircraft. They're very lightweight, so you can use a golf cart or a vehicle to tow them out. And they are kind of sitting there off the end of the runway, and they are still waiting for all of the biplane class that just flew to land and clear the runway, taxi back to the pit. So as soon as they are clear of the runway, then our Formula One racers will tow out. It looks to me like they're on the north end of runway 1735. So they will most likely line up facing south into the wind. We've got that little bit less than 10 knot wind coming out of the south, slightly southeast. So these aircraft being even lighter than the biplanes don't handle the tailwind very well. You can see our home pylon there with Old Glory blowing gently in that less than 10 knot breeze. But they will take off on our screen from right to left, and what that will cause, Tommy, is with a Grand Prix style start for Formula One, all of the aircraft will depart at the same time, and then as they head southbound, kind of away from the course, they'll make a left turn and then a right turn to come back around, come right back up the runway from our left to our right. So reverse course, if you will, and then they will start the race. They head around the course again. Will be on the smaller 3.1 nautical mile inner course, the smaller one. And that will be, that turnaround will count as our warm-up.
Yeah, if they do the takeoff to the south, they will not need to have the starter lap once they pass the pylon there or going with lap number 1.
Yeah, and we'll talk more about that here in just a minute. But there you can see some of our competitors from the last race. That's Saddlemeyer, I believe, in race 831.
Yep. Red Zeppelin.
So great look of the biplanes recovering there, and we've got, that's just part of such an amazing lineup that we have for the entire day, Tommy. So coming up later today, Tommy, we have, in addition to closed course pylon racing, we've got some amazing performers that include the Commemorative Air Force is here with the B-25 Yellow Rose, the B-29 Fifi is here. We've got the jet car here as well, and the P-40 Warhawk you'll see later. Jim Tobel is here, and there is Bob Carlton in his twin jet-powered sailplane. An amazing performance you'll see from him. Jim Pites is here in his aerobatic Bonanza again. And in addition to all of our classes, that we have 5 different classes running on 4 different race courses here at Roswell. It's a beautiful facility. We're so glad to be back racing again.
Massive facility as well. Of course, used to be a very large military base. And where are we in the world? Well, we'll show you where we are in the land of enchantment, the state of New Mexico. Of course, we'll go west from Amarillo on I-40 and head south. Yeah, yep. Head south to get to Roswell, right there. We are located kind of where the Southern Plains meet the desert in this area right here. It's a very unique environment. Right now, we got F1 on the way, but in the interim, we got another treat for you. More STOL racing is coming up. Let's turn it over to that crew.
Beautiful. Snapping that tail down to get good tail wheel authority, steering capability.
We're talking about the single place pit special, which are the ones that race. From the main gear to the tail wheel, it's very close. It's a close coupled airplane. And quite often, unless you had the right technique, the tail wheel would try to beat the main gear to the finish line.
Yeah,
don't let that happen. Yeah. So you had to really do a rudder dance. You really had to be great on the rudder. But if you concentrated on your landing, you'd be fine.
First couple of times, it feels like trying to land a shopping cart backwards at 100 miles an hour.
Shopping cart with a bad wheel.
Yeah. All right, we got some STOL drag airplanes coming back out for another heat of STOL drag racing.
The lead truck, looks like the Formula One class, they're blocking part of it.
They're not technically off the course yet.
Josh Richling is back with us for the additional color, for the color commentary of the STOL drag racing. Josh, who we got out there today?
Oh man, I just finally made it. Sorry, I'm a little bit late to the game. I do the crew chiefing for Steve Henry. I'm out there filling fuel tanks in the aircraft. I'm out there doing filming for the YouTube channel out there, helping all the STOL folks.
We got to get Sarah back out here.
We do. Plus, I'm the designated gynecologist for several of these pilots out here, so my work is cut out for me. So now I'm back on the stand. We can get going on this. So on the outside lane 2, we have Harry Beaupre in the Kit Fox 4 there in the yellow plane against the other Kit Fox 4 of Doug Talbert, our rookie. Let's see how they get that going here very shortly.
For those of you that are just joining us and haven't seen this STOL drag racing before, we're going to drag race 2 airplanes up and down this 2,000-foot beautifully groomed dirt drag strip here at Roswell. And special thanks to the city of Roswell for making this happen and getting the water truck out this morning to water down our course to minimize the dust and dirt.
Okay.
So we're going to do a start-finish line. You see the aircraft lined up here on our left. They're going to drag race down in 2 separate 75-foot wide lanes to a turnaround point off our right. There's another line and some judges where that STOL flag is. They're going to land on or beyond that line, come to a full stop under control, and then spin it around and drag race back as fast as they can to the start and finish line. And the first aircraft that lands beyond the line and comes to a full stop wins the drag race and or gets the shortest time.
And for those of you who are not here in attendance, you're missing the description of this physically when Warren Brown is pointing as he's describing everything. Even a better thing. What that means that y'all folks at home need to get here so that you can see the full description by Warren Brown describing how it is going excellently, might I add.
Yes. So we're watching the winds closely. We've got a little bit of wind from left to right, so that's going to produce a tailwind, and we have on these light aircraft about a 10-knot tailwind limit before we can continue, or before we have to stop the racing. So if the winds go over 10 knots on a direct tailwind, we can't race.
We'll end up probably at that time switching to a one-way. We'll switch our starting line. We'll move to the turnaround point and then just go upwind one way. We might have to do that by the end of the day because as the wind is expected to come up, so we can expect that. It's still entertaining. We just don't have the turnaround, but it's more traditional like drag racing of cars.
Yes. And then we have a crosswind limit to contend with as well. Josh, what is that, still 15 knots?
15, yes, sir.
North end of the course that are just kind of taking their time. We need
so that's why we like to get out here bright and early in the morning to do our STOL drag racing. And like any backcountry flying, you want to get down before noon. You want to get down in the mountains before noon, before the turbulence, before the wind pipes up in these lightweight aircraft.
And what makes it even worse is that they're on the ground fighting the thermals that are coming right off of this, let's call it a lake bed, right off this lake bed, right onto the wing. So any little vortices or breeze that comes through and catches the bleachers or any of these stands or trucks across there, it's going to affect them more so than it would up a little bit higher.
We're clear down the course. Henry, are you ready? Doug, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Johnny Walker out there launching the first go. Doug Talbert in the right lane. Harry Beaupre in the number 2 lane.
Race control. We got trucks crossing the far end. The plane's coming at them.
And the number 2 lane is the lane farthest away. Both aircraft closely matched Kit Fox Model 4 road tax powered airplanes, throwing it in that full slip. See who comes to a stop first with the shortest stopping distance. Harry Beaupre's got it in the turnaround. The rookie's starting to shorten up his landing rolls, huh?
He really is. Doug Talbert has probably his shortest landing so far. He's getting better and better, and he had a tailwind that time. Outstanding. Looks like he's starting to say, listen, guys, I'm in this game. I'm continuing on this.
And that's the whole purpose of this, is to make good pilots better by getting out here and pushing your limits safely and learning how to really control your aircraft with precision, hitting this mark, boom, right there, and bringing it to a full stop.
And he came out here early, has had 5 days of practice and competition, so that's where you're going to get better. It's very difficult to get practice at home on your home airstrip. So come out here, give it a shot, get the training, and do it, and you get better and better. Don't try and win. Just fly within your means, and eventually you'll get like Doug. He's showing, listen, I can start doing this. I'm going to shorten this up and get better and better each run.
A full week. That's going to be a lot of great experience.
All right, Talbert, you ready? Talbert, you ready?
Aaron Greer in the number 2 lane, and Moose, the Moose.
Down the course. Aaron, are you ready?
Just Aircraft Highlander.
Aaron, are you ready? On the on drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Austin Clemens in number 1 lane in the Aviat Husky A1C.
That's impressive. That 1,200-pound plane is pulling the Highlander this time.
Yeah.
I'm thinking he was holding back earlier.
Young Austin, just 22 years old, getting that Husky stopped in pretty short order with a little bit of reverse on that pitch. Did you see that?
I did. Look at that. He's turned around first. This is a vastly different race than it was before when he was racing in the last set.
So, young Austin's secret weapon is that fully reversible MT and seaplane propeller. The anti-dock buster prop.
Look at him go. This is a totally different race. He's like, I'm pouring in the beans now.
Look at that working of the flaps. You drop the flaps, look at there goes that reverse pitch. Super short landing distances. Watch carefully the manipulation of the flaps in these competitions. You lower the flaps on speed, and then you retract the flaps to help you hit the mark precisely, get the weight off the wings and the weight on the wheels to maximize your braking effectiveness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, these are the 2 fastest aircraft in STOL drag for you here at Roswell 2025. Eddie Sanchez in the outside lane running a Yamaha Sidewinder against Steve Henry, the 44 of Yeehaw 8, also running a Yamaha Sidewinder in his Highlander. He's running slants, Eddie is not. Their setups are quite a bit different between the 2 planes, but these are the 2 fastest planes in STOL drag today.
Eddie, are you ready? Steve, are you ready? On the on drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Listen to these 2 Yamaha engines. That's what we love to see and hear.
I'd have a cup of...
Eddie didn't get sucked in seeing Steve come by him. Typically, an inexperienced pilot would see a plane pass them and put more throttle for longer.
Look at that. Eddie's right on Steve's tail. Steve's got some real competition here.
That is fantastic. He caught him an equal turnaround. That is really hard to do. If he can do that again at this end, there's a potential he could take it.
Steve with a good lead on that hopped up Yamaha.
Eddie definitely pulled earlier. Can he get slow enough? And on the ground?
Boom.
Once Steve touches the ground, it's almost certainly over.
Look at that. Those big knobby tires dig it in and for a record short landing distances. Quick stop.
Fantastic race.
Hey, here's going to be a great race. We don't know how this is going to play out because Rod Hewitt just got his aircraft going yesterday and is racing today after blowing a cylinder or having a valve problem.
I talked to Tony during the break between the events, and I asked him what is going on. He's running an Edge Performance Rotax, which is where that power's coming from.
You're talking Eddie Sanchez?
Tony over here, the brother, Tony Sanchez. Did I say Eddie?
Okay, got it. So what's he doing?
He's running an Edge Performance, and he's running a 3-inch longer prop than the Grasshopper. He donated his prop to his friend in the Grasshopper. That was 3 inches shorter. Wasn't that nice of him?
So that's an Edge Performance modified Rotax is what you're saying.
That is correct. And now you put them side by side with the big bore kit, and look at the difference there.
This is going to be good. Now, the advantage that lightweight little Rams has is it comes in like a feather on the landing. and can really get stopped quick and short.
Look at that neck and neck, perfect.
Oh yeah, like to see that. Turn around opposite directions.
What a fantastic race.
Yeah, I think this is gonna put Rod in the 3rd position. Ooh, this is good. Maybe not. Good, Rod held off a little bit there on his chop.
It looks like Tony escaped his, left out his slip for just a moment. It's all about braking now.
Oh, what do we got?
Oh, I do not know.
Call the Rod next to you, come on out.
I think Rod got him, did you?
You said Rod got it?
Okay.
Oh, wow,
I'm
that
not
was so
sure,
close.
but it's so close, we're gonna have to check the video on that.
So Tony, trailing from behind, was able to catch up on the braking and close that gap. That's outstanding.
So we got an excellent race for the 3rd fastest aircraft here this week. So we're gonna have to watch these times between Tony and Rod.
These planes are getting faster and faster, and the competition is getting more. I bet by Sunday they're just going to be pulling out all of the stops. We in Steve's plane, we carry a number of gallons of 110, which is our lower fuel, and then we carry another VP gas that's the racing fuel for when everything's on the line.
You'll be transitioning to that.
We might run out and have to.
3, 2, 1, see ya.
And on the go for the Grasshopper in the supercharged Rotax.
And in the number 1 lane, Kathy Paige in the Carbon Cub Crafters Carbon Cub FX2.
Kathy got the slip in there earlier, so she's going to try and use the lower distance to probably break that heavier aircraft. It's not a lot heavier, it just looks bigger.
Getting stopped. Oh, Kathy, a little longer on the stop.
Took her a second to get her tail stabilized.
Somebody got a pair of 850s around here. If you guys got a pair of 850 tires, some old wore out ones, bring them on by the pits here, and we're gonna get Kathy hooked up with some smaller wheels and get that thing stopped a little quicker.
Yeah, that'll get her right back in the game, won't it?
Yeah, if anybody's got some 850s, bring them on by for Kathy Paige here, race 85. And watch those landing distances decrease dramatically. Boom, Grasshopper down. Full stop.
Looks like Curly got that one with ease this time, but don't count Kathy out. She's a fierce competitor, and she'll do whatever it takes to get back in the game here.
Remember when Kathy started out a few years ago in that Clipper aircraft she had, no flap Clipper? That was a lot of fun to watch.
So fun to watch. She was with Katie Waito and the other Clipper. They had matched airplanes. We could argue that they both were very slow, but it was so fun to watch both of them together because we had no idea who was going to win. Both lady pilots. It was an outstanding race. I missed that.
And they got some excellent experience doing that. And you can see it paying off here now today.
If anybody out there would like to donate a matching Carbon Cub to Katie Waito, I know we could get both of them out here doing it again.
Timers, you ready? We're cleared up the course. We're cleared down the course.
Worth a try, right?
Harry, are you ready? Talbert, are you ready? On your arms off.
And the battle of the Kid Box 4s, they are off.
Doug Talbert in the number 2 lane, our rookie. Harry Beaupre in the number 1 lane with the Spirit of Lewis, race 27. Pulling a bit of a lead.
Looks like Doug's gently easing in that slip, and he held it a lot longer, so he's going to carry a lot of extra speed. I'd expect him to go a bit further than Harry this time.
Yep, he's rolling out a bit longer. He's shortening up his landing distances, but there you go at the turnaround. If you get it stopped shorter, you're closer to the start-finish line. You can pull a big lead right there at the turnaround.
Boy, but it is a mind game, approaching that slower when a plane coming by you is going faster. It's like, no, no, no.
Harry Beaupre throwing in that full slip, just hogging it out there.
So you'll see Harry go into that slip, and it'll be really aggressive at first, and then it will come back and settle into something less aggressive. The reason for that is that he's using momentum of that tail coming around that is pushing the tail around more sideways than the plane can actually handle as far as wind goes. And as the momentum catches, the rudder then takes back over, and it slides back into a position that it feels more comfortable with.
Yeah, it doesn't have the rudder authority to maintain that extreme slip angle.
right, that's approved if you need it.
Aaron Greer in the Moose in the number 2 lane. Young Austin Clemens in the number 1 lane. 22 years old, 5,000 hours of flying time.
5,000. I don't know that I'll see that in my lifetime, and he's already got it at 22.
And Austin's been racing out here since he was 18.
Are you ready? Austin, are you ready? Hold the on drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
I wonder if he's going to pull on
White pullage on the old Husky.
Yesterday we heard also
Airborne at the same time.
Aaron Greer, he's pulling saying, hey, are you going as fast as you can? He says, I pulled my carb heat to help you catch up.
Nah.
So it looks like today maybe he's letting that carb heat out, or at least on that last run he did.
Sounds like more race talk smack to me.
They're really good at it. All these competitors are really good friends. Like we said before, you have dinner together. We all hang out together at these events. But once we get on the track, they still go as fast as they can.
And these are all backcountry capable aircraft, so we're out there flying the backcountry with them when we're not racing them.
I came in like a wet noodle.
That's right, the fly-ins in the mountains are so fun to have all these guys together.
I think I heard a scratch in lane 2. Look at that. The Highlander gets touched down first and stopped first despite the reverse pitch prop.
Nice. Well, if he's scratched, I'm sure he's going to say, well, if you ain't cheating, you ain't winning.
Looks like our 2 fastest coming back out again.
A little bit of a lane switch there. Looks like Henry's going to take the outside lane. And Eddie Sanchez will take that inside lane. Again, the 2 Yamaha-powered Just-A-Craft Highlander XLs. These are 2 feet longer than the orange and white moose knuckle of Aaron Greer that you saw earlier. So these are ability on the tail.
Wind them up.
So watch Eddie's wings rock back and forth. Back and forth, back and forth. He's picking up the wake turbulence of Steve being at that terrible angle to him right there, about 45. Eddie's carrying way too much speed this time. It's going to put him further down that track.
Good kablamo on Steve Henry. That gear just soaked that kablamo right up.
Sure does. I believe both of these aircraft are running TK1 main gear.
You hear that RPM? Sounding a little faster to me.
That's right. Steve Henry's running about 98 to 9,900 RPM. Eddie Sanchez is running 92, 9,300 RPM.
All right, so Josh, what is the engine race secrets that Steve has with his over Eddie, where he's getting that extra? Where is he extracting that extra horsepower?
He's running a bigger turbo, which allows that plane to push a little harder. He's changed the internals. All the internals of that engine are titanium, so he doesn't have to worry about anything going wrong with the valve train. The engine is really, really stout. At some point, an engine does fail when you put enough power to it, and that would be the part that would go.
So basically, higher manifold pressure, more fuel.
Yes.
Got it.
That's it. Now, in addition to how the plane flies better, it's 100 different little things.
On drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
This will be another close race.
It sure is. You see the different techniques there where Tony is plowing through the air with a higher angle of attack, whereas the Rams S7 is able to fly level and catch speed. But it looks like Tony's catching up.
Yeah. Tony Sanchez in the number 1 lane with the white and silver Super STOL.
Tony wasn't able to get on the ground first.
Yeah, look at that. Rod Hewitt's got the shorter landing, it looks like. Go, boys, go, go.
Oh, he got that turnaround a little sooner, Tony did.
Tony, yeah.
I think we found some really well-matched aircraft at this point.
Boy. We just don't know how this one's going to play out. Look at that. How is Tony getting that Super STOL going so fast?
He's running a 3-inch longer prop than normal. But as far as the top speed, I don't know. That thing is just hauling. And they're on the ground at the same
touchdown
time.
the same. What's it going to be? Oh!
Tony, bring my next two. This will be our last race.
Did you hear? I didn't hear who won that one.
Who won that last race out there?
Dead even.
Dead even.
Dead even. Man.
They should be paired up permanently.
Yes. It's going to take all week to sort that out. And it's going to be like baseball. It's going to come down to one tiny mistake.
That's right. That's right. That's the way it was, with Steve Henry and Cody racing for the championship. It wasn't who was faster, it's who would not make a mistake.
You ready? Curly, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Kathy Paige in the Carbon Cub. Cub Crafters Carbon Cub FX2 in the number 2 lane. Dave Curley in the Grasshopper. Just Aircraft Highlander in the number 1 lane.
Now you might think that belly pod could hurt her, and in some cases maybe, but pilots tend to see that it creates about the same lift, and because of the way that it's shaped there, it seems to work just as well, and it's not worth the effort to get taken off.
Run what you brung. Grasshopper gets stopped first in the number 1 lane. Dave's turn around first.
You'll see the aircraft turn different directions down at the other end. There's no rule as to which direction they need to turn. However, if they do cross their wing across that median line, they will be penalized or disqualified.
Big slip in the Grasshopper.
It is not over until it's over.
Grasshopper come to a full stop. Kathy Paige, look at that rudder motion with all.
See Kathy follow Curly. That's a wrap.
Okay, that sounds like a wrap for this heat of STOL drag racing here in Roswell, New Mexico. We're going to keep track of these times all week and determine how to split up that $20,000 in prize money based on the best times averaged over 8 lap times. We'll be back for one more STOL drag race later on this afternoon after the opening ceremonies. Actually, this is weird.
I hope you enjoyed it. That STOL racing was fantastic, and we have got the original racers. You could say the most racing history of any class that's racing here in Roswell, New Mexico at the National Championship Air Races Formula One. Heat 3B is on the way, Rob.
It absolutely is, and there you see our competitors are out on the runway. They're getting into their aircraft, and Tommy, as you said, these aircraft are the descendants of the original air races here in our country, dating back to the 1930s here in Formula One. So our first Formula One race of the day here on the Friday edition, the National Championship Air Races. You know, this is the only continuous racing class that we have all the way back to the 30s. Obviously, one of the oldest classes. They were first known as midget racing back in 1936. They drew huge crowds. I'm talking massive crowds to air races in the 30s and 40s. This specific class of Formula One changed from midget into Formula One and was introduced at the Cleveland Air Races in 1947 following World War II. They've had the same basic rules, Tommy, the entire time. It's an international formula, if you will. It's a true technical formula of how they develop the aircraft. Makes it very competitive. And let's talk a little bit about that, because they got a minimum of 5 gallons of fuel. You'll find very few of them take very much more than that because of the weight. It's a monoplane, single-wing aircraft, and there you can see where our course lays out in relation to the Roswell International Air Center and the city of Roswell. And looking at the course itself, this is our up-close and personal small course, or the
intimate course.
The inner course, 3.19 miles. From the home pylon there at the start-finish, we go from left to right. Around the course, counterclockwise, 6 pylons, 1, 2, and 3 on the north side, 4, 5, and 6 on the south. And we will do a number of, we'll do 8 laps, a little over 25 miles, Tommy, as we complete this race. So we talked about the aircraft being mono-wing. You can see that, one wing on these aircraft here. Fixed gear, they all fly the same engine. It's the Continental O200, 4-cylinder, engine that is the same thing you'd find in your family's Cessna 150. Now, racing typically, they're turning approximately a 54-inch prop at a little over 4,500 RPM, making about 160 horsepower, and the fastest aircraft in this class can reach up to 250 miles per hour. Tommy, we talked about how small they were as we saw the pilots get into them. You really strap these on, these Cassett racers that you see there. They do have a fixed pitch prop like we saw in the biplane class. Minimum weight is 500 pounds, which is about half the weight of a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. Pilot and gear in this class have to weigh a minimum of 150 pounds. So if you're small, you're very lightweight with all your gear on, you got to put a little extra weight in there. That all is about competition and even racing. Normally fully fueled and ready to go. Their total all up person in gear and everything are somewhere between 700 and 800 pounds. Again, we're going to do our 8 miles on our 3.19 mile course. Here it's a horse racing start, Tommy, in Formula One. Our heats will be on the runway as you see here in groups of 2. In this case, we have 5 aircraft in this. So I'm believing we'll see a configuration of 2 in the front row, 1 in the middle, and 2 in the back. That's typical of how that goes. And a little bit different than biplane, the subsequent rows don't depart with any delay.
Right.
So they're going to all go together. So it's kind of a green flag, everybody goes, Grand Prix style start. And when the green flag, we'll see flags again, or a starter with just a hand, depending on how they do it today. Again, we're on the north end of the runway, facing south on runway 17, so they'll take off and head that way into, like we talked about a minute ago. They'll initially, once airborne, will make a bit of a left turn and then turn around and come back. Now, these aircraft don't have starters on them, Tommy. You can see the crew on the yellow airplane there to the right. Yep. With coordination with the pilot, getting told everything's on, ignition's on, they're hand propping this airplane, and that's what you will see. A lot of coordination for safety between the pilot and the crew. Fuel's on, ignition's on, everything's ready to run, and you see the starter pull that prop through and then step back. You can see race 57 in the back already started. Yeah. And here with race 52, there that's feisty. Trent Woodworth about ready to get it started, get it going. So they'll get these engines running, let them warm up just a little bit, and we'll be ready to roll here momentarily. Such exciting class that we have here, Tommy. We've got a total of 10 aircraft in the class. We've got 7 Cassett racers, kind of like what you see. We have 2 shoestrings and 1 DG2 in frayed knot that we'll see later today in the day. There we go. Feisty got fired up there, these Cassett racers. And
Feisty, the number 2 qualifier, and in the background there, that's heat stroke, Carl Robinson, race 57, the number 1 qualifier.
Yeah, absolutely. And both Cassett racers on those, and then we'll see the rest of the field here in just a minute as they get ready to go. But you can see there's crews back on the rudder. There's crews near the wing, the ground crew helping the pilots finish all their final checks. There we are back farther in the field. And that looks like Chet Harris in Otnot, race 00, Tommy. Mm-hmm. He's in the 3rd place. Dominic Kakalici in lap traffic, race 72.
Yet another yellow plane. This is going to be a challenge for us to distinguish all of these planes, but we're going to do our best.
And to help us out in 5th position, Mark McIntyre in Tantrum. He's a red aircraft.
Yeah, that's a help. That's a very good.
And all 5 of these aircraft are Cassett racers, like you see here. And Tommy, you can see the wing is basically straight, as we mentioned yesterday, sometimes called the candy bar wing. It looks like a candy bar on there. We'll see a little bit different shape in some of the races in the A pairing later. Right. But there's a great shot of our field. You saw 2 in the front row. There's our single racer, number 3, Otnot, all by himself in the middle. And then the back row with Mark McIntyre and Dominic Kakalici back there. So all 5 racers ready to go. Again, we're going to do 8 laps. And once they take off, again, ladies and gentlemen, they'll take off on our screen from our right to our left. They'll make a slight left turn out to the east and then a right turn back around, and they'll come back from south to north along this same runway, which aligns with the course we saw the descriptor and the graphics of a few minutes ago, Tommy, and past that home pylon, headed northbound and headed for the guide pylon, which is also pylon number 1, and they will be on the course and racing at that point.
We'll start counting laps at that moment.
Formula One is so exciting, such history. We talked about the history all the way to the 30s, but just even what we've seen so far this week in Roswell. What an amazing facility. We're so excited to be here in southeast New Mexico. And for me as a New Mexico native, it's just really fun to see New Mexico step up, and Roswell specifically, and heard nothing but very positive comments back from the racers in all the classes on how much they like it. And you can see here the facility on your screen as our racers get ready to go. Now, our starter is probably just a little bit outside of our camera shot here, so we're going to watch for these aircraft to get ready to go, but we've got to be getting close now. These aircraft, again, just have that 5 gallons of minimum of 5 gallons of fuel, and they don't usually carry much more just because of the weight trade-off for doing that. So they don't have a lot of time for long engine runs or extra flying once they get going. So it is like we said, you strap these airplanes on more than you get into them. It's kind of like an extra large backpack. So here, looking at the field, Tommy, we're going to start with Mark McIntyre.
Yeah, Mark McIntyre Mark is from Canada, from St. John's, New Brunswick. That red plane is called a Tantrum, a Cassid A. It's going to be race 10.
And he's in our 5th starting position, back there on the back row.
There's the 4th starting position. That's Dominic Kakalici.
St. Petersburg, Florida. All the way from Florida.
Race 72.
Airplane he calls lap traffic.
Yeah. That's the goal for today.
That's
to
the
lap
goal.
the traffic.
Lap
if you
the
can
traffic.
do that, you're going to be not finishing last. So good aspirations there. That's the back row. And again, as we said, that lone plane in the middle row, 00, ought not. Clever name for 00.
Yeah, all the way from Anchorage, Alaska. Yeah, so we're excited to see him in the 3rd position. He's all by himself in that middle row, like Tommy said. And then we have the front row that we'll see here momentarily. We'll bring our entire class front. There's Trent Woodworth in race 52, Feisty, excuse me. The beautiful yellow airplane with a little bit of a orange tail there in the back. Tommy, help us separate him from the other yellow aircraft on the course.
Yep. Yeah, that's Trent right there. He's the solid yellow one there.
Yep, that was my bad too. Absolutely. So
52
it's a little,
and 57. It makes it even harder to distinguish.
Different shades of yellow for sure.
Numbers.
But there is Trent Woodward. Sorry,
sort of
my
a
bad.
mustard color with Trent.
Mustard
there.
color,
we'll
absolutely.
Stick with that, and then the orange tail that you talked about. That's how we'll be able to identify our top
and the one with the orange tail is Carl Robinson in race 57. And ladies and gentlemen, we're off. This is the Grand Prix start. So all 5 aircraft are rolling. You can see the spacing out with the rows. That's all about safety, but the aircraft are coming up to speed. The tails are in the air, and now as the airspeed builds, you'll watch the aircraft just lift off the runway gently as it just flies off the runway. Now watch the aircraft immediately begin to start a slight left turn. You'll see them move from off over the top of the runway a little bit to the left, and that's where they'll start that turnaround lap, which will happen to the left of our view here on screen. Beautiful split screen shot here. You see a close-up view of Feisty and Trent Woodworth there on the bottom. Some exciting racing coming up, Tommy.
Absolutely. They're going to go out taking off into the wind. They will turn around, reverse, come back. That will complete their preparation lap. And when they hit the course, they will start counting laps. We'll be right back with that.
On the back of that bull, 8 seconds is forever. At age 9, I became youth world champion. It all goes quiet. Then I nod. The next time I hear the crowd is when my boots touch the ground.
Well, our turn is over. We are back. We have hit the race course, and we are racing as of right now.
Absolutely, Tommy. All 5 aircraft have passed the start-finish line. The laps are counting as we're making our way around. Like all closed course pylon racing, it's shoulder to shoulder up close, and you can see we're down low at that minimum 50-foot altitude as we make our way around. And you can see our first competitors headed down the backstretch of our 3.1 nautical mile course. We're on the first of 8 laps here. Now, the competitors could jockey for position as they were making that turnaround lap. So as they come back around, we'll be looking to see where everybody, who's passed who,
right,
and the turnaround lap and where they are. They're now passing here. Our leaders are passing pylons 4, 5, and 6 as they head back into the home stretch, headed back for the home pylon as they are ready to make their way right back through here.
That was our pole sitter to start, Carl Robinson, in race 57.
And he's in second place right now with our leader out front of him as he's in second coming around. There's the third place plane in the top part of our screen going around the corner. And the leader is just pulling away a little bit. It looks like Robinson there in the lower portion of your screen is sliding backwards just a little bit from our leader, who's coming around the south end of the course right now.
That'll be a bit of a surprise.
That's Oughtnot.
Oughtnot is the leader. How about that?
Came from the second row in third position, and boy, he jumped out quick and really got up there. Qualifying speeds and pre-race speeds yesterday that positioned them for this pairing, Tommy, were very closely matched.
The top 3 were very, and Oughtnot was just a mile or 2 per hour behind the first 2, so it's anyone's race among the first 3.
They were right there together, but now you see in the top screen, you saw Oughtnot go around the outside of Mark McIntyre in race 10, who's already been lapped, and here you see Carl Robinson in heat stroke just about to pass him there on the far your back screen. You see that passing on the outside. So first and second place has already lapped our 5th place competitor in Mark McIntyre. But there's our leader right there, Oughtnot, beautiful white and purple casset. Chet Harris all the way down from Anchorage, Alaska. And boy, he's just on rails right here. Back in the pack there on the bottom part of our screen, Tommy, race 72. Dominic Kakalici in 4th place, doing a great job with his yellow casset as he's coming around down the back stretch while our leaders are on the front stretch of the race. So get a great perspective there of what the race course looks like here in Roswell as we see our 5th place competitor come past the home pylon there on the top, and you can see our leader there on the bottom. Chet Harris out front, picking them up and putting them down pretty fast, Tommy.
Yeah, he's easy to remember, double zeros, Oughtnot. And looking very much at home in the front runner position. I'd like to win this thing wire to wire, as they say.
There you see a great shot on the lower portion of your screen with our pylons with the red and white color coding of the inner or our smallest course that we're racing on here in Formula One. And again, true technical formula with all these aircraft very closely matched, all flying the same engine. And you can hear those 4-cylinder engines right here. Our leader went right by our pylon cam out in the desert. And it's great what we were able to bring you as you're watching at home or wherever you might be, being able to bring these aircraft right into your living room or your office or wherever you're at. And if you're watching at work, and we're not going to tell your boss, so we're glad you're here.
That's right, or wherever you sleep.
That's right. Beautiful white and purple airplane with 00, race 00, Oughtnot right there, out front and leading and pulling away, doing a great job. Chet Harris. And this is the B pairing of the class, and they've just kind of spread out across the race course, Tommy, and whatever he did last night in terms of...
Yeah, he did not finish that high yesterday. He was not in first at any point during yesterday's B-class race, but obviously something's been found.
Yeah, he wiped all the dirt off the wing or something. It's going a little bit faster today, and you can see there now on the top of the screen, he's beginning to catch, I believe that's Dominic Kakalici.
Yeah, he's already passed one. He's fixing to pass 2.
Yeah, look at the speed difference right here.
Oh, my goodness.
Both sides, top and bottom, you get to see the speed difference between Oughtnot and lap traffic. And unfortunately for Dominic, he became the lapped traffic. And then our 5th competitor, Mark McIntyre, the red airplane, is just about to get passed for a 2nd time as they come through the bottom of the course. You can see him there on your lower half of your screen. Chet Harris on the outside, again, pylon racing, you got to pass on the outside. And at the moment, Chet Harris just has a lot of speed on the rest of the field. And he's just picking them up and putting them down really fast here. Putting on a clinic, really, for Formula One racing, Tommy.
Yeah, he's almost notched 6 laps of our 8 laps, so he is getting this one behind him very, very quickly. He doesn't even feel the need to pass closely. He gives him plenty of wide berth. He can play it as safe as he wants to at this point.
Right. Love the split shot, Tommy. It's great for our viewers at home to be able to see the up-close personal view and as well as the perspective of the race course and how close this course really is up to the fans and the home pylon. And one of the great things about Roswell in all the classes, you can see these aircraft on all the courses all the time. So it's a wonderful venue here in Roswell. And here comes our leader for the beginning of his 8th and final lap. This is the white flag right there as he passed the home pylon. One more time around for Chet Harris and Ought Not as he leads this race.
Well, this has been total domination. There's no way to sugarcoat it the rest of the field. As well, half of them been passed by this racer, one of them twice. So that's the extent to which the domination has been playing out here. And as you say, you just got to keep it level. Bring it on home.
One of the great things, Tommy, with our cameras out in the pylons, and we get those great camera shots. We also get to hear. Listen to this Continental motor right here. Just the sound of air racing is just something, just gets my adrenaline going. Absolutely exciting. Well, coming around the final pylon number 6 for here, our winner, apparent unofficial winner, race 00, Ought Not, Chet Harris from Anchorage, Alaska.
17, went 140 and 10.
What a performance. He will be the man to beat as we turn our attention toward the gold. The gold is a way off. That's not till Sunday, but he is serving notice that he may be in it to win it.
Finishing second on your top screen there, apparently unofficially, is Carl Robinson. And then coming across here, race 72, Dominic Cacolici, back in the pack a little ways.
300,
and then here comes our, I believe, our 5th place finisher, Mark McIntyre in Tantrum. The red Cassett racer right here. Great race by him. He got passed a little bit, but you know what? He's out there earning experience and putting some miles on that aircraft.
Time in the seat is important to become a pilot.
Yep, and then because he finished, he got passed twice, you'll recall, so his race is over, although he technically had one more lap to go. And finishing here, Trent Woodworth and Feisty finishing, wrapping it up in 4th position right here for you. So, Tommy, what a race we had here in the B pairing of Formula One this morning here on Friday.
Kind of taken by surprise by 0-0. Ought Not.
Yeah, he did the, he got the speed rolling in that oil warm-up turnaround out there, and he was out in front when we started the race. There's Carl Robinson in position number 2, but from start to finish, once we started counting laps, Ought Not in race 00 had the speed. Here you see a great shot of the speed difference of him and some of the other competitors in this class as he just zips right on by Dominic Cacolici there as he makes his way, and he, wire to wire, was just right on that minimum altitude up close to those pylons. All legal, never cut a pylon all the way around, but some great racing, very competitive. And Chet Harris, all the way from Anchorage, Alaska, really putting on a clinic here in the B pairing for us, and there he takes the checkered flag and the unofficial winner of our 3B pairing today, Tommy.
All right, we've got some of our planes already on the ground there, and yeah, Chet Harris, he had the silver medal. He had that medal in mind for later in the week. Certainly has set the standard for the B class of F1. We got some more F1 racing coming up this morning, as a matter of fact.
We do. We've got, but before we get back to that, we've got another biplane heat coming up.
Some biplane next, and we'll be back with the A class of F1. So we're action-packed this morning in southeast New Mexico.
Yeah, it's going to be back-to-back all day, so an incredible lineup. And then, Tommy, once we get through those heats, we'll have a welcoming ceremony. There's your unofficial winner. A little bit of a go-around on the arrival there. Maybe the aircraft in front of him hadn't quite cleared the runway, or for whatever reason. That's just a normal operation for you fans at home. Go-around is always the safest thing to do if everything's not right. And so you see some of our competitors just kind of flying on through down the runway. What they will do is circle back around. And so it looks like what happened here is landing on the runway. Looks like that might be Feisty 52. Probably the engine quit. Remember, he had a little trouble getting it started.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a
So he was stopped on the runway, and that explained the go around.
Yeah.
So our safety folks, and you see the red four-wheeler there, and the gentleman in the yellow coveralls from Frost Safety. Frost is one of the premier safety organizations that helps out with not just air racing, but air shows across the country. They come in and help augment the local firefighting and rescue capabilities at a given airport. And there you see them on scene fast. And one of the things in the air show world, Tommy, is when we have an incident, the goal is to be anywhere on the airport within 60 seconds if rescue is needed. Frost provides a very unique capability to get there and do that. They are highly trained. Most of them are firefighters on the other part of their job. And there you see them doing that exactly. But there we see Trent Woodworth. He's out of his airplane. The airplane's been pushed clear of the runway, waiting for his tow vehicle
to
come
will
get him.
show up in a minute to get him out of the way. But till then, we're sort of in limbo on our gathering of the rest of the planes who are in the air right now.
All's good. He's waving to tell everybody I'm good. It's just the engine quit, and I couldn't taxi off the runway. Yeah. So, but Tommy, what I love about this is our fans at home got to see all the safety backup layered. Yeah. Safety is all about redundancy, and there's so many things in the aviation world that are all about safety, and they got to see it in action right here with our other competitors. Got the call from the race control and the air boss. They got to go around. They're circling around right now, and probably off camera they have circled over to the other runway here at Roswell International Air Center, because remember they only had 5 gallons of gas, so they can't go hold for a while and wait like sometimes happens to me and you when we're in the airline. Well, the weather hits and we get stuck sitting in the airplane.
We get routed.
Yeah. So anyway, it's going to be a great day, and we talked about the biplane heat coming up, another F1. STOL Drag will be back, and then we have some air show performers, because it's not just an air race here too.
Always. That's
National Championship Air Races. It's an air race and air show. Commemorative Air Force is here with a B-25 and a P-40 Warhawk, as well as B-29, the Fifi, out of Fort Worth, Texas, one of only 2 B-29s in the world that are flying today. We're going to see some T6 drag racing later, Tommy, which we don't usually see that until Friday, so excited to see that. We'll also see T6s later in the day in pylon racing. We have 2 jet heats later in the day and more air show acts. We've got Jim Tobel here in the F4U Corsair. Palm Springs Air Museum is here with a P-51 and a P-63 King Cobra. There's Jim Tobel right there on screen from yesterday.
Corsair.
Get to see him. And beautiful, historic World War II and Korean. That particular aircraft built in late 45, too late for World War II, but it saw action on 2 different carriers during the Korean War through 2 different squadrons. There's the P-63 King Cobra, pretty poly, out of the Palm Springs Air Museum. We're going to see that again here. You see it in flight with the other aircraft from the museum. P-51 D model, that's Bunny. We'll get to see them fly again later today. We've got Jim Pites in his aerobatic Bonanza. If you haven't seen Gentleman Jim fly, you're going to stick around and see it. We'll have in-camera footage just like you see right there in cockpit camera.
That was the best part of it yesterday.
Yeah, Jim is such an amazing aviator, and he does such a great job in that Bonanza. We've got the Bill Brock and the jet car. Wow, it's amazing to see this. And you know, yesterday we got to see Tommy, Jim Pites and Bill Brock actually raced, and I understand they've kind of been nose to nose all morning this morning about who's faster. So we may see another race today, and then right from New Mexico native here as well. This is Bob Carlton from Moriarty, New Mexico, and his twin jet powered sailplane. Normally you don't see jet engines on a sailplane, but Bob's a retired true rocket scientist from Sandia National Labs there in New Mexico, and so he able to aerodynamically engineer, build this aircraft. And he does a phenomenal job showing this aircraft in aerobatics. So it's going to be a great day, Tommy, all around between air racing and air show. Phenomenal day here in Roswell.
That's working on an airplane, say, hey, I want to get involved, and those people will really show you everything. Everybody says they come for the cool planes and the race, but they stay for the family. We're always looking for more, so come on by anytime. We'd love to have you.
All it takes to get a start, as you just mentioned, Scott Holmes, be there. So somebody will give you a wrench and say, hold on to this, and 2 years later, you're racing or building aircraft or both. Okay, racers coming safely on the ground. Scott, don't go too far. We've got another race before the grand opening, for our official grand opening, and we're going to go into biplane racing again.
Thanks for having me, Danny.
Yeah, good to be here. Thank you. From coming down all the way from the great country of Canada. Turn around and say hi to all your fans. Scott Holmes, racer extraordinaire, and a great color commentator. Thank you, brother. Good to see you again. Don't go far. We need you. All right, half an hour, he said. All right, while we do that, while we get the biplanes in position, time to take a dash, if you need to, so that you don't miss anything. You know what I mean, the facilities. And hydrate, if you will, suntan lotion, sun blocker, lip protection, all of that. We want you to stay comfortable throughout the entire day and stay as healthy as you possibly can. Grand opening should be at 10:20 this morning. So right after the opening ceremony, we will have the final STOL drag race of the day. They'll be all heading back to the pits and checking on the aircraft, checking on strategy, and just having a ton of fun back there, poking fun at one another. Over the top of that music, that's okay. We're going to remind you, too, that again this year, the 60th year of National Championship Air Racing, the world's fastest motorsport. 60 years this year in our new location that we absolutely love. We love Roswell. Give them a big hug. In your program, all the information, photos, and history of all the classes of racing, along with the speeds that got them the gold medal, the jets, the T6s, the biplanes, the Formula Ones, and the new extended race course depicted on page 18 and 19 of your program. And as we're getting ready for some STOL competition, they start on page 34 and continue on from there. Race control. You can imagine before we can let race fly, you're going to throw off more, right into the race course. You first go to the race course, right? You can have all the speed before that. race orders, of course, would never continue. On the runway or our emergency vehicle out of position. So coming down the Valley of Swede is our first racer of the day. We call the vault. Yes. Okay, we only have one entry. So we can use this approximately. All right, so maybe 17, 18 miles an hour. Smaller races? It's a complete sweep.
They have now wrapped up a sort of an extended process of getting all of our F1 races from the previous race, getting all those racers off the course there. Had a few little issues there, difficulties getting the way cleared, but all's good, all's well, and we are ready to proceed on. As promised, we have biplane racing coming up next. You can see one of our players right there in this field of biplane 3A. This is day 3. Or race day 3, and Group A, the top group of qualifiers in biplane. Definitely looking forward to this, another trip around our 3.1 mile course. Six laps this time around. It's great pilots. Getting everything set in these very much. If you're familiar with the biplane format, you've probably seen it at work in agricultural applications. But here for the racing, for the aerobatics, they are much smaller, much more aerodynamic, and very interesting to watch them race on this course here, approaching 200 miles an hour. We had a biplane race earlier today, race 3B, and a late entry into that was Michael Langston in the Misfit race 8, who definitely became part of the conversation.
So races were clean yesterday, a lot of fun yesterday in the silver heat, hanging in there, close racing. It was all fun. The gold heat, I'm a little bit slow, but I'm trying to run a tight line to catch up with the guys in front of me. We'll see what today brings. It's going to be a good race. Yeah, out there. You don't have time to look down at the instruments much. You're full throttle, going as hard as you can go, and hoping you built your equipment well enough for it to stick together, and just going all out. Occasionally, you'll take a quick glance down to make sure you're not cooking anything. But if you're tangled up with another airplane and you're fighting for position, you're just full throttle going hard. Yeah, Roswell is actually a great course. A lot of these airplanes, including this one, were built for about 5,000 foot density altitude race courses. And this Roswell's working out great. It is an amazing course. I'm super happy to be here. It's dead flat, it's easy to see. The pylons are visible. There's not a lot of visibility out of these airplanes, but this course has been fantastic for us.
Michael Langston, race 8, the Misfit, going to be racing again for us here momentarily when we get biplane Class A, Heat 3A, going on this morning in Roswell, New Mexico, the Roswell International Air Center, the new home for the National Championship Air Races. Glad you're with us. TGI Friday for sure, TGIF. We're happy with a big weekend coming up, and this particular sport here, this is the peak weekend of the year. No doubt about it.
It is, and the airplane you see there is race 3, Sam Swift. He's our defending national champion from 2023. The race 03, Smoking Hot, is the aircraft, and pilots and crews getting ready to go here as we get set to run this A pairing. And we just heard from Michael Langston, Tommy, and he raced in the B pairing earlier, but he's also going to be back here
double duty
in double duty here in the A pairing here momentarily. So we will have 5 aircraft in this race with Michael Langston in our 5th spot. So with the kind of start that we do, we'll have 2 in the front row, 2 in the middle row, and Michael Langston by himself in the 3rd row. And we'll talk about that start and all that here in just a minute. But you can see the Sam Swift there. Got all his congratulations and good luck hugs and all that stuff, and now having a final coordination conversation with our race officials. You can see the red flag there blowing in the wind. And right now our aircraft are set up on the south end of runway 35 facing north, and the wind, the flag is telling you we got a tailwind.
Yeah.
So my guess is they're talking about wind speed, because I believe it's a 10 knot limit on how much tailwind these aircraft can tolerate. And looks like we're getting a thumbs up.
Got a thumbs up, so they may be going in the right direction, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. So they will go here in just a few minutes when we get all the pilots in the aircraft. We'll get the engines started. And we'll head out. You see the way that we talked about how they're setting. You can see all 5 of the aircraft now. 2 in the front row, 2 in the middle row, 2 and 1 in the back. We'll detail those competitors for you here momentarily. But we do have a Grand Prix style start here in Biplane. Or a racehorse start, if you will. Each row starts with 4-second intervals. And here, let's go through the field. Tommy, this is our pole position number 1.
Yeah, Tom Martin won the A-class race yesterday. Yesterday's race, it was the favorite, was the top qualifier. And that is going to be race 66 from Reno, Pennsylvania. Second Hand is the name of that airplane.
And there we come back to race 3. Our defending national champion pilot still not ready to hop in, but getting close. Sam Swift out of Lebanon, Tennessee. And he calls that aircraft last call. And when he raced in 2023, under race 3, his aircraft was called Smoking Hot.
Well
so
done.
I don't know if it's the same airframe or not. We'll have to chase that down. Inquiring minds want to know. But definitely what he has there here.
You have the race. You have.
There is race 1-7, Andrew McVicker, Tom.
Andrew McVicker in the yellow airplane there, the Pitts S1 from Reno, Pennsylvania. It's race number 17.
And we make our way over in the 4th position to his left, Tommy Sewell, race 25. Shake and bake is what he calls that airplane, and the hand signals you see there, he's about to start that engine, and he comes to us all the way from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah, not that far away. In the back row, the fifth competitor, we can sort of peer around the edge there and get a look at that distinctive black biplane there. The Misfit, Pitts LHN, flown by Michael Langston of Seattle, Washington. That is race number 8.
Well, that's our 5.
Formidable looking.
Yeah, absolutely. And folks, as you see Michael Langston taxi and then fly on the course, I want you to look at the rudder. The very back portion of his vertical stab. On the movable part of that, the rudder, he's got this beautiful green outline of an alien. Kind of his tribute to Roswell, I believe.
The spirit of the thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Absolutely.
So look for that as you see him race. One of the really cool little details that my airplane geekery just doesn't stop finding. But what's great about this class, as well as all of them, all the competitors this year in biplane, Tommy, they're all flying some variant of the Pitts Special. Airplane designed by Curtis Pitts back with its first flight in 1944, specifically built and designed for aerobatic flight. There's been various variants of the Pitts Special, the S1, the S2, and so forth, but all of our competitors are flying some variant of that here in the biplane class. And for many years, the Pitts biplanes dominated world aerobatic competition, especially 60s, 70s, 80s, and even today, these aircraft are very, very competitive in aerobatic competition. Today, they're surpassed a little bit by mono-wing, single aircraft, single-wing airplanes that are a little more powerful, a little more dynamic with some of the 3-dimensional aerobatics that happen today. But it's still a very, very potent aircraft in lower aerobatic categories. But here in the biplane class, the Pitts is the premier aircraft you want to race, and that's why you see all of our competitors this year, all 9 of them have Pitts biplanes.
It's the gold standard for biplanes in this modern era. And we certainly appreciate the skills of these pilots here. They have a lot to deal with. Visibility is never easy when you got 2 wings to look around, above and to the side as well. The wind can affect them in a big way.
Yes, it can.
And stay on top of that.
We're under our wind limit for tailwind departure, so that's good. So we are going to take off to the north. So as they take off, we talked about the 4-second delay between rows taking off as they go. So the second row will wait 4 seconds to go, then 4 additional seconds, and Michael Langston in the third row. Now those times, don't worry about the positioning fans, because the race officials will account for that in their final time, and those handicaps, if you will be taken back off as they go. Like all closed course pylon racing, you have to pass on the outside. So the first time that they get airborne on the runway, they will pass the start-finish line, and begin their first trip around the course, but that's what we know as our starter lap or our oil warm-up lap. So while they can jockey for position and pass and maneuver on that lap, we don't start counting the laps until they come back around to the start-finish line to our home pylon one more time, and then we'll start counting our 6 laps on our 3.1-mile course.
Still got the red flag flying. We will see the green flag when we were very, very close to start time. I think all of our props are turning.
Yeah, it looks like we've got all the motors going now finally, and everybody's getting the engines warmed up, checking that oil pressure, looking to make sure that everything's in line. You heard from Michael Langston right before our in our pre-race interview, talked about there's not a lot of time to look down and check the gauges when you're on the course and competing. So part of what they're doing now is just making sure everything looks right. Kind of normal pre-takeoff checklist you would do in any aircraft, just making sure that everything is where it should be. And the engine is happy up front and doing well and ready to race. And the crews you can see are still there on the runway with the competitors, holding the wing struts, holding the tail, just helping them sit there in that tailwind. As you can see in that flag, it's not a perfect straight-on tailwind. It's a little bit of a right quartering, slightly from the southeast, as they sit facing northbound on runway 35 here at the Roswell International Air Center. It's beginning to get a little warm here in Roswell today, Tommy. You can see some of those heat waves in our long camera shot.
A little bit. There's there's a bit of haze, and that's going to be there because it's this time of year. That's fire season out west, and there is actually a fire in northwest New Mexico, but a lot of fires as you head up north and east of here that are affecting that. On clear days, as I understand it, you can see the Sierra Blanca Mountains to 70 miles to the east over there.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit west of the airport there, you can see
west of, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Capitan out there, and the mountains that are over there, and we'll get those in some of our longer camera shots here later as we watch.
If we get a little help from the haze, we could be able to see them today. The Sierra Blanca Mountain, 11,000 feet out there.
Yeah, beautiful area. If you've never been there, Roswell, New Mexico, and Sierra Blanca, Ruidoso, all of those areas are somewhere you want to come visit. And what a great partner that all of those, the state of New Mexico, city of Roswell, New Mexico True, have all been amazing partners for the National Championship Air Races. And proud to be part of it. And we're looking at our officials here as they are continuing to talk. There's the 5-minute warning. You see there, maybe 4 minutes. See the hand go up there. And so we're timing back again with race control, who is controlling everything on the airfield during the air races. So they are positioned up in the FAA Air Traffic Control Tower alongside some of the FAA controllers, but during the temporary flight restriction where we run the air show and the air races, the race control is up there, and they're controlling where everybody taxis and maneuvers on the ground in the operational areas, as well as on the runways where you see our competitors here. So you see the ground crews still, as we got a few minutes here, as the aircraft are just continuing to sit there and get warmed up as they finish their final checks, and we wait for that official timing to come from race control, Tommy.
And this is a working airport at the same time. The big facility at large, the center, is a much larger runway for commercial traffic. To the south, I believe, south.
Here's 3 minutes. Hand signal from our starter officials there. So it may seem like to our viewers on the live stream and the TV show, Tommy, that, well, why are we waiting so long? Looks like we're ready to go. There are other activities happening associated with the air races, and you can hear the house announcers in the background, and there may be some other things maneuvering. So the timing of the start of this race is coordinated early on. Big master schedule is built, and so that's what we're working up to. When you see those number of minutes come from our official there with his hand to the racers, he's just informing the racers of what he's getting from race control, as all the big moving parts. Logistics to put on a national championship air race is absolutely immense and complex, and they do such a great job of pulling it all together, and we've had a phenomenal week so far, Tommy.
6 laps are going to go by very, very fast in this race, which we've got to think is pretty much pending very, very soon.
Yeah, well, we've got to be in about 1 minute to race time, or close, minute and a half, because that's when the crews get the signal to leave. And you saw there right on cue, they all looked at their pilot, make sure the brakes were working. We're going to let go and we're going to walk off. Now they leave to get out of the area, to get out of the clear of the safety area, so that we just have essential personnel there in terms of our starters and our race official. And typically what will happen is with the final minute, we will see the green flag get picked up, and then typically the starter will hold both flags together until about 10 seconds, and he'll put the he or she will put the red flag down, holding only the green flag, and then when those 10 seconds count down, the green flag drops and the race is underway.
Two top qualifiers you see in our shot right there. Race number 3, Sam Swift, second place qualifier, first place and winner yesterday in the 3A class, in the 2A class yesterday. Tom Martin, race 66.
And paint scheme coloring on Tom Martin's airplane, very unique for aircraft in general, but beautiful cream-colored airplane. He listed as tan, kind of a neat olive drab kind of camo
two-tone
up there on the top of the cowl, and that helps with sun reflection, I'm sure, out in front of that cockpit on top of that cowling behind the engine. A little bit darker, flat color. But beautiful paint scheme, and just one of the fascinating things about air racers is I love to look at, see at all the little details, the things they do with their paint and their design and their decals and all those sort of things. And it's just look at the difference between these two aircraft, Tommy. They're both variants of the Pitts S1, but look at the shape of the canopies on these two. The Sam Swift in race 3 on your left side, see how it's lower and it's trimmed down and it's smoother. And there's the green flag up. We're within a minute. You can see they're beginning to roll a little bit. There we go. We are underway, Tommy. Our second and third row will wait about 4 seconds each and then depart. But the biplane very quickly gets up to speed, the tail starts flying, and then you just let the airspeed build on the wing, and the airplane will fly off the runway. And you see Sam Swift making pretty quick air. He got airborne first, but building a little bit speed. Tom Martin in second hand in race 66 with the inside part, as we see in the lower portion of the screen. Out front and pulling away. Again, that's probably the difference in the fixed pitch prop choice between the two of them. One gets going a little faster than the other one, but once up to speed, we'll see how they go. Now, these two aircraft are within just a couple of knots each other in their racing speed yesterday, as we are now in our oil warm-up or our starter lap, Tommy. Our leaders are headed down the back stretch, and you see our final competitors passing in the lower portion of our screen and are on course now as well. So we're going to watch now as we come around. Don't forget, folks, the competitors can maneuver and pass for position during this warm-up lap, but we don't start counting laps until our leader crosses the start-finish line and the home pylon on this time by. So they're just entering the southern end of our 3.1-mile close-up and personal course. And here they come rolling out around pylon number 6, headed home up the home stretch. And there we go, Tommy. We are officially underway, now counting lap number 1.
Counting laps, Tom Martin put a little distance between himself and number 2 qualifier Sam Swift, and race number 3, the white plane.
Great shot there on the bottom half of our screen. You can see our leaders out in front as our positions 3, 4, and 5 make their way by a little bit behind, and there comes position 5 with Michael Langston in the bottom. So you can see almost well over a half of a lap lead for our leader. Don't forget, we did have that 4-second delay and then total of 8 seconds to our number 5. So it's a little bit of an illusion, and those times will be adjusted by the race officials when it's all said and done for final position. But our leader right here, just like yesterday, Tom Martin in second hand, the tan, beautiful Pitts S1, race 66, out in front and leading as he come by the home pylon to complete lap number 1.
Leader on top. Let's go back in the race. This is 4th and 5th right there.
Andrew McVicker in the yellow airplane, and Tommy Sewell right there with him. And they started in positions 3 and 4, and looks like they're still in that there as they make their way through. And Tommy Sewell trying to find a way to get caught up to McVicker. Watch Sewell as he enters the pylon turns. You notice he not only is going to have to pass on the outside, we saw him do this yesterday. One of Tommy's common strategies is he will often climb up high in the turn, and then as he rolls out on the straightaway, you'll see him descend, try to convert that altitude into some extra airspeed. And you can see him slowly beginning to gain some distance as that strategy is beginning to pay off. Now watch here as they hit the south end 3 pylons on this course. Tommy again is climbed back up just a little bit. And by climb up, Tommy, we're still talking maybe 10 or 15 feet.
Not that far up, no.
Our minimum altitude, 50 feet, and he's probably up around 60, 70 feet in the highest point of his turn. And here is the top part of our screen. You see them rolling out on the home stretch, headed for the home pylon. Tommy Sewell again.
He picked up a little bit in that last lap.
He is slowly gaining on him, and his strategy is working.
Away at him.
And we'll jump back on the top part, back to our leader. There is Tom Martin. Second hand.
Yeah, he's keeping Sam Swift at bay at present, for sure.
Yeah, as you can see that gap on the bottom portion of your screen with the between first and second. He is jumped out front and kind of pulling away a little bit. But let's jump back to the race within the race here. You see Tommy Sewell again in position number 4, trying to battle for third right here.
Yep.
Really, it's playing out just like we thought. In the straightaways, Tommy's able to run him down a little bit and then hold his position through the turns. Great shot there of Andrew McVicker in the yellow and white pits. Tommy Sewell up high, trying to get some altitude. That watch right here as they roll out to the right. Wings come level. Tommy puts the nose down, tries to accelerate, get that extra knot or two. That makes the difference. As we come by the home pylon here, he's almost gotten side by side. This is close course racing right here.
He is chewing away the difference there, 1 bite at a time there. Each lap he gets a little bit closer. We're almost halfway through with this race. We are for the leaders right now.
Yep, we're on lap number 3. So they're headed down the backstretch here. The battle for third position, nice and tight. Tommy continues to gain a little bit on the straightaways, and then he's able to maintain position in the turns. Does he have enough laps left to make up the difference? It's a little bit of a gain every time, but is it going to be enough? Is there enough mileage left in the course for Tommy Sewell to overtake third position? We shall see.
Watched him race yesterday in race 2A. He's not afraid to get in there. I mean, mix it up in close quarters. There's no problem with him for that. He will get close to it.
Tommy's a professional pilot for his day job when he's not racing, and you see some of that extensive aviation experience playing out here. And that time it looked like McVicker was able to kind of maintain the distance that time around.
He did not lose any on lap number 3.
So we'll see as we come around here and see if this battle can turn into something. There you see on the bottom portion of your screen, we watch our leader pass our number 5th. And we're starting the white flag lap there for our leader. Final time around as he laps Michael Langston there in the black biplane. You see our number 2 aircraft on the bottom beginning to pass there. There comes our leader.
No problems for Tom Martin, absolutely.
Sam Swift in race number 3 is lapping Michael Langston there on the bottom portion of your screen. But our leader, race 66, Tom Martin, who's apparently looks to be wire-to-wire lead and a potential unofficial win as he comes around our last pylons one last time.
Currently in second place as he has been through the entire race here. Never once being able to challenge race 66 Tom Martin.
And there they come. Tom Martin headed for the checkered flag right here, Tommy. Final time, your unofficial winner here in the 3A pairing. Sam Swift for second. We still have a battle for third right here. The black aircraft is done, but he's finishing in 5th. He still had one more lap to go if the race hadn't ended. Now this is our battle for third.
Yeah, that's a do or die for Tommy Sewell right here.
Andrew McVicker and Tommy Sewell. We'll see if he can do it. He's been able to try to gain on him a little bit. They're going to finish this one last time past pylon number 5 there as they head to the home stretch. Watch here as they roll out. Tommy Sewell's going to, whatever he's got, it's going to be here. I'm sure he's
nothing going to be left after this. No.
He's probably bending that throttle lever right now, but so is Andrew McVicker. And Andrew looks to be able to hold him off. Tommy, I don't know. Oh my goodness.
Well, he gave him a little
close one.
Gave him a little scare at the end, that's for sure, but it's going to be McVicker in 3rd place.
Yep, absolutely. Tommy stayed in 4th and Michael Langston finished 5th. So, wow, what a race. We had some good stuff up front and some good stuff in the back, and they actually finished in the order they started, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But we did have some very competitive racing. Let's take a look at the replay. Here you see Tom Martin in race 66 out front from the start as we began the warm-up lap right there. And then as he comes around, you see that Tom just in race 66 on rails, smooth, Smooth is fast, fast is smooth, but the race that developed most closely throughout the race was the battle for third. Right here with Andrew McVicker and Tommy Sewell. Tommy Sewell ran him down for quite a while, but Andrew was able to stay out in front, and the old adage of the inside place is the shortest way around the track played out here, Tommy.
Absolutely was.
Tommy Sewell was unable to get around the outside and shake and bake with race 25. It was very close at the end. He gave it all he could, but Andrew was able to hold him off. And we watch here, look how close that got. They were right beside each other for a good portion of the race. And there comes right near the end, that was the start of our white flag final lap for our leader. And there he is on his final time around of these 6 laps. A little over 19 miles, and there's the checkered flag and your unofficial winner. Here was the very close finish right here for third. This is third and fourth with McVicker in the yellow biplane holding on for third. Tommy,
Almost
what an exciting
copy
race.
of yesterday's race. As far as Tommy Sewell goes, he was dueling Tom Martin for the top spot yesterday in that race. And, so he's had 2 close calls, but disappointed in the end for Tommy Sewell. He's in 4th place, and Tom Martin undefeated in Biplane A so far in this special week in New Mexico. Sam Smith, race number 3, last call. In 2nd place, Andrew McVicker, race 17. Yellow jersey is 3rd. Tommy Sewell, as we say, 4th place, race 25, Shake and Bake. And Misfit with Michael Langston, race 8, in 5th place. And that's the 2nd, and that wraps up our biplane racing for today. We'll have plenty more of it as we push on through the weekend, through Sunday. We'll slate of racing each and every day.
Tommy, I think we'll be back with some Formula One racing here shortly.
We have the A race in the Formula One coming up, and that is going to be exciting for sure. We'll tell you, step back for just a minute, and we will return.
I was born in these mountains. Got my first pair of skis when I was 3. I was never afraid to go fast. I got faster until nobody could catch me. 154.06 miles per hour. The fastest American ever.
Straight down into the core of the earth, 700 feet beneath the surface. Stalagmites and stalactites, million-year-old all-stars in a natural stadium, carved by water, populated by bats, and marveled by all. Carlsbad Caverns National Park.
What a place. No place like it in these here United States. Roswell, New Mexico. Southeast New Mexico. Great aviation history, all sorts of tourist interest and attractions. People go out of their way to come by this one-of-a-kind town. And now it's got something else, another feather in their cap. They are now the home of the National Championship Air Races. Had the last flag over in Nevada in 2023, and this is the first week of the new chapter. And our racing continues through the morning here. It's morning time still in the mountain time area for sure. Formula One, we got one more Formula One heat for you today, and this is the top of the class, the 3A heat in Formula One. Had a great race in this class yesterday, and we'll see how it turns out today. We are scheduled to have 5 planes, Rob, racing in this one.
Absolutely, and we'll get to see some of the other types of aircraft. In our earlier race, we saw just the Cassett racers, and we'll get to see a snowshoe in this class, as well as a Gilbert DG2 in Freydnot. in the different types of more modern aircraft, composite, but all of the Formula One aircraft are built and maintained by their pilots and their crews, and such a great class. And we talked about it being kind of the original air racers dating back to the 30s. We talked a lot about that earlier, and some of the rules that apply to that are. Josh Watson is our defending national champion. We're going to get to see him in this race. He's got the pole position on this race. And there's a look again at our up close and personal 3.19 mile course. And as you head into the start, past the start-finish home pylon, the 6 pylons that make up our course, 3.19 miles, fly it counterclockwise to the left. Fly low, go fast, turn left, as they say, Tommy. That's what we're going to see here in the A pairing here in Formula One, F1, as we get ready to go.
8 laps we're looking at here for our 5 planes in this race here. This is the top, again, the top of the F1 class here. This is an A-class race, or a gold class, as it would be at the end of the week when the medals come into play on the final day on Sunday. We'll be here with that for you as well. Here's a look at our teams and their support crews making ready for this big race.
They're getting out onto the runway. You can see the aircraft get towed out. They're fairly small. They're fairly lightweight. You can tow them with a golf cart, as you see by some of them, to get them out into position. And they tow them backwards, put a little dolly underneath the tail wheel, and get them out there. Now, one of the folks was asking earlier about Justin Metters and Limitless, who we often see in this class and in the A race, and defending national, multi-time, 3-time national champion. Justin is the vice president of the F1 Racing Association. He's actually here in Roswell.
Oh, he's here
at the races, but he's not racing this year.
Well,
and he has bought himself a STOL airplane. And he's been competing back in Texas in a lot of STOL events. And he told me before the races, Tommy, that we may see him in future years at the STOL race, STOL drag racing. So,
well, I have no doubt he will excel, because he is an overachiever for sure.
He's kind of done everything, proved every point in F1, and he's still a huge supporter and part of the F1 organization. Just not racing this year, but he is there supporting all of these racers. And we're about to see the best of the best, the fastest, if you will, here in the F1 class, the A pairing here momentarily. And we're in for another great race on our up close and personal 3.1 mile class. Don't forget, folks, if you're just joining in the F1 Formula One class, it's a true technical formula, if you will, that defines how the aircraft are built and sized. And so they all have to be monoplane, meaning one wing. That wing area is limited to 66 square feet. They all have to have a fixed gear, meaning they can't retract the gear. All have the same Continental 0200 4-cylinder engine. That's the same engine you would find in your family Cessna 150. It's normally a 100 horsepower engine, but in racing configuration, we turn a smaller prop, get them up to 4,500 RPM, make about 160 horses on average, and the fastest aircraft in this class will approach over 250 miles an hour. In fact, Fraid Knott, our pole position sitter here in this race we're about to see, was topping out at about 254 knots yesterday, Tommy, so really pushing the limits there. They all have a fixed pitch prop, which is a decision the pilot and the crew make before they get out and go racing. Do you want to get going fast, early? Do you want a higher top end speed? And the analogy I like to think about, Tommy, it's like riding a bike with one gear. You got to pick that gear, and how are you going to do it?
Let me ask you a question, Rob. Do these teams arrive with multiple prop selections in their gear, in their gearbox, so to speak?
Some do. Tommy, it can depend on the individual racer, but I know a lot of them will often bring different propellers, and they're making that decision pre-race based on what they see as the forecast temperature, the humidity, the density, altitude for us here in Roswell.
Wind speeds.
Wind speed, those type of things all play into, as well as their competition, but that choice gets made. The aircraft gets all put together, ready to go in the pre-flight, and then when we're at this point towing him out to the runway, obviously all that work
can't do a last-minute switcheroo on those things, right? Okay.
Takes a little too long, but that is part of the strategy, Tommy, that all goes into how the racers prepare and the decisions they make. You've heard the racers talk on a couple of our interviews about the altitude. We're about 1,500 feet lower mean sea level in Roswell than we were in Reno, which means the air is a little thicker. It's also a little warmer, but the aircraft, while you get a little bit higher drag in thicker air, you also get better better performance. Your engine's sucking in more air. You can combust it. You can get more horsepower. So it's a trade-off on that for sure as we get ready to go. The last of the class rules, Tommy, that we talked about beyond the fixed pitch propeller, the minimum weight is 500 pounds, about half the weight of a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. And in this class, the pilot and their gear have to weigh a minimum of 150 pounds. So if you by chance are small and thin and light and with all your gear on, you don't hit that 150-pound mark, they're going to add a little weight. And that is all about the true technical formula that is Formula One racing and making it competitive to where they're all basically starting on an equal footing, if you will.
From the look of it, I think we're going to be taking off to the south again, as we did in the first Formula One race of our morning.
Yeah, absolutely. That's driven by the winds here today. We've got a little bit less than 10-knot wind blowing out of the south, slightly southeast. So as our airplanes get set here and they prepare to depart southbound on runway 17 here at the Roswell International Air Center, they will have a quartering headwind from their left front as they depart, Tommy. And but these aircraft are so light and so small, you can see compared to the crew standing there, they barely come to your waist at the top of the cockpit there. So they don't handle tailwinds very well on departure, especially being a tail dragger. Any kind of wind from the back, that tail tries to get in front of the front end of the airplane. We call that a ground loop. So to avoid that, we have a procedure to depart to the south into the wind, which is the safest procedure. We'll talk about that starting process here momentarily. But once airborne, then our competitors will turn slightly to the left, get east of the runway. They'll make a right-hand sweeping turn, come back up runway 35, opposite direction of where they just took off, and that will count as our starter lap or our oil warm-up lap. And once the first aircraft passes the home pylon, that's when the timing starts. And different than what we saw in the biplane class just a minute ago, here in Formula One, we do a true Grand Prix start where once the flag drops, they all take off together. So there's no delay for subsequent rows. And the timing will start, and we'll start counting laps when the leader, the first aircraft, crosses the home pylon. That's a good look there, Tommy, at our pole sitter, Josh Watson, in frayed knot. Frayed knot, the airplane we talked about flew at over 254 miles an hour yesterday, Tommy.
Yeah.
This is the Gilbert DG2. This aircraft itself has a amazing history. The aircraft itself, frayed knot, was a 3-time national champ when Lowell Slater flew it. It was known as Race 13 at the time. And now Josh Watson, our defending national champion from 2023. And here he is leading the pack again. So the airplane's got a rich history, and so does Josh.
Yeah, Josh has a rich history this week here. The race yesterday in 2A was totally dominated by Josh Watson. As expected, he was the favorite. And I don't know. Is the wing configuration? What else is in?
Yeah, interesting thing to look for, fans. I want you to look at Josh's airplane at frayed knot when it gets airborne. We talked about the candy bar shaped wing on the Cassett racers earlier. Look at the shape of this wing once it's airborne. A little hard to tell here, but the front of the wing is curved all the way back with a straight trailing edge. It's a composite airplane with a thin airfoil. It's very aerodynamic. You can see the tail wheel even has a fairing there on the back, underneath the back of the airplane. On the other Cassett racers, you'll see the tail wheel is actually just kind of a spring steel with a wheel on the bottom of it. All those little things add up to a little bit more speed, and once you get to the very competitive top, every little half a knot counts.
Yeah. This is our little vantage point here. Just want to invite you in for just a few minutes. That is Rob Lowe right there, ladies and gentlemen. Air race host, air show host extraordinaire, and a huge fan of racing and the entire aviation world. So lucky to have you here, Rob, with us for yet again. I think this is your 4th year here.
It is. Excited to be here, Tommy, and honored to be here with you, Tommy Sanders, host extraordinaire on so many television and outdoor sporting programs. And Tommy, it's really an honor to be here with you, and so we're having fun.
I'm just here to read the scores.
Yeah, well, those that know me well know
they also serve who read the scores.
The airplane geekery goes down to my cellular level, and so you folks are just going to have to put up with that, but we are having fun. So we're sitting right beside you at home as you're watching these races. We're the #1 fan right there with you, and can't wait to see this F1 A pairing get rolling here in just a minute. Heat 3A. saw the canopy snap on with the crew there on frayed knot. And while we were talking with us here in the studio, we had a good shot of a Cassett racer. There you see our front row, Justin Phillipson next to him, no strings attached,
right,
in the shoestring racer, which is the third variant of the types of aircraft that we have here at the National Championship Air Races this year. And then again, the Cassett racers, we've got 2 of those in positions 4 and 5. The back row back there on the right side of your screen, so we've got 2 in the front, 1 in the middle, and 2 in the back. And again, when we start here in a second, they will all depart together, no delay for subsequent rows, and head off on that turnaround lap, which will be the count as the oil warm-up or the starter lap for us, Tommy.
It doesn't take long either. They just got to go out and do that. And when they hit once they hit the race course, we are counting laps. So it happens really quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about the true technical formula, the formula that's used for Formula One racing. It's an international society, and in their rules, it talks about when that very first aircraft, whoever it is, through that oil warm-up lap, however it happens as a turnaround like we're going to see today due to the wind, or whether they go around the course in the opposite configuration. When the first aircraft comes by the home pylon, that's when the clock starts. We start counting laps, and away we go. We're going to do 8 laps today, Tommy. A little more than 25 miles around our up-close and personal 3.1-mile course. And there we're getting close. You see the officials have given the crews the high sign. Time to get off the runway.
Yeah. Get ready to go here.
Do you see frayed knot is being pulled off of the course?
Uh-oh.
Up there in the front row. So
Well,
I don't know if he
good.
had a mechanical issue when they tried to start the motor. We'll keep an eye on that, late breaking news, but if he continues to stay off and we go ahead and start, then Justin Phillipson in race 79, no strings attached, will depart obviously by himself in the front row. We're not going to adjust row positionings at this point. So we got a single aircraft row 1, single aircraft row 2, 2 aircraft back in row 3, and we have dropped down to a 4 aircraft race. It appears that frayed knot, Josh Watson, something in the airplane, either is the engine fired up, something wasn't right, or let's hope not, but something may have broken. Who knows? More to come. Inquiring minds want to know. We'll have to figure that out.
We can see it. It's right in front of all of us here. You at home, us. We'll keep our eyes peeled and see if we can get any additional information.
So every indication is right now that Josh Watson will be a DNF as it did not finish. And they have pulled him clear of the runway. You can see our starter just, it's kind of hard to see, it's a ways away, but the gentleman in the bright yellow vest right off the nose, slightly to our right of frayed knot there, standing on the far edge of the runway, that is the starter. They're not using a flag because we're departing opposite direction.
Right.
So he will hold his hand up in the air, and then all the racers can see that, and it's kind of like, not that I've ever done it, I'm asking for a friend, but if you street drag race by chance, you know how somebody holds their hand up and says go?
Those guys.
Right?
Yeah. Right, yeah.
I'm just asking for a friend, just to be clear.
Sort of like in Rebel Without a Cause.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. So here's our field, our adjusted field, Tommy.
Yeah, we're down to 4 now. Now there were 4. Justin Phillipson now stands as the top qualifier. Race 79, no strings attached. Eric Dienst, race 85 in Deja Vu. Drew Keenan, sleeper. It's race 81 and Andy Mack. Cheap Thrills. Now moving up into the 4th spot, qualifying wise.
And Andy from, I love saying it, Tehachapi, California.
Tehachapi?
Great place if you've ever been there.
Oh, I've been through there. Yes, I have. Yeah. High desert and a lot of beautiful mountains surrounding the area. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous area. So kind of like this place.
So other than Eric Dienst, who comes to us from Maple Park, Illinois, everybody else in this pairing's from California.
Yeah.
So all the way out here in Roswell, we've got engines running. There is now your number 1 aircraft, Justin Phillipson. No strings attached, the beautiful yellow and green aircraft. We've seen this so many times in Reno and now here at Roswell.
But very much in the top tier of F1 competition for sure.
Now that's a shoestring racer, Tommy. You can see a little bit different from what we talked about on frayed knot, but also different than the Candy-Bar type wing that you see on the Cassett racers. So one of those are the little things that I just love looking at and seeing the difference between the different types of aircraft. And there is Eric Dienst. He's also a shoestring. This aircraft he calls Deja Vu, race 85. wide airplane, be easy to tell those two apart for sure.
Yep.
But you can see, look at the tail wheel on the shoestring. See how it's kind of just molded into the bottom of the rudder?
It really is. You can see. You can
tail
hardly see it
empennage
at all.
back there. Yeah, it's really, so it sort of has a fairing like did, but here's a good comparison. Drew Keenan here in 81, race 81 to Sleeper. See the tail wheel, how it's kind of got the metal with the small skid there on the bottom? And there we go. We are rolling. All 4 aircraft are up and rolling here, Tommy, as we get ready to go. So folks, don't forget they're departing from your right to your left. That is southbound here in Roswell on runway 17. And once they get airborne, they will make a slight left turn out to the southeast and then make a right turn back around, and they will come back up this runway, opposite direction from what they're taking off right now. That turnaround will count as our oil warm-up or our starter lap, and they will make their way back in. And Tommy, when our first aircraft, which will likely be Justin Phillipson, will be when he crosses the home pylon headed back in, that's when we will start counting laps. So let's take a look at our track here, Tommy.
Okay.
This is our up close and personal 3.1 nautical mile track. When they pass that start-finish line, or our home pylon as we affectionately call it, you see on the graphic, they head around the track to the left, counterclockwise. You see 3 pylons on the north half, 3 on the south. They're numbered 1, 2, and 3 up north, 4, 5, and 6 on the south portion. They go around it counterclockwise. We're going to do that 8 times once we start counting. A little over 25 miles, Tommy, at speeds near 250 miles an hour.
And as our planes make that big turn, get ready to descend on our race course here. If you're just tuning in, you want to know where Frayed Knot is. And Josh Watson, they were a late scratch. They were out on the runway, and they are not going to compete. It's a little problem, some sort of issue with the airplane. And our teams are back.
That's our leader, Justin Phillipson. We're looking opposite direction there. You kind of went from your right to your left. That's because we were from the west looking east, and here he is. He's just past the home pylon. We are underway. We're counting laps now. We are on lap 1. Justin Phillipson is our leader in race 79. And there he heads around pylon 2 and 3, makes his way down the back portion of our race course here for the first time here in this 3A pairing. Justin Phillipson right down on our 50-foot minimum altitude. He's got that engine up and running. He is rolling right on rails. Look at that, right around pylon 4. Here, listen to pylon 5. Nice. Gotta love that. We got those pylon cams out in the desert for you, ladies and gentlemen. Bring you all the sights and sounds right up close and personal there in your living room. And here you get to see Justin for the first time. Complete lap 1 as he passes the home pylon right there. He's holding down first place in race 79.
He has got a little more elbow room here, not having to worry about race 31 this time around. As we mentioned, a scratch from Josh Watson and Frayed Knot right before race time, and he is taking advantage.
Yeah, and he is stretching the lead out. You see in our split screen view here, which is wonderful down there in the bottom shot. Second place, race 85, Eric Dienst is not even in the camera shot. Now, as we come around the corner, you'll see Eric slide into the far right-hand side of your shot here, but he's almost a half a lap behind. Yes. And Justin Phillipson is really starting to stretch out the lead. There you can see Eric in the bottom corner. So pretty good lead, and it looks like Justin and no strings attached is kind of pulling away, Tommy, at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. He has got a free reign and free run of this course. He gets all the clean air to race in, so just don't mess up. Don't make mistakes, and you got this thing.
Now we'll see how long that clean air lasts. In the speeds that were used out of the races yesterday, our slowest competitor in this pairing is almost a full 40 knots slower.
Yeah.
So with 8 laps and 25 miles, we may see some lap traffic happen, and Justin's going to have to deal with that dirty air, like you said, Tommy. Yeah. He does get to that point. So if we get to that, ladies and gentlemen, on all closed course pylon racing, it truly is shoulder to shoulder, and the only way to pass is on the outside. The slower traffic doesn't get out of the way, as you sometimes see in NASCAR or other car racing. The slower aircraft always stays inside, and you have to pass on the outside in closed course pylon racing. So we may see that here in a minute, but here, great shot of our leader, Justin Phillipson from Vacaville, California. No strings attached. There's
already gone into lap number 4. That goes by very, very quickly here. Justin Phillipson, the quickest of all, and from Vacaville, California, Northern California. Here in New Mexico for the first time at the National Championship Air Races.
There you see him coming around the south end of the course. right by our pylon cam there at pylon number 5. As he rolls around pylon 6, you'll see him roll right as he levels out on the home stretch, headed for the home pylon, completing this lap. Beautiful shot of that yellow and green aircraft. Wow. Spectacular.
Yeah, about a half lap lead over second place right now. So
yeah, and I think he's continuing.
Insurmountable.
I think he's extending that as we go. He's a little bit faster than Eric Dienst in race 85. And there you can see the gap there in the back, Tommy. You see the gap as they go down the back stretch as they're making their way around. And there's a great shot of Andy Mack in Cheap Thrills as he comes around pylon number 5, and there's our leader almost catching it.
Just about there.
So we talked about that 40-knot speed difference, and we're about to see that.
That's second place Eric Dienst right there, the all-white airplane, and he has got a mountain to climb, so to speak, in order to catch the leader. It doesn't look like that's going to be feasible the way it's going right now.
Yeah, and on the bottom part of our screen, Tommy, while you were talking about Eric, we saw Justin Phillipson just zoom right by Andy Mack in race 82. And there you can see all 3 aircraft in the bottom portion of your screen there. And so Andy has been lapped, and Justin Phillipson, and no strings attached, just pulling away from the field out front.
In the 6th of 8 laps here. Absolutely flying the race he wants to fly, for sure, with no interference from outside parties. And
well, he's doing a great job, Tommy. He's really on rails today. He's just being very smooth and very consistent, much like all racing, you know, when you're in NASCAR and you're in either a dirt or a track, you hit your marks going into the turns, right?
Yep.
And it's very similar in pylon racing. You want to set up what works for you. In this case, you want to stay down low near the 50-foot limit. You can see another pass happening there on the bottom portion of the course.
Dienst, I think, passing Andy Mack right there.
Andy Mack, yeah. So continue to see that speed difference between those two. And there's our leader coming around the south end of the course, pylon number 5, and here he is finishing this lap here. We should see the white flag call as he makes his way here to home pylon.
White flag.
And there it is.
Yep.
As he's passing the home pylon right there, ladies and gentlemen, we have started our final lap of 8 for our leader, Justin Phillipson, and no strings attached. And if all things hold, Tommy, looks like they will. He will be our unofficial winner, but he's got to finish this lap. Yep. He's headed down the back stretch right now, and he's got to pull it all, get it all the way back to the barn.
Right.
Looks like Aaron is last.
You want to post a good time, no matter whether you're challenged or not. That's always important going into encore multi-day racing here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about that just a little bit as he finishes, because your times always matter, and that determines your either your gold or silver pairing as we make our way to Sunday in those final races when the final handout of trophies will happen. But there as we finish, our leader is coming to the checkered flag, Justin Phillipson, as he begins to pass yet another one of our aircraft, and Andy Mack, and there's our race 85 Deja Vu, and Eric Dienst finishing second.
Second place for Eric.
What a great race.
Yeah, really.
Look here coming, this should be Drew Keenan. Possibly.
Sleeper.
And Andy Mack, the white and blue. That's Andy Mack coming through.
Okay, Andy Mack. So.
Well, Tommy, let's take a look at our replay. Here we are on our departure. Afraid Not fell out for some reason. And here we are as they make the turnaround, come back. And Justin Phillipson had the lead. He never gave it up from that initial start. He was out front, and he pulled away from the field the entire time. He ends up lapping some of the traffic in the back of the pack. And right there, race 85, Eric Dienst was in second. He, while he was not quite as fast as Justin Phillipson, he was able to hold down second place the entire way. There you see Dienst passing Andy Mack, race 82, and passing on the outside as they come around. And here you see one more time our race leader as he comes to the finish and finishes the final piece right there. That was Drew Keenan, race 81, getting passed by our leader, Justin Phillipson. And here's our final order, Tommy.
Yeah, there it is, Justin Phillipson. Race 79, no strings attached, taking the top spot, Eric Dienst in the white plane. Deja Vu 85 in second place, third place, Drew Keenan Race 81 Sleeper, and Andy Mack, Race 82 in Cheap Thrills, and Josh Watson and Fred Knott, a last-minute scratch, a last-minute issue with the airplane. You can imagine they're going to be working on that and will likely be back in action tomorrow in F1.
Oh, absolutely. So here we're watching our aircraft recover as they land on runway 17 here at the Roswell International Air Center. There is one of our competitors, Race 81, Drew Keenan, touching down here on runway 17. Beautiful job. Look at that, how he's holding the tail wheel off. You want to let the airspeed bleed. And that's the Strode shoestring right there as he makes his way. The Cassett Racer. There is Andy Mack.
Andy Mack, Tehachapi, California.
Touching down. Beautiful blue and white paint scheme on Andy's airplane. You see there with the, he had the tail wheel down, then had a little bit of airspeed, and it came back up, and he's just trying to get down to the end of the runway. These airplanes slow down fairly quickly on the runway, but they want them to clear the runway because there's other people landing behind them. So they'll keep their taxi speed up just a little bit to get down to the runway here to clear to the left and go back to the pit area and park. And Tommy, you mentioned Josh Watson, our defending national champion, and Fred Knott had some sort of an issue before we started, and we'll chase that down and
we'll
get that info to you folks as soon as we can figure out what happened there, unfortunately for Josh. But like you said, Tommy, I'm sure mountains will be moved overnight to get that aircraft back in the air.
Move heaven and earth to get everything on track for full racing on day number 3, Saturday, tomorrow.
We're going to get a good look here. Here's our leader, Justin Phillips in Vacaville, California. No strings attached. He led this race wire to wire, Tommy, and get a good shot of him landing here at runway 17 in Roswell. And you see a little bit of gusty wind. You see the wings rocking just a little bit, but the great pilot skill and the airmanship on display by Justin Phillipson. And there he is. Your unofficial winner, heat pairing 3A.
You will get to pass in front of the crowd later and receive their applause. That's always a tradition here as well. Different vehicles taking our winners and crews around the way in front of our partisans who are gathered here for a big weekend in Southeast New Mexico at the National Championship Air Races. We're glad you're with us. We have plenty more on the way today. We've got the opening ceremony coming up and much more. Some STOL racing right around the corner, so stick around for that.
Back of that bull. 8 seconds is forever. At age 9, I became youth world champion. It all goes quiet. Then I nod. The next time I look is when my boots touch the ground.
There is a place where there are no roads, no conveyances beyond 2 legs or 4. It's a vast swath of land set aside for adventure, for animals, for nature. We're visitors here in America's first designated wilderness, the Gila.
In the cockpit. If you want to know about racing, talk to a guy that races and also is fantastic on the microphone. Scott Holmes, turn around, give this crowd a big round of applause. Show your love to Scott Holmes. He's done for the day, but he will be back tomorrow morning. Juan Brown, don't you go away. You're still
Thanks,
on
Danny.
deck. Thank you, Scott Holmes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now if you'll direct your attention out to our ramp microphone, it is my pleasure to reintroduce you to the Royal Canadian himself, Roy Haffley.
Well, thank you very much, Danny Clisham. Hello, Roswell. How you doing today? That's what I like to hear right there. Big cheers. It is a very, very special day today. It's Military Appreciation Day, and we have a fantastic and very, I'm not going to say solemn, that's not the right word, exciting opening ceremonies. I see our color guard has made it out here. Our anthem singers are here, so let's get underway. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you are able, rise, remove your hats, and face the flag for the singing of our national anthem. Brought to you by the New Mexico Military Institute Choir, 13 students, directed by Isabella Anaya.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Let's give them another big round of applause. The New Mexico Military Institute Choir. Is that timing? Couple of F-16s. They'll be joining us on the static display area for you to check out. They're going to be making a little noise here, but right now I'd like to welcome Fred Telling, the chairman and CEO of the Reno Air Racing Association.
Thank you, Roy. Good morning, Roswell. Our new home for the National Championship Air Races. We're delighted to be here, and the weather you've been providing this year is just fantastic. For all of you in the crowd who's got any in with the weather gods, please send a message. We'd like to push that little bit of forecast rain for tomorrow off to someplace else in New Mexico who needs it. So it's so great to be here, and as you know, this event cannot happen with the support of so many volunteers, department heads, partnerships both from the city and the state, but key amongst them for me personally is my board of directors of the Reno Air Racing Association. And I'm lucky to have for all but two of them here with us today. The other two couldn't make it. One decided to get married and the other has surgery. I thought they were both good reasons to miss it. So with that, I'd like to introduce our board to all of you, because without them, we could not do what we do. I'm especially pleased because I have two former chairmen on this board, so if I ever need any guidance, I have people who've been in this job who understand it thoroughly. So leading off, first of all, our current vice chairman, Mr. Terry Matter. You gotta love the sound of American air power. We have one more coming by. Now, the only thing is, they kind of wish they could race on the course. Isn't that beautiful? Let's give them a big round of applause. They'll be down soon. They'll be in static. They'll be available for you to meet with them, talk to them, because the Air Force continues to need great volunteers and recruits. So please take some time to get to know everybody over in the military group. I've learned not to compete with them in sound-wise. So next up, Mr. Joey Scolari, who's not only been former chairman, been acting CEO, been treasurer, now currently secretary. There's hardly a role that Joey has not done, so thank you very much. Next to him, Tony Lagatetto, our president and COO, and as I've described for many years, my partner in all of this, without whom I couldn't do the portions of this work that I do, and he has all the skills that I don't, so it's a pleasure. Standing next to him, but wait. Mr. Chris Johnson, a.k.a. Tank, Director of Operations, took over that role from Terry Matter. Has been a phenomenal asset and joined our board quite recently. Thank you very much, Tank. Ms. Bobby Thompson, pilot, racer extraordinary, manager of air shows and other activities, and the city of Roswell was wise enough to ask her to come on as a consultant with help with the transition. And in the process, they decided that she was so good and so valuable that she is your Director of Aviation right here in Roswell. Next one up. I gotta love it. It is an honor and a pleasure, especially on Military Day, to take a pause to be able to see our air power at work. They are just incredible teams, pilots, and as you well understand, for every pilot that's in the air, it takes, Colonel McBash, at least 6 people in maintenance keeping all those aircraft going, at minimum. So, next up is Sue Gardner, former FAA, member of our board for a number of years, extraordinary contributor, helps us work through all the regulations with the FAA, and takes a very hands-on role in getting all pilot registration done and making improvements to make our operation better. Sue, thanks for being with us. And then my personal honor, Mr. John Hitchcock, our first Roswell member of the board, former president and chairman of Pioneer Bank, still current chairman of Pioneer Bank, and treasurer for our organization, with all of his skills brought to bear to help us get through this event, launch successfully, and work into the future. So please give my whole board a round of applause. So as I said, today is Military Appreciation Day. We have always had Friday every day to recognize current serving ladies and women throughout all of the armed forces, past military veterans, hope all that are here. And if you're either of those, hopefully on the way in you advise them and you've gotten one of our military appreciation hats. It's a small way of just saying thank you and making certain the rest of the world recognizes your contributions, especially our veterans. And in Military Appreciation Day, we're obviously recognizing the recruits who are about to be sworn in quite shortly. As we've talked about partnerships, and Mayor Jennings would have been here today, but he got called away, I just want to take a moment to say that what you're seeing here with our presence is part of the mayor's vision to convert this former Walker Air Force base during World War II a training base, and then under Curtis LeMay a SAC base. And that's one of the reasons we're so pleased to have the B-29 here, because they used to be based here. I didn't have enough pull to figure out how to get a B-52 here. So B-29's here. It's Fifi. It's from the Commemorative Air Force Base. I hope you get a chance to go over and see it, talk to the crew. It's really an incredible bird, and it's got a great tie to this particular base. All of this progress would not have been made possible without the incredible support of the state and the city. But in this case, I have to switch from the RARA board to recognize one lady who I've already recognized first for her contribution But now, if Bobby would step forward, Ms. Thompson, I want the crowd to recognize that without you and Mike Matthews working together, this 80-plus acres of ground wouldn't be in the condition it is today. We would not have this new taxiway in front of us, all the rest chip sealed, the facilities we have. So please give a big round of applause to your Director of Aviation, Ms. Bobby Thompson. And so now, in finest tradition past, it's my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce Colonel Jeff McMaster. He is the commander of the 27th Special Operations Wing at Cannon Air Force Base. And Cannon Air Force Base, up to the northeast from here, I keep track of my directions, just beyond Clovis, is just one of 3 critical military bases, Cannon, Kirkland, and Holloman. But Cannon, early on, stepped forward and said anything they can do to help us, just call. And they've been enormously helpful. So, Colonel, if I can introduce you and turn the mic over to you, the ceremony, the rest is yours.
Hey, thank you, sir. Hey, first, it's an honor to be here with you today on Military Appreciation Day. I tell you what, a tremendous show of demonstration of air power from the world's greatest Air Force with the F-16 flyover. That was fantastic. I'd like to thank the choir that did perform our national anthem. What a beautiful rendition of the national anthem, or as at Cannon, as we like to refer to as America's fighting song. I also want to thank our Cannon Air Force Base Honor Guard for being here today on Military Appreciation Day. I think it's notable. Thank you. It's notable that we have Military Appreciation Day the day after September 11th, when just yesterday we were taking a moment to reflect and remember the bravery and the patriotism of all those Americans in the wake of that tragedy that stepped forward to defend our country, to defend justice and democracy and our way of life. And it's such an honor to be here today as we also introduce 8 new members of America's greatest fighting force with us today as we administer the oath of enlistment, which after today, these members that have stepped forward bravely and decided to take a step forward and look and defend the rest of America and our way of life. And so with that, I want to say thank you to them and their families and their supporters and everyone that's been behind them to get them here to this day, because without these brave men and women, our way of life will be in jeopardy. So with that, we'll administer the oath of office as soon as our F-16 friends taxi by.
There is a photo opportunity for all of you. Military Appreciation Day. Will you join me in standing? How cool is this? God bless America. God bless our military. All right, a big round of applause, if you will. Newest members of our military, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, so again, thank you for all that have come out here to witness, again, the enlistment oath being administered to our 8 newest members of America's Greatest Fighting Force. Thank you to the families that came here to support, and that are supporting them all through these years to get them to where they are today. With that, I know we're going to have a great rest of the air races today and throughout the weekend. And Sarah, I don't know if I can give a start there, gentlemen, start your engines, but, let's get the rest of the air races on the way.
Colonel, thank you very much. To the new recruits, congratulations. Thank you for serving your country. It's deeply appreciated by everybody in the audience. Please, one more round of applause to our about to be newest soldiers. All right. With that, before I turn over to my best friend in Canadian voice, let's go racing.
Color party, retire the colors, please. Let's give them a big round of applause. And once again, all these new members of your military, thank you. And now it is time to introduce the voice of the National Championship Air Races, Danny Hollywood Clisham.
It's showtime and race time. Thank you to our distinguished guests. Thank you to our organizational staff that made this all possible. For the city of Roswell, we are so fortunate. All right, we're going to get right back into competition. It's time for the last event of the STOL races of the day. Very soon they'll be coming out from the area to our left, heading for their drag strip, which is, if you look to about our 11 o'clock position, you'll see a blue banner. If you look to our right about a 2 o'clock position, you'll see another blue banner, 2,000 feet in between. From a standing start to the other end, stop, put the tail down, spin around, get back, and legally land before your competitor. Josh Richling is here. Juan Brown is here. And they will have the action for you as we get ready to get back into the afternoon's activity. If you're still not in the bleacher seating area, we got a great afternoon for you. A lot of civilian performers. Jet race, T6 drag race, and a T6 full race near the end of the show. So we'll end with racing this afternoon. A lot of great entertainment between now and then. We are so happy that you're here. Thank you for supporting us. Juan Brown, look low and to the left. It looks like they're trying to grow grass out there, but that's
no. Look at that beautiful water truck. Thank you, Bobby, out there for making this happen. We got a water truck on the course to keep the dirt and the dust down to a minimum. The boys at STOL Drag appreciate that. Ooh, we're watching that wind now. We can't have more than 10 knots of tailwind. We'll see how that goes. And a special shout out to our sound guy, Andrew. Thanks so much for making this sound happen so professionally, and DJ and shagging these microphones back and forth across the hot ramp. Great job. Yeah, Andrew.
And I can tell you this, they were out here before the sun came up this morning.
Yeah, first one's here and the last one's to roll it up. Josh Richling will be helping us on the color commentary. Josh, you got any readout on the winds, what the winds are doing currently?
Well, currently it looks like it's kind of pushing close to those limits. I don't see the tops of the flags coming over there, but we're going to play it by ear. They have a Kestrel that they're going to hold out there at the line, and they're going to be checking it constantly. So whatever I answer right now will change in a minute, so we'll see.
They got a what they're going to hold out there?
A little Kestrel where they can test the wind. They got some fancy name for it.
Like a little an anemometer, I
that
suppose
was
it's
the
called,
word.
right?
That was the word. I thought somebody made that up.
job.
I'm not a real pilot, so I wasn't sure what that meant. You know, the real pilots that talk to air traffic control and they use the radio and all that stuff, we don't do that. So I don't know what those big words mean.
Can't even afford a radio.
Yeah. Looks like it's picked up since we just started talking. So, and often, like, it's more dead on the left than it is on the right. That's been the case all week. It'll get stronger down there towards the end, and it'll get more turbulent down towards the end as well. Looks like they got the water truck out there, so that's a real plus.
Look at that, we got 2 water trucks, one on each end. Man, that's Bobby. She makes things happen around here.
She sure does. Roswell has treated us so well. We're so happy to be here and work with them. It's just an outstanding venue for us, taking care of, like you had said many times before, the beautiful runway that they put in and all the support we've given. The wonderful fans have been great. Thank you guys so much.
So for those of you just joining us, a quick overview of the STOL drag racing that we're going to watch here in a couple of minutes. What we've got set up here is a 2,000-foot long STOL drag racing course with 2 lanes 75 feet wide. On our left is the start-finish line with the blue flag and the white truck with the blinky on top of it. Here come our STOL drag racers out now to the line. We'll be fielding all 10 of them, maybe 11 at this point. Off to the right, 2,000 feet down to the right, is the turnaround line marked by the blue flags in the wind down there. So the objective of a STOL drag race is to drag race 2 airplanes side by side from the start-finish line. Once the flagman drops his flag and sends them off, they're going to go as fast as they can, 2,000 feet down to the turnaround point, land on or beyond the line, bring the aircraft to a complete stop, under control, on heading, then spin that aircraft around as quick as they can and drag race as fast as they can back to the start-finish line, land again on or beyond the start-finish line, and come to a complete stop, under control, as quick as possible, because the first aircraft that stops wins the drag race or gets the best time.
You made it sound really easy what they're doing, and you had described it just perfectly. Landing a tailwind, landing a tail wheel with a tailwind. Was that something about a shopping cart you had described earlier?
Yeah, landing a shopping cart backwards. These airplanes are a little easier than the Pit Special, but you factor in the tailwind, and that adds to the mayhem.
Ready to go.
All right, we got our course set up. We got the water trucks exiting the course. We got our judges in position. The judges got to make sure that the landings are good, that they don't scratch. A scratch is if you land before the line.
The pilot said a little while ago, he said, once the water is laid down on the track, their stopping times are cut in half because they can grip the dirt instead of sliding across it. So it seems to really make a difference.
So they turned it into perfect hero dirt without turning it into a mud slippery slide.
They do. Yes, that's right. It's alien hero dirt here at Roswell, I'm told.
If you're a dirt biker, you know what I mean by hero dirt. Perfect conditions for them big knobbies. And we do have one aircraft running knobbies today. We'll show you that when it gets out here. So who do we got out there on the line now, Rit?
Looks like we got Tony Sanchez in lane 2 on the outside in the Just Aircraft Super STOL. And on the inside, we got Rod Hewitt in the Rams S7 there, still breaking his engine in on that one cylinder that sort of grenaded on him a little while ago, a couple of days ago. Got the parts sent overnight there. From Hal Stockman, one of our famous STOL, traditional STOL and STOL drag racers who wasn't able to make it this time. But yeah, he's also a mechanic for with Rotax and sent those parts over. They overnighted them, had it here the next morning, and it was in Roswell, and a few hours later, it had him in Rod's hand, and he was able to reassemble that motor. It was awesome.
Got her going in no time at all.
drag racing going.
All right, let's get her going. We're going to get some pilot commentary going.
We got Rod and the Angry Kitten. Sanchez.
Some pilot commentary going for you on this round as we've got our times in for today, so we're able to mix and match.
Rod, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Rod Hewitt in the number 1 lane with a very fast Rans S7.
He is pulling away a lot faster than he did last round. However, he's got that tailwind, and it looks like it might be partly crossing, maybe quartering tailwind, which is among the worst for him. Tony did get on the ground good. See if he can get those brakes on and catch up. He's still moving.
Ooh, a little bit of an angle off there on the Rans S7, the blue and white aircraft. We want to see those roll out on heading. Very closely matched race. These two are extremely close. So we're kind of looking to winnow out who's going to be the 3rd fastest aircraft over the week of racing.
That surprises me that Tony is in the lead now because he started from a little bit further back and somehow he seems to have caught up. But now it's a game of who can get on the ground and get the brakes going first. And it looks like that's going to be.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a bounce.
Nice
That's
bounce.
really bad.
Tony gets a stop first, just by a hair.
That's right. You cannot use your brakes when they're in the air. They don't work so
We're looking
well.
at about 11 to 12 quartering crosswind coming from your tail on the way down. You guys are going to have to give me some feedback, let you know how you feel about it.
Oh, those winds, man, quartering tailwinds down there. We're right on the edge of our limits here with these winds this afternoon. We're going to have to be very careful with our brake application at the turnaround point. We don't want to tip them up on their nose.
St. Louis and Curly in the green Highlander. All right, timers, you ready? Of course. Are you ready? Curly, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Dave Curley in the number 1 lane in the green, Grasshopper, Just Aircraft, Highlander Aircraft. Harry Beaupre in the number 2 lane in the yellow Kit Fox. 2 very closely matched aircraft. The supercharged Grasshopper getting a little bit of a lead past the home pylon. Now dealing with that tailwind, getting it over the line and stopped carefully. Good. Whip it around and floor it.
Right at the same time, outstanding for them. I thought they were going to give some commentary. I was staying quiet for them to do that, but it doesn't look like they're mostly concentrating.
Yes, and with these kind of winds, I'd rather see them just concentrating on keeping the greasy side down.
Yeah, all right. So I guess it's left to us. You guys mind listening to us for the rest of this show?
Look at that monster side slip by Harry Beaupre.
That is how you do it. Looks like he could get on the ground first. Oh, what a great race.
There he gets it in the number 2 lane, the lane farthest away from us.
A lot closer than I thought it was going to be when it first started off. All right, looks like Austin Clemens is going to take lane 2 against Doug.
Doug Talbert in the red and white Kit Fox taking the number 2 lane, I believe. Let's see. Looks like he's getting the number 1 lane. Our newest STOL drag race pilot.
Doing really well. Needs to be real careful on those tailwinds, so he'll probably go long, which we would expect and would hope that he would go long and just take his time, ease into it.
You ready? We're clear down the course. Doug, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
The much heavier, fully certified Husky A1C in the number 2 far lane. Young Austin Clemens, 22 years old. And the rookie, Doug Talbert, in the Kit Fox in the number 1 lane. And they look pretty closely matched.
It sure is. You know, you've got this 1,200-pound plane on the outside against the, probably in the 700-pound plane on the inside. And look at the power-to-rate ratio is just matched evenly. Wow, Doug slowed down quite well. He's doing outstanding. The turnaround is close to being even.
Doug taking the more cautious approach to the landing and rolling out a little bit long, giving Austin a good lead out of the turnaround. But look at the Kit Fox catch up. Austin, get that thing off the ground, man. Get it out of ground effect at least. He's hogging that ground effect as long as he can.
Yes, he drags the wheels a long ways on this track. And presently we don't have any rules to say how long your wheels can be on the ground, but at some point they think they're going to try and maybe make a rule where you got to be off the ground at least by the halfway point.
Yeah, you can't drive to the finish line.
Correct,
you gotta
correct.
Fly. They are airplanes after all. Ooh, our 2 fastest planes coming out. Who we got?
All right. We got Eddie Sanchez on the outside lane. I believe, yes. In the Just Aircraft Highlander XL, up against Steve Henry, number 44, and Yeehaw 8 in the another XL Just Aircraft Highlander. Both Yamaha powered, both turbocharged. Steve's running a little bit more power than Eddie is. It's going to be left up to the skill of the pilots on this. Steve definitely has an advantage on this. He's got a caliper. These brakes are like a clutch pack on a 737, what Steve Henry's running on the inside, where when he squeezes the brake, I don't really actually have a numbering pad. But there's quite a few of them. It's not like the Behringers that are being ran on the outside, and his could heat up on the outside there with Eddie, so we'll see how it goes.
All right, timers, are you ready? Get up the course. We're clear down the course. Eddie, are you ready? Steve, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Steve just does not know how to go slow, even though they're some of the best friends. When they're not racing, he just can't let it go.
You could hear that engine just wrap out just a little bit on the launch there.
It did. It looks like Eddie's coming in really hot. Held that throttle a little bit longer. Let's see how that turnaround works. He is close. These are the 2 fastest planes in STOL drag. We're going to be quiet so you can listen to them come by.
Good turns from the judges as they throw it in that side slip. That was 8,000 RPM and nearly 300 horsepower. Watch this super short landing. That's the knobby wheels on the yellow aircraft of Steve Henry. Dig it into the hero dirt packed by the water truck.
Eddie did an outstanding job by closing that gap. That was actually the closest I've seen somebody come to Steve in years. That is a really good job.
Yeah, it's all fine. It's just a tailwind, just like we've all been dealing.
All right, Kathy Paige looks like she's going to be taking lane 2 in the Cub Crafters Carbon Cub FX2 with their belly pod and fat tires, the way they would fly in the backcountry with extra baggage or fuel. They could use either one of those. And having the big tires for the extra suspension if something were to, some rock were to sneak out on them. Those videos, I've seen those videos on YouTube, engulf rocks. They're incredible, those bush wheels. But they do come with a price. And she's up against Aaron Greer and the Moose Knuckle and the Just Aircraft Highlander in lane 1, the Rotax powered. And these planes were pretty well evenly distributed.
On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Very closely matched.
Aaron looked like he was trying to decide if he wanted to fly or not.
Keep it in the lane, Aaron. Oh, he's popping right up there. That thing's like a little kite in these winds. Pop it in there, dump the flaps, lock up the brakes,
Aaron's got to be really careful on those brakes. Look at that.
Good. Aaron's got a little jump on that turnaround.
Super close.
Yeah.
Can Kathy catch him?
We got to get Kathy some 850s, a little bit smaller tires. So if anybody has a pair of old 850s laying around, we'll take them at the STOL drag pits. A Broussard taxiing by. Look at that. Yeah, we've STOL dragged those aircraft before, the Broussards. We had a couple of them out at the High Sierra. Both touching down identically. Oh, Aaron gets a stop first, the super lightweight.
Like he was able to get it. Look at that.
Your tail down, you would have taken him. Taxi, Kathy, follow Aaron.
Now, we generally don't like to bring up prices too much, but that's a $100,000 airplane, just beat out a $500,000 airplane. But when you get into the interior, boy, that $500,000 airplane is beautiful inside.
Yeah, it's a full service, ready to go backcountry bush plane.
And when you're flying in the backcountry, I think I would rather have the comforts.
Yeah, and the baggage space and all that.
But when I'm racing, I want to strip it out empty.
Go super light.
All right, Rod Hewitt in lane 2 in the Rans S7. And Tony Sanchez, these are among probably our closest racers right now. And that wind is picking up right now. Let's see if they're going to send them.
Winds 150 at 10, according to the tower.
We got a steady 10 right now, so we're kind of right at our limit. So you guys let me know your comfort level.
Once again, our limit is 10 knot tailwind, and we are right at it.
Cleared up the course. Cleared down the course. Tony, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Get that Rans wound up.
This is the way it happened last time, and Tony was either able to hold in it a little longer, which he did, and he was able to get on the brakes a little sooner. Let's see what happens here.
Just amazed that Super STOL has that turn of speed on that Rans.
I cannot disagree with you. That is impressive.
Look at that. They stopped just about identical. Okay, the Rans gets it in the turnaround.
He
Good.
did.
Aggressively quick turns at the turnaround.
Those Rans are a little bit lighter in weight and a little bit more aerodynamic, and they don't have the long struts dragging the wind.
But look at this Super STOL closing the gap a little bit. And that lightweight Rans can slow down.
Can
quicker.
Tony get on the ground?
Boom, the Rans down. Boom, Tony down. Oh, we had a scratch out there.
All right, he said Rod got it on the outside. Is that right?
Yeah, somebody got a scratch. I'm not sure if it was Tony.
Okay. Yeah, we just saw that beautiful Broussard just taxi by. We just finished up with Dell Collar built the turbine Broussard. We're the first one that's been converted to a turbine. That thing is an awesome machine, and it will probably be being displayed and flown out there at High Sierra Flying this year.
Excellent. Look forward to seeing that. He put a PT6 in it, did he?
I believe, I always get them mixed up, you know, because it's outside of my budget. I have to remember what kind of engines those are. But I believe it's a Garrett. I could be wrong.
Direct drive, all right. Yeah, that'd be the better idea for a bush plane anyways, that direct drive Garrett. You get that thrust right away.
Curly, are you ready?
Yes.
Harry, are you ready?
I think you're right. That's what it is.
3, 2, 1, see ya.
All right. Highlander against the Kit Fox. These are also two fairly well matched. Looks like the Grasshopper got a jump on Harry Beaupre.
Who's gonna chop it first?
It looked to me like Curly chopped first. Annie's on the ground first. Break, 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 break.
Just identical.
It's amazing. Harry's able to keep his tail on the ground or close to the ground, which is really hard to do.
And he likes that right-hand turn out of there, and I think he got him out of the turnaround there a little bit.
It does look like he is ahead right now from our point of view.
Let's see as they come by. Oh, the winds are getting to him out there. We had a scratch in one lane and an off-heading stop in the other lane.
So that is 2 disqualifications, is that right?
That's right. 1 on each aircraft.
Race clear to taxi, Curly phone.
Perfectly matched though at the finish. Look at that.
That was a great race either way.
Special shout out to our friends out there online. This is going live out the National Championship Air Race YouTube channel.
You're absolutely right. I got some text messages yesterday from some friends at the STOL Fest in England. That was pretty cool. They called, they said they're watching it and that we're doing a good job over here, which was pretty cool.
We got you.
All right, we got Austin Clemens and the Husky going to give you some cockpit commentary.
Austin is a fantastic commentator. You guys are going to love this.
That's our 22-year-old from Benton, Kansas with a little bit of a drawl.
So the commentary is coming from the outside lane.
We're cleared down the course. Doug, are you ready? On the on-shot. 3, 2, 1, see ya. Hey, y'all, it's Austin Clemens and the yellow Husky. Me and Doug are battling it up. He's got a pretty good weight advantage on me, but I do have a constant speed propeller, which helps me a ton. And in the slip pull flaps, looking at the line. Actually landed very close to the line. I don't know if it was a scratch. Stop my main wheels, turning around. Waving to Levi in the cowboy hat because he's an American. And we're back chooching towards the finish line. Deep slip, bringing in the flaps. Really strong headwind, which makes you stop pretty quick.
22-year-old Austin Clemens giving us the rundown of the cockpit view, what it's like to operate the big Husky on the Roswell STOL drag track.
He makes it sound so easy. He's so calm. He's been doing this racing since he was 18. He is so calm, so collected. These next guys cannot be calm and collected. They have a whole lot of levers. They got to work flaps. They got to work spoilers. They got to work throttle. They got to slip. They got a whole bunch of stuff going on. They're watching their turbos. They're watching everything. So these guys are more concentrated as the 2 fastest men in STOL drag are about to launch off the line.
And one of the tricks I noticed in these aircraft is a hair trigger on the flaps. So if you want to dump them flaps really fast to transition that weight from the wings to the wheels, they got a really quick little trigger. You can just snap those flaps back to the retracted position.
That's right. So on the inside lane, Eddie Sanchez has a helicopter collective, and his throttle is on the flap handle like a motorcycle and like a collective. It comes from a helicopter Huey, and so his hand never comes off the flap because that's where his throttle is. And Steve, on the other hand, in number 44, the Yeehaw the Yellow on the outside, his is on a hydraulic system. So he pulls the flaps with them locked in hydraulics, and when he wants to, he just bumps his wrist down and drops the flaps, and his hand never has to come off the throttle either. There they go as they switch lanes. Steve in the outside lane this time. All right, Eddie, let's see what you got here. Oh, Eddie has a steeper slip. Can he get on the ground?
Steve using an almost straight ahead sort of entry.
From this angle, it looks like he's scratched, and I'm completely making that up. We don't get paid enough to be right, so we're gonna say maybe, so we'll see how it comes back down. Look at all that dust ripped up of there by the combined 590 horsepower of those 2 planes coming through here.
Exact same turnaround. Steve getting the lead. Boom. Steve's down. And stop. Steve's got him in the number 2 lane.
Already. Next 2, come on out.
Outstanding.
Those were good turns. No scratch out there on that turnaround.
No scratch. See, well, we're giving them what we're getting paid for, I guess.
That's right. See what the judges say.
Free sandwiches and chocolate chip cookies. That works.
Yeah.
All right, we got the Adjust Aircraft Highlander again. These guys are pretty evenly matched, and it was Aaron, Aaron that took the lead last time. Is that right?
I think so.
All right.
Yeah, we got to get those small tires for Kathy rolling.
We do.
She can beat Aaron.
I'd like to go head-to-head. If you're listening, we got some cockpit commentary coming from Aaron Greer.
All right, Aaron Greer will be commentating on the outside in the Adjust Aircraft Highlander.
We're cleared up. We're cleared down the course. Kathy, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya. This is Aaron here reporting from the booth in Knuckle. Kathy and I have always been a good match, and she's even pulling me right now. Look at that. For the orange planes, you know, we got to always fight it out. See who the best orange plane is.
You know who the best orange plane is.
We're going to find out, Kathy.
Touching down. Look at that turnaround.
You're making me work for this one.
Kathy went with the right turn.
I think I felt my tail wheel hit before my mains on that landing there.
Oh, come on, don't be a baby.
Good turns, both lanes.
Ooh, we might have pulled a little early. We'll see how this goes.
Gonna have to add a little over the line.
I pulled his 8.
Aaron,
that's our trick move right there. We got the brakes. All right, clear to taxi. Aaron, follow Kathy. Bring the next 2.
Aaron gets her stop first in the number 2 lane.
All right, another one of the great races we're excited to see. Tony Sanchez.
Any chance I can
Rod
make
Hewitt.
scoreable makeup run?
We just don't know who's going to win this.
We're at our
Too close.
I talked to Aaron earlier, and I said, one time you jumped way ahead, another time you were behind. What did you do different? He goes, nothing. Just the way the winds hit that prop, sometimes they get the launch, sometimes they don't.
Tony Sanchez in the number 2 lane. Rob Hewitt in the number 1 lane with the super lightweight Rams S7.
Rod, you ready? On the on drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Look at that Dust Devil chasing right behind him.
Oh, good timing for them to get up.
Racing the New Mexico Dust Devils. Perfectly matched.
Well, I think Rod set down just a fraction of a second before Tony. But last time Tony was able to get around.
Perfect turnaround. Tony, I think, got a little bit of a leap on that turnaround.
He did, so this was different than the last run where Rod was able to swing the tail around of that Rams super quick. It does look like he gets ahead.
Good turns, both lanes. Super STOL with the lead, and Rod pulling it back a little later, putting him back. Oh, get touchdown first. Who's going to get stopped?
Yep, kind of need both wheels on the ground to use those brakes.
Oh, yeah, I think Tony got it.
He did. He did.
Oh, a scratch on this end for Rob.
Either way, it was a great race. It's neat to see the two planes. One will win it, one time the other one will win it. I love to see that because you never know.
Mixing them up.
Eddie with like a 13 seconds.
All right. Grasshopper looks like Dave Curley in lane 1 with the kickoff 4 of Harry Biplane in lane 2. These guys are also kind of close match.
We got our timing runs done. We are going to mix up some grudge matches after this.
You ready? We're cleared up the course. We're cleared down the course. Harry, are you ready? Curly, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Johnny Walker out there doing the start-finish line duties. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Well, the Grasshopper was able to give him the jump this time. I think Harry Biplane had it last time. In the spirit of Lewis.
Getting that supercharged Grasshopper a workout. Boom, Grasshopper down first. And stopped, both stopped just about the same time. What we can't tell is how far down range each of them stopped. And a great fun way to watch this event is from down there at the turnaround. Good turns. Grasshopper, big old lead. All captured there at that turnaround.
What a great picture for anybody who's got some zoom cameras, that little image with those two together. It reminds me of Steve Henry and Toby Ashley in the finals when they were close together like that at Dead Cow in Reno a few years back.
Dave Gurley gets in the #1 lane.
Let's do Eddie and Aaron.
Those poor start officials in that dust storm. We feel you.
Austin and Doug, just hold tight for a second.
Still rather be up here.
Sounds like an Eddie and Aaron grudge match coming up, so we'll have a little time difference here to see what they come up with.
So now you can see the difference when they're matched up. This
We're going to do a chase down. We're going to give Aaron's out for 13 seconds on Eddie.
All right, you got the Highlander XL in the black on the outside lane, and you got the standard Just Stick Up Highlander on the inside. You can see the 2-foot long length difference and 14-pound difference.
All right, so I'm going to send you, Eddie, or I'm going to send you first. I'm going to count down from 10. The T will be the 11. Are you ready? And you're ready? Okay. Timers, you ready? We got 11 on the tail. Or 11, it's actually sort of a quartering tail. Timers are ready. We're cleared up the course. We're cleared down the course. Aaron, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Give him a 10-second head start. Chase him down, Eddie.
He called it 10 seconds. I think his stopwatch was on meth, but either way, he did get a head start. He'll get up there.
He should be able to get him.
Not running our best race right now. We'll see how this goes.
All right, you better get going, Aaron. He's right there. He's got you now, son.
Aaron should have cheated.
Yeah, go pull it back half throttle, Eddie. That'd be great. All right, how's that?
Oh, he's sandbagging it a little for him.
Isn't that adorable?
Right now, I love this.
Look at Papa Bear out there.
Yeah, he should have gone for that 15 seconds. Look at that.
Got him by a half a second.
Look at some sportsmanship there.
That's a wrap for the day, fellas. Good one, Aaron. Good racing, Eddie. So we are going to go out and do our pivot turn, so I'll lead you out.
That was fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for STOL Drag. It sounds to me like they're going to be taxiing off. That was their last run. They're rolling out. We really appreciate you all watching us. We will be out here for the next few days, several times a day. Please come check us out. And now this is our last run. We welcome you all to the pits behind the grandstands. Over there we can meet the pilots, see the airplanes, and ask any questions, anything you'd want. We'd love to see you guys over there. Thank you, Juan. We really appreciate you allowing me to join you.
Yeah, what a blast. It's great to have the help out here. And let's remind everybody also of the High Sierra Fly-In. Where's that found online?
I believe it's High Sierra Fly-In. If you just Googled High Sierra Fly-In, it'll come up.
2025.
Or stoldrag.com.
And we're going to be conducting STOL Drag training and STOL Drag races. It's held out at the Dead Cow Playa in Nevada, which is way out there a little bit west and north of Pyramid Lake and north of Reno area on our own giant playa. And it'll be happening on the first weekend of October. The first weekend of October. So you can buy the tickets online and come on out and join us. It's a dusty affair, I'll tell you right now. And if you want to learn how to do this, you come on out there and we'll show you the ropes.
All right.
High Sierra Fly-In.
You too, you've been great. We can't thank you enough. Josh Frischling, thank you so much. Juan Brown, thank you so much. And the most dangerous thing you could say about any STOL pilot or announcing staff is you got the rest of the afternoon off.
That's what we want to hear.
That's right.
All right, be back early tomorrow morning, will you?
Oh, yeah.
We need you both. Josh, and let's see, Juan, turn around and say hi to your big fans, will you? Folks, give them a big round of applause, showing you and talking to you about the
Thanks,
action.
guys.
Now we got the parade of flight. If you want a photo opportunity, look low and to your left. Here are the aircraft up close. You can see the various designs and color schemes, and give them a big enthusiastic wave. Man, they're out there just having a ball and entertaining us in our newest class of racing, STOL. While they do that, we have some results from the last Formula One race that we weren't able to give you before our grand opening. So the Formula One race that took place before that was won by number 79, Justin Phillipson, at a speed of 245 plus. Number 2 was Eric Pitts at a speed of 239 plus, followed by Drew Keenan, his airplane called the Sleeper, 214.516. And the pole position, or the alleged pole position, that had a mechanical, Josh Watson, in the Dan Gilbert designed Frayed Knot. Did not finish wisely. His airplane was not 100%.
Let's try and
so he will race again. Josh Watson, we congratulate you.
Can we announce these guys real quick? All right. Okay, here's our STOL Drag racers. Starting from the right, we've got our rookie, Doug Talbert, in the red and white Kid Fox. Behind him is
Austin Clemens in the Husky A1C.
Race 44, the yellow Highlander, Steve Henry.
And next on number 85 in the orange Cub Crafters Carbon Cub is Kathy Paige.
Yeah, try to remember our memories here.
Right?
Rod Hewitt in number 11, the Rans S7, blue and white.
Tony Sanchez in the Just Aircraft Super STOL.
Just like the Thunderbirds or the Blue Angels, give you a turnaround precision turn. Dave Curley in the green Grasshopper.
Harry Beaupre in the yellow Kid Fox 4.
Aaron Green in the moose orange and white Highlander.
And finishing it up, last but not least, is Eddie Sanchez in the Just Aircraft Highlander XL.
That's your STOL Drag racers. We'll be back in the morning for more exciting STOL Drag action. See you here.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you. Thank you, Juan Brown. Yes, they will be back. STOL Drag Racer. Everybody should own one. And by the way, the world has been catching on for a long time on this fun at air shows and air races and backcountry fun as well. Getting where a lot of people can't with an airplane, with your buddies, camping out, skillful flying. Roy Haffley is back. Roy, we're going to go into some great air show routines throughout the afternoon. We still have a drag race, but not with the STOL guys, with the T6s. 2 of our racers will be out on the course doing
Looking for your next ride? Well, come on down to Richland Motors, your hometown dealership for GMC, Chevrolet, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram. From tough trucks to family SUVs and everything in between, we've got the perfect vehicle waiting for you. And here's the best part. At Richland Motors, every vehicle comes with powertrain for life. That means peace of mind mile after mile. So why wait? Stop in today or visit us online at rlchevrolet.com. Richland Motors, where the deals are real and the powertrain lasts for life. And make sure, as you're wandering around and stop by there, look for the 2026 Roswell Metallic, I call it Alien Green. Alien Green Corvette, and what a car it is.
Serial number 1.
Serial number 1.
We got it.
We have it right here.
Thanks to Richland Motors, who pulled it off through General Motors. How cool is that? As our 61 Dodge Power Wagon comes by, give them a big wave. That means they are the victors of a race. We're getting the information over the telephone right now, but it doesn't reduce our enthusiasm. If you want to stand up and wave and whistle and shout, after all, this is a party. That's what air racing is all about. So show them your love, show them your animation. Way to go to the victors. We're getting your information now. 61 Dodge Power Wagon converted to firefighting use for a small town in California. Now, our official parade vehicle. To the victors, get the bed of the 61 Power Wagon.
A&W Root Beer, the Great American Classic, welcomes you and your family to the National Championship Air Races here in Roswell, New Mexico.
All right, we just got the information. They'll be doing, in the 61 Dodge Restored Power Wagon fire truck, will be doing a turnaround and coming back. We just got the information. Jeff Lowe, the winner of the biplane race, will be coming back with his entire crew. And a second chance for you to show your enthusiasm. Jeff Lowe and entire crew, friends and family, and everybody, because it is a party, because it is a team. Congratulations and thank you. Roy and I want to be in the Dodge Power Wagon, but I don't want to ride in back, Roy. I want to drive it like you. I want to get in that Power Wagon.
Absolutely. Oh, here's an appropriate song. And air racing, too. Sunbelt Rentals, a proud sponsor of the National Championship Air Races, is your premier North American equipment rental provider with an extensive range of products across more than 1,000 locations and right here in New Mexico. They're your one-stop shop for heavy equipment, tools, and more, and have been incredibly supportive of our National Championship Air Racing efforts here in Roswell.
Jeff Lowe and the entire crew, we love you. Thank you for being out to the biplanes are back. Thank the Lord they are, too. We need them. To the victor goes the ride. Woo!
Valley Bank of Commerce and Capital Asset Resources are proud sponsors of the 2025 National Championship Air Races. Valley Bank is especially honored to have been recognized as the 2024 Extraordinary Bank of the Year, a testament to their commitment to excellence, service, and community. Together with Capital Asset Resources, they celebrate the passion, innovation, and competitive spirit that defines the National Championship Air Races. Valley Bank of Commerce and Capital Asset Resources wish everyone an unforgettable race experience. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to the sound of history. The B-25J Mitchell they call Yellow Rose. And the Curtiss P-40, painted up in the colors of the American Volunteer Group. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as these beautiful, beautiful aircraft from the Commemorative Air Force circle around and get ready to do some incredible flyby. Fifi, the B-29, what amazing history, that aircraft. It was delivered to Boeing, it was at Renton in July of 1945. This is what's called a silver plate capable B-29. What that means, when it was built, it was then modified to carry the atomic bomb. And of course, it was a B-29 that dropped the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The Enola Gay and Boxcar were the name of the two aircraft. Fifi is now the longest flying B-29 since rescued from China Lake in the 1970s, where it was a radar target. Imagine that. Saw service as a TB-29 trainer, airborne a radar platform and search and rescue aircraft. and it actually flew during the Korean War. The aircraft is operated by the Air Power History Tour and the nationally touring campaign of the Commemorative Air Force to educate, honor, and inspire the legacy of the greatest generation. FIFI is staffed predominantly by the wonderful and dedicated volunteers and crew to maintain the Commemorative Air Force aircraft. They're excited to be a part of our inaugural National Championship air races here in Roswell, New Mexico. Ladies and gentlemen, coming in from the right, the B-29 they call FIFI. And from the right, here comes the B-25 Yellow Rose. And sneaking in, here comes that P-40. Let me tell you a little about the B-25J Yellow Rose. Yellow Rose completely restored to its wartime capabilities and is operated, of course, by the Commemorative Air Force Central Texas Wing. After being donated in 1981 and a 4-year restoration, the aircraft was lovingly restored to World War II conditions. Thousands of man-hours were donated over the 4-year period by the members and volunteers in order to bring the Rose back into full operational readiness. Delivered to the Army Air Corps back in April of 1944 and assigned to Shepherd Air Force Base in Texas as a maintenance trainer throughout the 1960s. Spent the 1970s in Dothan, Alabama as a pesticide sprayer. It's had quite the life. It's then donated to the Commemorative Air Force in 1981. And thousands of man-hours went into restoring her to her original configuration as a B-25 Model J. Here comes FIFI. And of course, with the B-25 on the 18th of April of 1942, 16 B-25s, just like this one, flew off the deck of the USS Hornet to attack Tokyo in response to the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Here comes the B-25 from the right. Let me tell you a little about the P-40 as it gets ready to dive in. It's a 1943 model Curtiss P-40N, built in Buffalo, New York. Painted to represent David Lee Tex Hill's American Volunteer Group aircraft as he dives in. Let's listen to it. Doesn't that sound gorgeous? Absolutely gorgeous. Tex Hill was an ace in the P-40 and in the P-51 Mustang. This P-40 belongs to the P-40 sponsor group of the Commemorative Air Force, flown by Parker Rathburn. Now get this, folks, he's from Midland, Texas. He's 22 years old and flying that P-40. In World War II, you would have been considered an old man flying that airplane. They were a lot younger than 22. Parker is a contract corporate pilot for business jets and also flies for Tora Tora Tora. Many of us have seen that show. And this P-40 is one of the most active P-40s on the air show circuit. Makes its money while flying air shows and donations from supporters of the Commemorative Air Force and people just like you. Take a look at that beautiful B-29 Fifi as it comes around. And Danny, I had the honor of getting a private tour of this airplane. And boy, did I learn a lot. You would think an aircraft this big would have all sorts of hydraulic systems in it. It has one, the brakes. That's it. Everything else is electrical. Big generators on the outside engines, smaller generators in the inner engines, and an APU, little gas-powered APU in the back. Here she comes. They had me climb into the front of the aircraft, and I had the honor of sitting in the left seat. And they unlocked the flight controls. He says, grab the wheel and pretend you're turning right. Okay, so I start turning the wheel, and I get a quarter around. Keep going. Halfway around. Keep going. 3/4 of the way around, and a little more. He says, when it's windy, it takes that much yoke to make the airplane behave. Here's the V-25 with the bomb bay open. And again with Fifi, with all that glass, and now you know where the inspiration for the Millennium Falcon came from, because it sure looks like the front of a B-29 when you look at the cockpit of that machine. Let's listen to the P-40. You would think with all that glass in the nose of the B-29 that the visibility would be absolutely amazing. Not. It's actually amazing because the frame to hold all that glass is very, very wide. So think of the A pillar and the B pillar in your car. You got to look around sometimes when you're going around the corner. Well, that's all over the entire front of the aircraft. And they say when they're coming into land and trying to find the runway, they're bobbing their heads back and forth and up and down, looking through every little window and everything to see where the heck they're going to land the aircraft. Also down on the right on the floor, you flip up a little panel, and there's a little window there. The nose wheel on the B-29 is fully castering, which means it'll swivel whichever way it wants as you're trying to turn. When you're lined up on the runway, you want to make sure that nose wheel is lined up perfectly. That little window allows you to look down at the nose wheel to see exactly where your nose wheel is pointed. Then I clambered out of there, went to the back of the aircraft. There's a really narrow ladder. Okay, folks, I'm 6'5" and kind of wide. It was interesting getting into the back of the aircraft, but that's where the fire control system was and is. There's a big, tall captain's chair and a bubble on top of the fuselage, and one of the gunners would sit there, and through very rudimentary computer systems, the aircraft would calculate where you want those bullets to go, and also blisters on either side for the gunners. And if you look closely at the aircraft, you'll see that there's turrets all over the aircraft. That's not where the gunners are. They're in the fuselage looking out because that fuselage is pressurized, unlike the B-17 or the B-25, which is coming in once again from the right. And of course, the incredible B-25, one of the most successful medium bombers from World War II, along with the A-26 Invader. And I guess, arguably, the de Havilland Mosquito. But the B-25, that's the one, like I mentioned earlier, that the Doolittle raid came through. Oh, there we go. Snuck in on me. Thanks, Parker. And this, my friends, is how you land one of only 2 B-29s still flying in the world today.
All right, if you'll check in front of you, our 61 Dodge Power Wagon, tricked out for fire, work. The winner of Formula One 3 Bravo, race number 00, Chet Harris. Chet flying the Cassett Racer, white and purple aircraft, all the way from Anchorage with his crew chief, Justin Steinmertz. Oh, there's a backdrop. Chet's wife, Ben's on board, Sarah's on board, Vince is on board, the Maronis are on board, Trent's on board, Darcy, I think, is on board, and John Preacher, all on board. Give him a big one of applause. Thank you, Roy. Thank you for that.
Crewing the B-29 pilot is Neil Broussard, as here comes the P-40. All the way from Lafayette, Louisiana, 7th season on Fifi, and also pilot for the B-24 Diamond Lil for the Air Power History Tour. Captain for a legacy airline and grew up in aviation. Family from southern Louisiana has also flown for the Lone Star Flight Museum in Houston, Texas. Co-pilot Jeremy Lashbrook from Cabot, Alaska. Grew up in a very active Warbird family with his dad and brothers, retired as an Army aviator in both rotary wing and fixed wing aircraft. Current and active as a National Resource Designated Pilot Examiner and an instructor. He loves flying, of course, the B-29, the B-24, the C-47, and many of the other aircraft for the Commemorative Air Force. Flight engineer, which is very, very important on that aircraft. And boy, look online, the pictures of the flight engineer's position. You think that a, I was going to say modern, older jetliner has lots of steam gauges? Nowhere near what the flight engineer has to deal with. And let's see, it's really cool. They gave all this information, but they didn't give his name. But he's from Texas, born in Colorado. Anyways, we'll salute him as well. And of course, we're honoring all our veterans here today. Here's the P-40 in the colors of the American Volunteer Group. Like you were mentioning yesterday, Danny, the AVG, of course, flew in the China theater of war against the Japanese, and these were all mercenaries and part of General Claire Chenot's group, the AVG. And, oh, okay, folks, it's supposed to smoke like that, okay? General Claire Chenot was the leader of the AVG, and you'll also notice, and it's a little hard to see as he flies by, but head on over to the Warbird area and take a look at Fifi, Yellow Rose, and this P-40 once they get the aircraft squared away. It has that classic shark mouth painted on the cowl, and that was to inflict fear to the Japanese, and apparently it did. It did. And a lot of other nations did it as well. The Brits did it. In fact, they put sharks' teeth, mouth on a Lancaster on all 4 cowls on the Lancaster called Ropey.
But they didn't start it.
No.
No. Prior to that, the Germans used it on their twin-engine fighter aircraft. And that's history, or so they say.
Yes. All right, here comes that beautiful B-25J. What a gorgeous machine that is, as he just brings it in ever so gently. It brings it back to Mother Earth. Here we are. Hey folks, are you ready to go plane crazy? Buckle up for the high-octane sequel to the hit show Airplane Repo, introducing Plane Crazy Life, starring aviation legends Mike Kennedy, Cole Gauthier, and Mark Penguinton. This brand new YouTube series brings big personalities, bold missions, and serious horsepower back to the skies. And guess what? They're filming their debut episode and more right now here at the Roswell Air Races. Step behind the prop wash and into the chaos of high-stakes airplane deals, hard-pounding repossessions, and gorgeous aircraft restorations, and epic race day action at the inaugural Roswell Air Races. You can get in on the action before the first episode drops. Exclusive merch is available right now. Look for the Plane Crazy Life tent behind the grandstands and Founders Club and say hi to the stars of the show. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here they come. Give them a big wave as they bring these beautiful aircraft by for Military Appreciation Day. We salute you. Danny, I think Parker's going to continue to have fun up there.
I would. Wouldn't you? As we're talking about Military Appreciation Day, as you watch the B-29 taxi left to right, ended 80 years and some few days ago. And this was the reason, after we had won the war in Europe, we were still fighting the war in the Pacific. It would seem to never end until this airplane came into view, got close enough, some of the islands, the mainland of the enemy, and put an end to the war. And that was the beginning of August, 80 years ago. Almost 4,000 of these aircraft were built. Only 2 are flying in the world today. Top cover by the P-40 with the top of the bomber. A About 20 are in museums, and if you Google the B-29, you might find there's one in a museum near you. If you don't get up close to it here, or you're talking to friends that are not coming in this week, they might be able to pop in and see one at one of those 20 museums in North America and around the world. It is a miracle that that airplane and its counterpart, the Doc B-29, are flying today. It was a tremendous amount of hardship over the years. Startups were quite often, money got short, time went by, aircraft changed hands, but eventually not one, but two of the B-29s are into the air. If you ever saw them or heard them in parallel, flying in formation, it is a symphony of 8 of the Wright 3,350 cubic inch engine, producing about 2,200 horsepower on each one of those engines. Finally, our bomber pilots had pressurization, Roy. They could do the high altitude runs at quite often 30,000 feet, where the jet streams were encountered and surprised a lot of people for the first time. We didn't know about the winds that very altitude off the ground. Staged from Tinian on 4 parallel runways. The direction was 26, 260 degrees or 80 degrees. And because there's 4, they can't be left, right, and center for the B-29s. So they were A, B, C, and D. If you were a crew in a B-29, you were assigned to one of those 4 runways. And that's how they kept the designation and kept the confusion down to a level. Curtiss P-40 with an American-built Allison engine, ideal for low-level dogfight arena, but not into the higher altitudes. It took the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, built by the Packard Motor Car Company in Detroit, Michigan, with a 2-stage supercharger to get into the altitudes of around 35,000 feet or greater, also increasing the speed by 100 miles per hour. But using the tactics of the volunteer flying group, the Flying Tigers, don't fight the enemy's dogfight. Here are the tactics we're going to use with this airplane because the enemy in the Pacific has a more efficient fighter. Do not get in a tight turning dogfight with a Japanese Zero fighter. Claire Chenault told his civilian pilots, do a technique called boom and zoom, go in on the enemy, hit them hard, and then get the heck out of there. Either find a cloud or start into a right diving turn. In a right diving turn, when the Japanese Zero got up to about 220 miles per hour or so, the ailerons would stiffen up, and that was to keep damage from happening to the wing. They could not turn as tight as our American aircraft in a dive. That was the tactic you use, but in a tight turning, you're not going to do well. And now, without further ado, we're back to racing again. This time we're racing the jets as they make their way coming in from your left. My buddy Ed Noel and Lunar Sawyer are going to pick up the microphones to talk to you about the pilots, talk to you about the airplanes, and welcome back, you two. So good to see you. Lunar Sawyer and Ed Noel, it's all yours.
Well, thank you, Danny Clisham, and here we are, back with the jet class. This is our silver class. Now, they may be a little slower, but they are going really fast around those pylons out there. We're starting off, number 55 is going by, and that is Nathan Harnagle from Friendswood, Texas. Next in line is number 6, Mr. Bob McCormick from Sacramento, California. Number 16, Kevin Roll from Tulsa, Oklahoma. And coming by in an L39 is Mr. Mark Davis from Houston, Texas. And coming up slow down the line, not yet here at home pylon, is Mr. Scott Farnsworth from Jupiter, Florida in number 26. another L39. And following him is the lady who has won both heats for the silver jet class. And that is Miss Tammy Camilleri, Jet Sheila from Bathurst, Australia. And following her in an L39 is Mr. Phil Fogg, within the back seat, Mr. Jeff Turney. That is our pace plane with our pace plane pilot and our pace plane observer pilot. We are so excited to be here. Ed, you've been with the jet class since the very beginning, 2002. Tell me, what's it like to be at Roswell?
Roswell is a great venue. We've had an opportunity to change the course a little bit, folks. We added a little bit of distance, but we made it a little bit easier, a bending easement, if you want to call it.
Well, hope you're having a great Friday here. We certainly are on this very special weekend in the year. It's weekend in September that marks the National Championship Air Races. This is the restart, the next chapter, the continuation. 60th year of this incredible, incredible competition and air show and kind of old home week for everyone who loves aviation. Alongside Rob Lowe, I'm Tommy Sanders, and we are getting ready for some jet racing. We got 2 jet races this afternoon. We're going to kick it off with this one about to get up into the air right now and get things started with Jet Class 3B.
Absolutely, Tommy, and on the screen there you see our pace plane is making their way across the runway, about to depart. We're going to depart in qualifying order, and the first blue airplane you see pulling out there is L29. That's Tammy Camilleri. Race 61, all the way from Bathurst, Australia. They call her Jet Sheila. She calls the airplane Miss Independence.
Miss Independence. Jet Sheila. Now, I've never heard that before. That's kind of an Australian generic nickname for women folk, right?
Yeah, that's kind of her nickname.
Okay.
And there's our number 2 qualifier, Scott Farnsworth. This is his. He has 2 jets here this weekend, both L39s. This one is race 26, Perseverance, the black and silver with the red and pink stripes.
Yes, he and Tammy dueled it out in our B-class race yesterday. It was very, very exciting. Coming up next is Checkmate, white and red. L39C Mark Davis from Houston, Texas is piloting race number 90.
As we watch Mark depart out the left side, on the right side of your screen, you see an L29 Delphine. This is called Gray Wolf is the aircraft. Race 16, Kevin Roll out of Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Bob McCormick, another team that has 2 jets here at this competition here. This is the one that's racing in our B class here. This is Freya, the L29C. That's race number 6, white and red.
And our 6th place qualifier to race 55, Nathan Harnagel out of Friendswood, Texas. This aircraft is the Spirit of Freedom, race 55. Beautiful aluminum black L29. Tommy, our aircraft are all departing, like we said, in race qualifying order based on speeds on previous races. And here in the B class, what they will do is they will all form up on the pace plane that we saw depart first. They're going to circle around and line abreast. And then they will make their way back in, and we will talk about how they make their way into. Let's take a look at the course. Once they form up and come back in, they will come from the south to the north, kind of the direction we're looking at the jet course here. And as they proceed into the course, that is the chute, much like we had in Reno. And they come down the chute, they will all stay in their lane until they get to the guide pylon. And we'll take a look at the actual course right here as it comes up. The home pylon, start-finish line is there. To the right of that on our screen, the very first pylon, pylon number 1, is also the guide pylon. So our aircraft has to stay in their lane. They can accelerate and get out in front of each other, but they can't cut over and take the inside track until they pass pylon number 1 of the guide pylon. And then they will fly all the way around our 10.3 mile course, a little over 61 miles. We're going to do 6 laps at speeds a little over 400 miles an hour in this class, Tommy.
Going to be good stuff. Yeah, it won't take very long. All our teams yesterday raced for the first time the 2A race, and it was a very exciting one here. And we look forward to seeing what adjustments have been made. Who's going to do what? And will Tammy Camilleri make it 3-0, our racing record here at Roswell? Could be possible. The Miss Independence may be looking to take this thing all the way to the silver medal, but we're a ways off from that right now.
We certainly are, and Tammy put out earlier in the week that she may not have the fastest jet, but she was in a position that if she had the inside track and the shortest way around, she was going to be smooth. She was going to fly tight and make everybody work to get around her. And I think she even kind of threw the gauntlet down yesterday about Scott Farnsworth almost being able to get around her. She suggested that if maybe he lost a few pounds overnight, he could get around her. So I'm not sure. I think it's all friendly.
The use of the needle, though, is a friendly way to,
that's right.
to gin up a little competitive fire there, a little of the competitive juices. So we certainly look forward to all that. We look forward to the rest of our teams as well. Checkmate, the Gray Wolf, the Freya team, and Spirit of Freedom, Nathan Harnagel. Pace plane piloted by Phil Fogg, who's a former jet champion here, gold medal winner.
In the back of that airplane is Michael Steiger, who is the safety observer, but both are multi-time jet champions in the National Championship air races. So a lot of expertise, and we talked about lining up. You'll hear the pace plane here in a minute. We'll be able to listen into that radio frequency, and we'll hear that, and we'll adjust them. And then when he finally says, "Gentlemen and ladies, you have a race," the pace plane will pull up out of the way, and they will then circle overhead the race course, and they provide not just a safety observer function, but if somebody were to have a problem, needed somebody to fly up and look over and see if anything's wrong with the airplane, they're available to do that. So it's all about the safety and doing this very competitive racing, but in a very safe and efficient manner.
So once they descend on that race course, I mean 50 feet above the deck, going 400 miles an hour is breathtaking stuff, and we will get an earful and an eyeful of all that.
Yeah, absolutely. You think about that New Mexico desert going by at 2 football fields per second. That's actually really, really moving. So it's beautiful country, but it's going to go by in a blur for our racers.
Well, you can't get that experience anywhere else. That's why this is Destination A for people who are into air racing and into the world's fastest motorsport, to be sure. This jet class is the fastest, and it's been around since 2002, as a matter of fact. I think it was match racing when it first started by invitation.
Yeah, it was. It was an exhibition in the year 2000. They actually flew MiGs, and one of my good friends, Robert Hoot Gibson, the space shuttle astronaut you might be familiar with, was one of the pilots during the invitational exhibition and demo, and talked to him about what it's like to fly jets. He's actually raced jets here as well in subsequent years. And he talked about jets is a little different than some of the other classes, especially compared to unlimiteds. In the jet, once you come downhill and head through what we described the chute earlier, he said basically you set the throttle at 104 to 106%. You set the throttle lock, and that's basically firewalled, and you just leave it there. And then you just fly the airplane the rest of the race. So jet's a little bit different than what you might do in some other piston-powered airplanes like unlimiteds, but they have flown every year. The exhibition was in 2000. Obviously, all of our races were grounded in 2001 due to 9/11, which we just celebrated or honored the anniversary of that yesterday. And but like you said, Tommy, this class came in 2002, and they've been here ever since, and bringing nothing but adrenaline and excitement ever since.
Huge addition to the show here. I mean, the sound and the fury is just the sound alone is worth the price of a ticket. That's for sure.
Yeah, it is. You can see our aircraft there still joining up. You can see in the distance through our long lens. It's a little blurry. And some of the beautiful puffy clouds here in the skies over Roswell, New Mexico. But they're making a big, long, sweeping left-hand turn as they get lined up. And our pace plane will be getting them all positioned. And here in just a minute, we'll get a little bit clearer view of them as they turn and face us. So for part of the camera shot, they're going to be coming right at us, Tommy, as they come down that chute. But then as they get closer to the course itself, back overhead the airport, they'll move from our left to our right, and they're heading from south to north, entering not just down the chute, but Tommy, we brought the Valley of Speed for those that are just joining us here on Friday.
Famous Valley.
Hadn't heard that. The Valley of Speed came with us from Reno, and one of the great things about Roswell is the Valley of Speed is actually aligned with our final course. Our chute, our Valley of Speed, it is the fastest portion of our race course. On here, our largest course, the 10.3 mile course, and it's what's great about that is for our fans, not just here on the broadcast and the live stream, but the fans in person. All of that fastest portion of the course is right there, up close and personal.
Here's an up-close look at one of our pylons out there. It's got some lighting along with it. It's powered, but it's pretty much a basic operation. It's a can. It's a 55-gallon barrel on top of a 50-foot pole, 50-50.
That's it. And much like all of our classes, Tommy, we do have pylon judges at the pylons, and you talked about it being hollow. They actually look up through that pylon, and if they see portions of the airplane appear in that inner circle, they know that you've overflown the pylon instead of staying outside of it. And then there is a penalty for a pylon cut that turns into a number of seconds. So we are headed downhill here momentarily. We getting the indication on the screen that we have a green flag. So we'll listen in and see if we can pick up that radio frequency and hear the pace plane talking to the racers. Tommy, you can just see the airplanes in the far left side of our camera shot there. Occasionally you'll see a little bit of a glint off of a canopy as they're lined up out there. And once we get the pace plane will turn on the smoke. The air show smoke on the airplane. So when you see that, nothing's wrong with that airplane. That's just one of the indicators that they are just about to release our racers down the course. So I can tell from where they are that they are headed downhill. They're coming down the chute now, and hopefully we can be able to hear them here momentarily on the radio frequency. But they're beginning to get close enough now we can see them. Tommy, they're accelerating. Initially on the first lineup, they're all holding about 250 knots indicated, and the pace plane will then accelerate them from there to where by the time he releases them, tells them they have a race, everybody will be at full throttle. And there is the pace plane on the right side of your screen pulling up. He's told them we have a race. So the racers have to stay in their lane, Tommy, like we talked about, but they are going as fast as they can. They can maneuver out in front of each other as they come towards the home pylon and the start finish. And remember, all the way to pylon number 1, or the guide pylon that we saw a second ago with the light on it. They, at that point, can then begin not only their turn left onto the course, but that is the point that if they're out in front of their competitor, they can cut across to that inside, the shortest track around. So you see different choices in altitude as they make their way down to the 50-foot minimum altitude for our jets. As they come by here by the home start pylon right here, we are underway with Tammy Camilleri right there, Scott Farnsworth right beside her, and Checkmate, the red and white airplane. 1, 2, and 3 almost line abreast at the start, Tommy.
We have passed that start pylon, and they can now jockey for position. They can pass if they want to, move in and out.
There's a great shot on the top of your screen. You can see positions 1, 2, and 3 with Tammy Camilleri in race 61 out front. Down on the bottom, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 jets all right together. And right there on the top screen, you see the race for the lead already being contested. Scott Farnsworth in Perseverance, the black and silver with red and pink accents. He's definitely all over Tammy Camilleri. As they say in NASCAR, she's got a rear view full of Scott Farnsworth right now.
Absolutely, and that's the way it was the last 3 laps of the previous race, yesterday's 2B race. And but it didn't happen until later on because Scott Farnsworth started one position back, one position further off the inside track, the pole position.
And really not very far behind Mark Davis in race 90. The red and white airplane is in position 3, and he's right there. But you know we have to pass on the outside in closed course pylon racing. So you see Scott pulling up high as he is trying to get even with Tammy Camilleri here. And we'll let them go right over the top of us with our pylon cam out in the desert.
Very nice.
Scott is now, as he puts the nose down, Tammy was still able to hold about an airplane length's lead through those pylons on the south end of the course. But now here they are through the Valley of Speed, the fastest portion of our course, Tommy. Watch Scott right here. Boy, that is something. He's trying everything. He's trying to stay low, see if he can sneak up behind her. He's trying to go high, see if he can get a little bit of advantage.
Too,
yeah, Tammy's floating up a little bit higher than she normally does right there, coming through pylons 3 and 4. So that's a little bit different track for her than I've seen in the past.
No, she kept it low, that first race yesterday. She kept it low the entire time.
Now that Spirit of Freedom, race 55, is in the picture here as well, I believe. No, that's actually Bob McCormick. I think that they're catching in race 6. My apologies, didn't see the red on the airplane right there. So our leaders are catching the tail end of the pack right now, and so that's part of what Tammy's going to have to deal with as she catches up to Bob McCormick in race 6 in lap traffic, and that puts Farnsworth in a whole different position as he tries to come around and figure out where he's going to fit into the picture. But you can see it on the lower portion of your screen as these aircraft begin to sort it out and make their way around as they come around here towards, let's just watch as they come past our pylon cam here on the southern end of the course and make their way back to the Valley of Speed.
Tammy Camilleri, that blue jet right there.
Red and white is Mark Davis.
Mark Davis.
And Farnsworth
further out to the.
I think he's gotten past him, and he's out in front there.
Okay.
There's Tammy Camilleri. There's Farnsworth up high, the black jet, and then the white jet down low, I believe, is possibly McCormick that they're passing. We'll see here.
Could be.
They're back on the back portion of the course, so it's a little bit blurry. No, that's still Mark Davis, I believe, Tommy. That's still 1, 2, and 3, trying to sort it out. Those 3 are right together. The battle for the lead right here, ladies and gentlemen. You see Farnsworth trying something new. He's going to go up high, and that allows Davis to sneak in on the shorter route around those pylons. And it looks like we got a pass for second place right there, Tommy.
Could be. This is getting interesting here.
Farnsworth put the nose down, tried to convert some of that altitude to airspeed as he moves back up forward. Now both of them appear to be catching Camilleri, but it's very tight and a little bit of parallax there for us on the south end of the course. We'll have to see when they roll out, but man, all 3 of them, as you've said before, Tommy, you can throw a blanket over all 3 of them.
Very, very tight, especially for jet racing. This is good stuff.
Incredibly competitive, excuse me. Words are hard for Rob today.
Well,
but look at this, Tammy Camilleri doing what she said she would, consistent, staying on the inside, and these guys just can't quite get around her.
She's flying the short course, that is for sure, and that is one of the keys to victory if you want to win out here.
Yep, and 2 and 3 still kind of trading that second position back and forth. Right there from that angle, Farnsworth got his nose out there, but Mark Davis and Checkmate has the inside track and a little bit shorter way around, so in the turns, he's going to have the advantage. When they are straight and level, Farnsworth can put a little bit more speed, and it seems like he's slightly faster than Davis. But both of them have dropped back just a little bit from Camilleri.
Tammy's enjoying the best lead she's had so far right now. We are more than halfway through this race.
Yeah, lap 4 of 6 already. Man, it goes fast.
Yeah,
well,
it goes
400 and some odd miles per hour, it clicks off pretty quick. I'll tell you, at 50 feet over the New Mexico desert, that sagebrush and aircraft in the desert is just a blur as they're concentrating on flying around those pylons. But Tammy Camilleri, like we've seen her do in the last 2 races, Tommy, just got it on rails here and just staying consistent.
Staying the course for sure.
But look at, you can see him up top. Look at that distance right there. Wow. That is something. Now, checkmate. Davis has appeared to be pulling away just a little bit. We'll watch as they come by the home pylon on the top portion of our screen with this split screen. Kind of hard to tell from that camera shot. I think they were sort of line abreast, but then Mark Davis and checkmate is on the outside, got to take the longer way around, and you can see in the lower part as they head around that it appears that he might have gotten the pass there. We'll see as they roll out. It's kind of a little bit of parallax in the camera as they roll out, but they're back on the back portion of our course, headed for pylons 5, 6, and eventually the southern portion of our course. So you can see that Davis is still in the turn longer than Camilleri, which means she's able to achieve that straight and level speed at low altitude. And we'll see what happens as they come around. You know, when they come around to...
it's going to get closer. It's going to get closer.
Okay, we just heard that Farnsworth, 26, is pulled out of the race. That explains his absence from that trio. It was battling it out just moments ago.
Yeah, something happened in that airplane, and due to safety, he pulls up and out. But now it looks like we do have a new leader.
Okay, and now they say that Farnsworth has re-entered the race there, but he has lost some ground, certainly, as you would imagine.
So he just pulled up for some reason. Here's a good look at now our leader, Mark Davis, race 90 in checkmate, has been able to finally make the pass around Tammy Camilleri. And we'll see them come around the corner here. And now that he's finally gotten by, he's able to kind of walk away from her a little bit.
Yeah, it's a pretty bold move, and it paid off for sure.
And the timing as well, Tommy, yeah. Right? Just now we're in our white flag lap the last time around, and Mark Davis is out front as the leader, so he's just got to go one more time around. And Tammy Camilleri's not giving up yet, though. She is right behind him, still picking him up and putting him down pretty fast in a solid second place. We continue to watch him. You can see on the lower portion of your screen where you see the wider shot, you can still see aircraft coming up the home stretch, and then our leaders on the back stretch out far as you look against that beautiful New Mexico sky with the some of the convective clouds there out over the mountains to the west and El Capitan. But we'll concentrate on the top. But here is our aircraft come right over the top of you. That's our leader. Race 90, Mark Davis, Houston, Texas, making those final turns, headed back for home. And he should be getting the checkered flag when he comes by.
Made a big move in lap number 4. Tammy Camilleri seemed to have it under control there, but something extra found by Mark Davis.
Yeah, he found another gear there, kind of in the middle of that. But here he comes, Tommy. This is our leader. Round the last corner one last time. He's in the Valley of Speed right here, fastest portion of our course. And here is the checkered flag, your unofficial winner, Mark Davis. Checkmate in race 90.
90 on home pylon. Runway 17, wind 170.
There's Farnsworth in race 26. And he's popping up. And here comes the rest of our field coming across the final time. Across our start-finish line.
Bob McCormick rounding out our field. Race 3B is not official, but in the books.
Here's our final competitor.
I think that's Bob McCormick.
I believe so.
Yeah.
And he's up and off the course, and that completes our 3B pairing here. And here we looking at the replay now, Tommy. It was side by side, the first three. Tammy Camilleri, Scott Farnsworth, and Mark Davis. Here you see a great shot. She had the pole. She was inside. Scott Farnsworth doing his best to get around her. And right behind them, Mark Davis in the red and white checkmate. Eventually, Farnsworth has some sort of an issue and has to pull up for a little bit, slow down, and that moved him back in the pack just a little bit. And we ended up with this race right here for the lead with Mark Davis Davis, and here is where he gets around her. This is what coming around Tammy Camilleri there on the southern end of the course, and eventually that pass was what made the difference as he gets out front, and then did indeed have a little bit faster airplane Tommy and pulled away for the remainder of the race.
Yeah, it took over about halfway through the fourth lap, and that was it. That was it was all Mark Davis after that.
Yeah, and here we are taking the white flag one more time around, and he's got the race well in hand. Beginning to pass some lap traffic there as they encountered one of our other competitors in the back of the pack. But as they make it, here he is, Mark Davis, race 90, all the way from Houston, Texas. And he's coming around one final time. We get to see that great shot from our pylon cam out in the desert. And there he takes the checkered flag right there and pulls up off of the course, our official winner. And here's our unofficial results, Tommy.
Unofficial, yes. All has to be subject to the race committee, and they're double checking of all the times and figures. But Mark Davis, race 90, the checkmate number 1. Scott Farnsworth, second place, race 26 in Perseverance. Miss Independence Tammy Camilleri couldn't make it 3 in a row. She's going to wind up in 3rd place in this Jet 3B race. In race 61, Kevin Rowland, race 16, Bob McCormick in race 6, and the Spirit of Freedom, Nathan Harnagel in race 55, rounding out our 6. So stay with us. There's more jet racing coming up later this afternoon as our coverage continues right now. Got a lot of great air show entertainment on tap. When we return, we'll just step around the corner and we'll be back later with T6 and Jet A.
I was born in these mountains. Got my first pair of skis when I was 3. I was never afraid to go fast. I got faster until nobody could catch me. 154.06 miles per hour. The fastest American ever.
Straight down into the core of the earth, 700 feet beneath the surface, stalagmites and stalactites, million-year-old all-stars in a natural stadium, carved by water, populated by bats, and marveled by all. Carlsbad Caverns National Park.
We are here at the International UFO Museum in Roswell, New Mexico. It kind of encapsulates the 1947 incident. So what allegedly happened was there was an impact site and then a crash site. It was on Mac Brazel's ranch field. There was a lot of debris out there. He did ask other ranchers as well as to what that metal was that he found, because he knew it wasn't man-made. It wasn't from like an airplane, it wasn't from a car. Nobody else knew what it was. So then he kind of went into Roswell to talk to the sheriff. He didn't know what that debris was, so he kind of talked to his sheriff friends, which in turn the military came to be.
We're known all over the world when you go somewhere. They know about Roswell and they know about unidentified flying objects, and that's been a very successful thing for us in New Mexico. Growing up here, you know, we talked about the Milky Way when I was young. Today at our UFO museum here in town, we get about 850 visitors a day come through here from all over the world. So it's a huge event here, you know, for our community. You just can't get that kind of tourism out of anything. It's one of the most visited museums in the state of New Mexico. In About 1947, they had we had a it was just about the 4th of July. There was a space vehicle came through, and it was turning, and it crashed up about 20 miles from town. And the rancher came to town and told them that there was something had crashed out there, and they sent the Air Force out there to look and find out what it was. And it was identified as an extraterrestrial vehicle, they thought. And I can remember we used to sleep outside a lot at night, and you could, in the stars, you could see a lot of things, but when you saw something going by, you knew there was something different.
Whenever they took it to the Air Force Base that we have here in Roswell, it was way down south, they found bodies of aliens. 2 of them were deceased, 1 was alive, but it wasn't like entirely alive where it was super animated. They took them out to the old Air Force Base. They kind of had to bring in nurses to kind of see what was going on because they wanted to run tests on it, but didn't know exactly how to keep it alive for much longer. Nobody really knows what happened to the aliens at all. There are a lot of conspiracies that do say that they are still at Wright-Patterson in Ohio. Some believe that they are still in the Air Force Base, that they are underground, and some believe that it went to Fort Worth, Texas. If you're visiting for the Roswell Air Races, the International UFO Museum here in Roswell is the best place to come and visit.
few fun facts about the Mustang. Took designers 102 days to build the engineering prototype. The NA-73 X-Ray flew, like I say, October 1940. RAF were first to use the Mustang beginning in January of 42. And then starting in late 43, the U.S. Army Air Force, 8th Air Force used the P-51B fighters to escort bombers on raids over Germany, later supplemented with the D model, like you see here today, starting mid-1944. Something that's interesting, too, when you get your pit pass and you head on over to the Warbird area, take a look at the wing of the Mustang, especially the profile of the wing of the Mustang. They say it was based, it's a laminar flow wing, based on the shape of a trout. I kid you not.
Mother Nature's perfection.
That's right.
Honed after centuries for smoothness and contour.
Most hydrodynamic. P-63 that you see flying here today, a lot of innovations on this aircraft. What's interesting, of course, is the big Allison engine is behind the pilot. Well, how the heck do you get power to the prop? Well, it's just like in your car, it has a drive shaft that goes between the pilot's legs and into a reduction gear system and to the propeller, and that drives the aircraft through the, give them a big wave here as they go by the fire truck once again. And a lot of the Air Cobras and King Cobras weren't used primarily by Allied forces, except for the Russians. And a lot of the aircraft came through the States and up through Edmonton, Alberta, and then up what eventually became the Alaska Highway to Whitehorse, and then Whitehorse up to, now I'm having a mental block. And I was just there, Fairbanks, thank you. And then eventually on to Russia. And a lot of the aircraft, you could see the American rondelle was painted over into the Russian star. Of course, the other thing that's unusual about the King Cobra is the tricycle landing gear on the aircraft. And it has a door just like your, I don't know, 57 Chevy? $3,303 of that aircraft was eventually built, manufactured from 1943 to 1945, and first flew on December 7th of 1942. Has that Allison V1710 engine, putting out 1,800 horsepower. That's enough to get you pulled through the air. Maximum speed of the aircraft, 410 miles per hour, range of 450 miles. And with the external tanks, your ferry range, long time be sitting in the cockpit of an airplane like that, 2,200 miles. And believe me, the seats on the Mustang or the P-63 or the P-40 or any of those type of aircraft are not comfortable.
Well, you did have it up here. Housekeeping with Roy.
Now, as you see, as the aircraft start to come in, there's the Mustang just touching down, and they call this the Cadillac of the skies. You know, we see the T6 races earlier today. A lot of the Mustang and Warbird pilots will go back, especially for, I guess you could call it spring training, and put time on a T6, an SNJ, or a Hobbit, because they say that aircraft is actually more difficult to fly and to land than the Mustang. Look how wide the gear is on the Mustang as it comes in. And then look at the T6s, how narrow the gear is, and they're a very tricky aircraft to bring in and land. And then you take a look at the P-63 with that tricycle landing gear. Instead of having a tail wheel, of course, it has the wheel on the nose. And hopefully we'll be able to see the aircraft taxi by in front of us. And again, take a look at the P-63 behind the pilot, and think of that drive shaft going through the reduction box. And because of that reduction box, they were able to put a great big cannon that would fire through the nose of the P-63. And of course, that will make it a lot easier to aim where you want that shell to go, whether it's an enemy aircraft, bomber, or a ship, a vessel of some sort. And of course, that door, very unusual for a World War II aircraft, having that door, just like I say, just like your car. Take note of it as they taxi by. Look at that beautiful airplane up in the sky right now, trailing airshow smoke in the Roswell sky. That is Jim Pites and the aerobatic Bonanza. All the way from Pierce, South Dakota, Jim is the owner of Mustang Aviation, a full-service FBO located in his hometown of Pierce, South Dakota. Mustang Aviation provides fuel, charter, air freight, flight instruction, maintenance, and aircraft sales. Since his first solo flight 50 years ago, Jim has amassed more than 20,000 hours as he goes up around in a great big barnstormers loop. 20,000 hours, that is, of accident-free flight in more than 166 different models of general aviation aircraft. 2025 marks Jim's 33rd year performing aerobatics, and during that time, he has entertained millions of spectators throughout North America. As he goes up, there's a hammerhead stall turn as he rotates the aircraft around on that left wing. Jim flew a Christen Eagle, an extra 300L, for many years. Now he enjoys performing in a P-51D Mustang, Harvard Mark IV, 450 Stearman, and of course, the ever-popular aerobatic Bonanza. Jim is happiest when he's flying and is a true advocate for general aviation. Jim believes that general aviation is one of the greatest freedoms that we enjoy in America, and that controlling an aircraft through an aerobatic sequence with precision and energy management, as he's doing here today, is the pinnacle of his aviation career. Forward inverted, 5, 6 to knife edge, 7, 8-point roll. Jim is heavily involved in the airshow industry and served for 6 years on the board of directors of the International Council of Air Shows, serving 2 years as its chairman.
He currently serves on the ACE committee. He's a chairman, and as an aerobatic competency examiner. Jim also has mentored new aerobatic pilots. Also proud to have received the highest honor given in the air show industry, the ICAS Sword of Excellence. While watching Jim perform for you here today, keep in mind this is not your ordinary Bonanza. It's a very rare 1986 F-33C that's built and certified for aerobatics. The Beech Bonanza has been in continuous production longer than any other aircraft in history. Since initial production in 1947, more than 17,000 Bonanzas have been built. Of these 17,000, only 179 were certified for aerobatics. As a matter of fact, November 14 Juliet Papa, the airplane Jim is flying here today, is serial number CJ177, making it one of the last aerobatic Bonanzas ever built. Jim's Bonanza is powered by a stock out-of-the-crate 300 horsepower Continental IO550, turning a Hartzell 3-bladed Super Scimitar propeller. Aircraft weighs about almost 3,000 pounds and is certified to +6 and -3 Gs. Amazingly, Jim's Bonanza is not equipped with an inverted fuel or oil system. To make this performance possible, Jim has become a master of energy management and is proud to list the legendary Robert A. Bob Hoover as one of his most influential mentors and friends. There he goes into what I like to call the A&W Root Beer Barrel Roll. Now remember, Jim is a highly experienced aerobatic pilot, and this is definitely not your typical stock Bonanza. So all you Bonanza pilots in the audience, don't try this at home. Jim Pyatt's Aerosport sponsors are Hartzell Propellers, the leader in aircraft propeller systems, built on honor in Piqua, Ohio since 1917. Wheelan Aerospace Technologies, producing the best high-performance lighting solutions for certified and experimental aircraft, made in America since 1952. Here he is, oh, beautiful top side spaz. Phillips 66 Aviation Products. At home or on the road, it's always Jim's choice of fuel. You notice how the landing gear went up when he was upside down? Landing gear goes up when you're upside down. From wheels up to wheels down, Jim has superior graphical weather and entertainment at his fingertips to maximize his situational awareness and comfort. Brought to you by Sirius XM. And Mustang Aviation, Jim's state-of-the-art full-service FBO located in his hometown of Pierre in the great state of South Dakota. Aerobatic Bonanza, as well as the P-51 Mustang that Jim flies and air shows, is on display at Mustang Aviation. Make sure you stop in and visit Jim and his amazing staff. Since 1932, GECU has kept the credit union people helping people's philosophy at the forefront of everything we do. Today, GECU proudly serves members across Texas and New Mexico. And we're excited to be expanding to new communities. GECU is proud to be a sponsor of this year's National Championship Air Races. For more information on becoming a member of GECU, make sure you come to their locations. And of course, they're proud to sponsor Military Appreciation Day here at the National Championship Air Races. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, look at this machine that's coming out here right now. Bill Brock is in the controls of that jet power car. Here comes Jim Pites. They were trash talking earlier today at the brief. Gentlemen, what's going on?
Just because he beat me yesterday, he thinks he's got a chance today. Yeah, I'm gonna smoke him out.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
Yep, there's smoke and thunder.
Oh my goodness, the smoke looks amazing. Hey everybody, what do you think? They're cheering. This thing has...
Rematch. Just because you beat me yesterday, don't think you're going to do it again.
Oh, that was close. That jet car has a Westinghouse J3448 engine that normally through the skies, 12,000 horsepower. It's got a 4130 chromoly construction. Well, you don't have a smoke system, so what are you going to do about it?
Do now. I'll show you.
That's better. All right, guys. So what's it going to come down to? Who's buying the brew tonight?
And I'm thirsty and it's hot.
And W. Revere. It's time. Uh-oh. So, who's going to win?
Just watch.
All right, folks, what do you think? Is it going to be the jet car with Bill Brock and Smoke and Thunder? One guy cheered for Smoke and Thunder.
See? All right. Let's see how this goes.
What about the airplane? Big cheer for the Bonanza. Okay, Bill, it's up to you. You got your one guy cheering for you and about 20,000 for Jim. All right, he's lining up. He's getting ready. Is this going to be it, or is this just another, I'm going to fool you? Here we go. Oh, I think it was a little late. $20,000 people are cheering.
Time for the roll.
All right, once again, thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause to Jim Pites and the Aerobatic Bonanza and Bill Brock and the Smoke and Thunder jet car. Wasn't that cool? Sorry to the one guy who cheered for the jet car. Danny, over to you.
All right, thank you. Keep cheering if you will. There's our 61 Dodge Power Wagon fire truck with the STOL racers on the back. Now, you know they're full of action, so I want you to reciprocate. Jump up and down, whistle, scream, shout, it's okay. This is a party. One round? What do you think of that crew?
They're all winners at STOL drag, so we stuffed all 11 of them, plus all their girlfriends.
Guess what? If there'd have been 22, they'd still all be on the back of the power wagon.
Johnny Walker, Roger Sewell, and all the leaders of the STOL drag racers in the red Dodge powder wagon.
And as they do a run from a left or right, they'll probably do a 180 because they love the attention. Who doesn't?
Yeah.
And if they pass in front of you again, show your love.
That's right.
Thank you.
Oh, nice. My favorite Led Zeppelin song. Lots of racing and events coming up here in the next little while. If all goes well, Bob Carlton will be taken to the skies. In fact, I could see him off to our broadcast left getting the aircraft ready. A very unusual machine. And then we've got your T6 Heat Final coming up, your 3A, 3 Alpha Final. And to end it all off, we've got our Heat 3A final with the Jet class. So stick around, still lots for you to check out. And once we're finished flying, Danny, you know, people don't have to rush away. There's so much to see. We got the Warbirds, Fifi, the B-25, the P-40 over on our broadcast right. All the food trucks in behind. All the vendors. I went and got my official t-shirt, and as you can see, I've got my, ooh, it's hot, official pin this morning, so make sure you check all that out, and of course, your program as well. All the information is in there for all the performers, all the racers, the aircraft, the pilots, the history of this great event, the location of this great event. The Brown Farm Ranch way over there, that part of the racetrack is in. They've been a part of the Roswell area for a very, very, very long time. And thank you to them for allowing us to set up, as they go by again, there they go, set up a large part of the far end of the course in their ranch. And we salute you and thank you. All right, folks, off to our right, there is Jim Pites taxing by in that beautiful Bonanza. And he keeps telling me, tell people, if you have a Bonanza, don't do what I do with my airplane. Because this is a very special Bonanza, as I told you during his performance. Don't do that with a stock Bonanza, no matter how good you think you are. There he is. He has the air conditioner on and his hand out the window. That's why he's one of the coolest pilots. He has air conditioning in that thing. There you go. Give him a wave. Wave your hands. Wave your hat. Like I like to say, wave grandma.
Put me down.
Flight Roswell, your hometown fixed base operator, is proud to serve the premier gateway to aviation in southeastern New Mexico. As a full-service FBO, Flight Roswell welcomes all the general aviation traffic and supports aircraft of every size, from single-engine props to the largest military jets in the sky. As a part of Flight network of 26 FBOs worldwide, Flight Roswell connects pilots and passengers to a trusted standard of service, safety, and hospitality, wherever their travels may lead. Whether you're here for the excitement of the Roswell Air Racing Championships, flying for business, or simply enjoying the freedom of flight, Flight Roswell stands ready to serve you today and every day. I think this is what Jim and Bill were fighting for. Yeah. When enjoying the National Championship Air Races, Heineken and Dos Equis, the official import beer sponsors, invite you to refresh yourselves responsibly at any of our booths throughout the event. I think I will be going over to the performers pit area and see if they have any there after the event. ExxonMobil is proud to support the National Championship Air Race's first year in the land of enchantment. In New Mexico, our team of innovation and hardworking people drive our progress, delivering safe, reliable energy while decreasing emissions. On behalf of ExxonMobil, thanks for coming and have a great time. And again, attention all current and former service members, as part of our Military Appreciation Day, you're invited to stop by the GECU exhibit booth near the north end of the grandstands to claim your exclusive commemorative hat. It's our way of saying thank you for your service, and we'd love to see those hats proudly worn throughout the day. Swing by, gear up, and let us celebrate you. Illusions Rentals complements this year's show with comprehensive decor, design, and specialty rental services that transforms event spaces into memorable destinations. Our portfolio spans stylish furniture, custom fabrications, floral installations, and scenic elements, all curated to enhance the structures provided on site. Whether your vision is modern, classic, or entirely custom, our diverse catalog and in-house design teams ensure every detail aligns with your theme and audience, delivering exceptional service and flawless logistics for every environment. For more information, go to www.illusionsrentals.com.
And we'd like to remind you as well, 2 more races coming up today. We're going to race the T6 SNJ
Harvard
class. Coming up soon, right after Bob Carlton's solo demonstration, the award-winning Bob Carlton. Right after the T6 SNJ
Harvard
race, we're going to go back into the jets, and they will close out this afternoon. So stay with us if you can. That's the way the afternoon should pan out. And we're doing pretty good with the schedule right now. Stick and stay, don't go away. We still have speed coming up. We still have piloting races coming up. And we're not nagging. Roy and I will never nag you, but we are worried about your health, concerned about your well-being. So please, please remember, it's easy to forget to put on that second, third, fifth layer of sunblock, suntan lotion, lip protection, and keep the fluids going in. A bit of wind, a lot of temperatures, that will dry you out. Our flight positions tell us when you get thirsty, you're already behind the power curve. You're already into dehydration.
Look.
What is it?
A cloud. Shade.
What?
Yay, we got shade.
New Mexico shade.
And the crowd goes wild.
Yay.
Hey, make sure you reserve your rental car today. Ride to the 2025 National Championship Air Races with Rent a Toyota. Hassle-free pickup, ready-to-go vehicles. Visit RoswellToyota.com. Ladies and gentlemen, 20 years before the Wright brothers invented the airplane, intrepid aviators such as Otto Lilienthal and Octave Chanute were successfully piloting soaring aircraft. Emulating the bird's ability to use rising air currents, they began man's adventure in flight. With no other launch method available, they launched their frail aircraft from ridges and hills. The need to launch from elevated terrain or to be towed aloft has long been the nemesis of sailplane flying. But no longer. Bob Carlton has mounted not one but two jet engines to his Foxjet sailplane that allows him to not only launch his aircraft, but also do amazing high-speed, low-level aerobatics. Folks, remember, Bob is a retired rocket scientist. For his first act, he will climb to over 2,000 feet and then reduce the jet engine to idle for a classic silent sailplane aerobatics demonstration. Then listen for the roar of the twin jet engines, followed by only the rush of the wind over his wings as he begins his aerial ballet. Bob Carlton, all the way from Moriarty, New Mexico, with his wife Lori and their two dogs, Ginger and Dewey. He's been flying for over 40 years. He's winner of the Art Scholl Showmanship Award, the Chairman's Award. Presented by the Soaring Society of America. The Bill Barber Award for Showmanship, brought to you by World Air Show News. Ladies and gentlemen, look high in the sky for Bob Carlton and his jet sailplane. Bob will now reposition his Foxjet for a demonstration of low-level aerobatics. Listen for the jet engine to spool up as he approaches show center at over 175 miles per hour. The Foxjet is the only sailplane in the world capable of such high-speed, low-level aerobatic performance. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Carlton and the Foxjet twin-jet engine sailplane. Bob Carlton from Moriarty, New Mexico. Foxjet is Bob's 10th jet sailplane, also flies hang gliders, powered planes, helicopter, and is licensed to jump out of perfectly good aircraft.
Now, wait a minute.
What?
The great Wayne Handley said, there is no such thing as a perfect airplane.
Yeah, just a whole bunch of parts flying in really, really close formation?
If you're lucky.
He's actually dropped a hang glider from a balloon at 13,000 feet. That would have been a ride. and has flown a hang glider over 100 miles and a sailplane over 200 miles. And you'll notice as Bob brings the aircraft in, landing gear, we talked about landing gear earlier, a little different. He has one main wheel basically underneath his butt, and then a tail wheel and skids on the wingtip. And in a normal sailplane, you would come to a halt, and ever so gently, the airplane will tip to its side, and you have to get a crew to come out and help move the aircraft off the runway. Not with him. He's got those twin jet engines on it. He could taxi all the way down. He could see you. Give him a big wave. Let's hear it for Bob Carlton and that amazing Foxjet. All right, my friends, it is time to get ready for some more racing, T6 style.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Roy Happily. Give Roy a big round of applause. We're going to close out with racing. That's going to give Roy a little breather in the shade. Can you hear that? You heard that sound? That's the rumble of a Pratt & Whitney engine from the pits of the T6 SNJ
Harvard
class. Roy has to get his 2 cents in. I don't blame him. Yep, there, I was right. There they come. Now, we have Ready or Not with us. Ready or Not from Wakarusa, Indiana. And as the T6s get ready to race, I want to congratulate you. You were named Rookie of the Year at Pylon Racing Seminar earlier this year. Give this young man a big round of applause, if you will. You're Rookie of the Year in the T6 class.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know about that.
Well, you told me. See how humble they get, Roy? I read your press release, Brady. All right, Brady, as they come by, will you give us the names of the pilots and the type of North American trainer that they're flying?
Yeah, absolutely. So first up is our pace plane, piloted by Ben York with Bill Mazzala in the back seat. Second is Race 50 Abracadabra with Vitaly from Ukraine. Starting second is Race 43 and Midnight Mist the third, Chris Lefave. The aircraft is actually owned by Joel Stinnett out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Behind him is race number 66, Gunslinger Vic McMahon from Blaine, Washington. Behind him is Gordo Sanders and Big Red from Jasper, Alabama. Next up is race 90, Greg McNeely from Port Orange, Florida. Behind him, race 18, Bama Bell, Lee Oman from Sequoia, Washington. This aircraft is actually also owned by Gordo Sanders. And starting last is race 19, Redneck Fury, Michael Sisk from Alpine, Wyoming. Something to note, all of these men have raced T6s in the past at Reno. Some of them have won gold and others have won silver and also the classic class.
I was born in these mountains. Got my first pair of skis when I was 3. I was never afraid to go fast. I got faster until nobody could catch me. 154.06 miles per hour. The fastest American ever.
straight down into the core of the earth. 700 feet beneath the surface. Stalagmites and stalactites. Million-year-old all-stars in a natural stadium. Carved by water. Populated by bats. And marveled by all. Carlsbad Caverns National Park.
Roswell, New Mexico, definitely a one-of-a-kind place. No place like it in the state of America, and if you really love air racing, you might call it the most welcoming city in these here United States. They have stepped up big time in order to provide a new home for the new chapter of North American Championship Air Races. And we are more than happy to be here. Day number 2 of 4 days of coverage we have for you. Wall to wall each and every day, and we're going to wrap up our day with 2 races from 2 different classes and the A group in both of those classes. In a little while, it's going to be the Jet 3A race, but coming up next, right now, it's T6 3A. We have a full field. Rob?
That we do, Tommy, and the T6 race we're about to see is going to be a great, very competitive race. There you get a good look at where our course is in relation to the airport here at the Roswell International Air Center, and here is the course itself. 8 pylons, 5.4 miles long. Our aircraft do an air start. They come line abreast from our left to our right on this graphic. Pass the start-finish home pylon and head for the guide pylon, pylon number 1, just to the right of the start-finish line. Fly the course counterclockwise to the left, fly low, turn left, go fast.
Well, these airplanes represents a lot of aviation history, military aviation history here, a very famous trainer from the World War II era and beyond.
Absolutely. Tommy, known as the pilot maker, the T6, this is our most unique and historic class. It's match racing between stock aircraft, in effect. These are advanced trainers, as you said, from the World War II era. They were built by North American Aviation in both Inglewood, California and Grand Prairie, Texas. Approximately 15,000 of these airplanes were built, but about 150 of them are still flying today around the world. We're going to fly 5 laps on this race course, 5.4 mile, a little over 27 miles. Our average speed will be about 220 miles an hour. The specs for this class are very flat and equal, and that is make this race and all the races in this class, it's all about pilot skill and performance. Now, the minimum weight, including the pilot and 50 gallons of gas, is 4,000 pounds at the start of the race, and they all operate the stock Pratt & Whitney air-cooled radial engine, 9 cylinders. Stock configuration about 600 horsepower, but race configuration upwards of 800 or 850. Now, we don't use any exotic or funny fuels, Tommy. It's all regular avgas, and they are all turning the stock standard 9-foot long Hamilton standard metal prop. And we're going to listen for some amazing sounds. One of the very cool things about these Warbirds and these T6s particularly is the 9-cylinder radial engine has a nice low rumble, but there's a crackle up top, and that is the tips of that propeller going supersonic, little mini supersonic booms. And here's our lineup, Tommy.
All right, yes, seven racing airplanes in this one. Vitaly Pechersky of Kiev in Ukraine. In Abracadabra, race 50, will have the pole position, followed by Chris Lefebvre, race 43 in Midnight Miss 3, Vic McMahon. In the Gunslinger, that's number 66, Gordo Sanders in Big Red. That's race number 5, Greg McNeely. Race 90, Undecided, Lee Ullman. Race 18, the Bama Bell, and Michael Sisk, Redneck Fury. And that is race 19. We'll get to check them all out as they get up into the air. Start to make preparations to get this race underway. They will leave in order. And they're just about ready to go, Rob.
And Tommy, in addition to all the aircraft you just listed, out front there on the far right of our screen, we see a T6 with a number 21 on it. Yeah. That's our pace plane. So they will take off first, and then our aircraft, as you can see, are taxiing out in race order, just as you described a second ago. And they will all depart and form up, circle around to the south of our airfield, and then come back down the chute, headed for the Valley of Speed, and we'll be on the course and ready to go. So you notice the first aircraft actually has 2 people sitting in it. This airplane, an advanced trainer designed for a pilot and an instructor back in the day. All of our racers will have one, just the pilot in them, but here our safety observer sits in the back of our pace plane, and that is exactly what the title implies. He's there to help be an extra set of eyes. He's not have the responsibility of flying the airplane, and he can keep his eye out for anything that's happening on the course, and if needed, once they release the racers, they circle above the course, and if needed, they can fly down beside an airplane, take a look over, fly in around it, give them any feedback they might need if something feels funny. But normally they're just up there making sure everything's good, and then we complete the race and everybody lands.
Try to give you a look at, a better look at most of these planes as they taxi on out and get ready for their takeoff sequence there. The yellow cowling is the race 50. That's the #1 seed, Vitaly Pechersky of Kiev, Ukraine.
Yep, the yellow wing with the red cowling, that's our pace plane over there. And in the center of that grouping, in the red and white, that's Chris Lefebvre, Midnight Miss 3. Yeah. Great shot of him. There's a great graphic there on him. Now you might notice, fans, on your screen, we've got an inset. And you see the back of a helmet of Greg McNeely. We'll show you his airplane here in just a minute. Race 90, a little bit farther back in the pack. He's going to start in the 5th position here today. But we're going to be able to give you those in-cockpit views throughout this entire race.
Those are always fun, always great, and sort of illuminating as to what these guys are seeing, because it's an eyeful, that's for sure.
So you'll see that picture kind of pixelate a little bit, and that just has to do with where the antennas are on the aircraft and how our receivers pick it up. So our apologies for that, but you'll see that kind of come and go as the airplanes maneuver around. You can imagine the challenges of getting a camera signal from a moving airplane at 250 miles an hour. But here we go. We are beginning our takeoff sequence, so we'll get them airborne here in just a minute, but that is our #1 pole position, race number 50, Vitaly Pechersky.
White and yellow. Remember that, and of course the race number 50 on the side to help you keep up with throughout the race. Chris Lefebvre got the checkerboard on the cowling there, and red in color with a little bit of white on the wings as well. Race 43.
You can hear some of that wonderful engine sound as we look at our next competitor, Vic McMahon. Race 66 in Gunslinger, black, white, and silver aircraft.
Easy to follow. No plane looks like that at all. That's the black one, the one black one we have there. We have multiple red planes, including big red Gordo Sanders from Jasper, Alabama in that one. That's race number 5. That's red all over.
Right behind him, this is the white aircraft, race 90 of Greg McNeely from Port Orange, Florida. And that is also the inset, the in-cockpit camera you have there on the right side. That is one and the same. That's the airplane the in-cockpit view is from.
Be fun to watch that. Lee Oman, blue, pretty blue plane. Bill, excuse me. Yeah, it is the Bama Bill. No, he's from Sequim, Washington. We have another racer from Alabama.
That's it. In our 7th racer, Michael Sisk in Redneck Fury, the yellow airplane out of Alpine, Wyoming. All of these aircraft are T6, and we talked about that being the pilot maker as they begin to circle up and form up together. We can talk a little bit more about kind of the history of that airplane.
Sure.
And, you know, as the advanced trainer in World War II, if you think about kind of where we were, we get attacked by Japan, there's Pearl Harbor, America has to prepare for war, we have to turn around our industrial complex, we start producing these airplanes, North American is making these advanced trainers, and then we've got to put all these new pilots through this training. Well, they work their way through some initial training airplanes, and then they get to the T6. The T6 is known as the pilot maker because more pilots have been certified to fly in this airplane than any other single type make of airplane in history, and it's a heavy tail dragger. It's got a high center of gravity. You might have noticed the landing gear is fairly close together, so it kind of wants to ground loop fairly easy. The tail wants to get in front of the front end of the airplane pretty easy. It's an airplane that was complex, it's heavy, and it took a lot of effort to fly, also to land and taxi. Yeah. They say you're not done flying a T6 until the engine's off and you're in the chocks. And in fact, there's a number of very interesting stories out there where pilots went on to fly the P-51 like we saw earlier, the P-40 like we saw fly just a little bit ago in the air show portion. Those frontline fighters were actually easier to fly than the T6, and these pilots would come back to their instructors and say, why didn't I get to fly the P-40 T41st because it's way easier than this T6.
You might say it's an unforgiving airplane, and that's possibly the best training, the best lesson you could learn in flying is to fly those every day during the last segment of your training before you graduate to these other formats.
Absolutely. Now, there's several variants of the T6 that were made. The AT6, Advanced Trainer 6 Texan, was used by the Army Air Corps and what became the Air Force. The SNJ, we only have one SNJ in this race, and that is Gordo Sanders in race number 5, Big Red. That is the Navy version, basically the same airplane, but that's the Navy version. And then not represented in our racers this year, but there also was a license-built Canadian version, the Harvard. And that is all basically the same airplane, but built in different locations and used in different air forces around the world. So the race versions of these airplanes, they can some of the modifications they can do higher compression in the cylinders. We talked about the increased horsepower earlier. You'll often see that they'll take metal tape, foil tape, and tape over some of the seams where the rivets are, the panel joints, just trying to get that little bit of aerodynamic improvement. There's a textured wing walk area beside the cockpit on top of the wing. Sometimes you'll see our racers sand those off to where it's perfectly smooth. All that reduces drag. So this is a very even matched racing class. So any little quarter or half a knot you can get over your competitor makes the difference.
Did we not see Greg McNeely this morning under his plane doing a few of those things, smoothing out some places, applying a little bit of a liquid on there, polishing, and then just every little bit, every fraction of a second you can gain might mean the difference between a win and a second place.
Yeah, absolutely, that makes the difference. So you see on the left side, you can see our airplanes are now lining up. They're beginning to get in position, line abreast, and they will circle around, continue a gentle left-hand turn until they work their way back to the airfield. They are south and west of our airfield right at the moment, and they'll continue to turn back, and they'll be headed due north right up towards runway 35, which is our home, aligned with our home final course. And that will pass, they will come down the chute as they head downhill. Tommy, our pace plane, will tell them they have a race. Pace plane will pull up, and then once they head down the chute, they have to stay inside the lane that they're assigned. They can advance forward and back to get in front of each other, but they can't turn and pull in front of each other until they pass the guide pylon that we saw earlier in the descriptor. That pylon number 1 is the first time you can pull in front of your competitor and get to that inside track. Being on the inside is the shortest way around and the fastest way around in pylon racing. So we've got 8 pylons on this course, a little over 4.5 miles. And we're going to do a total of 27 miles in this race as we do 5 laps. So it's going to be fun, and Tommy, we're also going to get to listen to those wonderful radial engines here shortly.
Yeah, they provide a unique sound, not like any other of our classes.
We're also going to be able to listen in to the pace plane talking to these airplanes, so you can see they're all right there together. He'll be talking about air speeds. He'll be using their tail number or their race number, 66, 95, whatever it is. He'll tell them to scoot up, scoot back, whatever it is.
6 flight, no line abreast. Third by pylon 5.
So you can hear a little bit of communication there, so we'll get some more detail as they get a little bit closer, but they are just directly south of the field now. And they're kind of on, if you were in a landing pattern, this would be a base leg, kind of 90 degrees and needing another additional few degrees, 90 degrees turn to come northbound. So you can see them continuing to work that. And this particular angle, it looks like we've got a couple that are a little bit off to the side, but in reality, once they make this turn, they'll all be lined up, line abreast, and headed right back towards us here very soon.
Always great care in getting these planes with these flying starts, getting them as evenly lined up as they can and make it as real and fair a race as it can possibly be. And we appreciate that. I tell you what, there's never any questions about the preparations for one of these races.
Nope, absolutely. And one of the things, once they come down and we see the pace plane pull up, Tommy will listen in and we'll get to hear all 7 of these radial engines go by the start-finish line. It's going to be something to hear. We've got a lot of fans out there listening to the broadcast and watching the broadcast on the live stream. And one of the things that's always popular with aviation fans, no matter where you are, in person or online, is we want to hear those T6 engines go by. So you can see we're finishing that turn now. Smoke is on there on our pace plane.
We're very near.
Pushing it up.
Race time.
You hear him tell him, he said, pushing it up, that's the throttles coming up from the pace plane, so everybody knows. And they're all looking to their left, to the aircraft more inside, just trying to stay in line and match the speeds. They're entering the chute now. You'll see them start to descend here shortly with the pace plane. Headed downhill. As is. And that again was
what you got, guys?
little adjustments from the pace plane.
Gentlemen, you are released to the course.
And there we go, Tommy. Pace plane's pulling up. We're headed for the home pylon, headed northbound. Let's listen in as they come by.
Headed down the valley of speed. There's the start-finish pylon, and shortly after that, we'll be underway.
And there we are, Tommy. We're past the home pylon. Got to hear all 7 of those engines together. And we've got Vitaly Pechersky in Abracadabra out front there on the inside, the left, right behind him, the red and white of Chris Lefebvre, and right behind him, Vic McMahon in the black T6. All 3 of those very closely matched in positions 1, 2, and 3. On the split screen shot, which is absolutely beautiful, you get to see all 7 aircraft all right there, positions 6 and 7, just a little bit behind the pack of the first 5, and with the inset of Greg McNeely in race 90, undecided, the white T6. But there's our 2 leaders, Tommy.
Tony Pechersky's a veteran of this T6 competition. Several seasons here at the National Championship Air Races.
Right.
Ditto for Chris Lefebvre.
Yeah, same, and the aircraft on the right there in that shot. Midnight Mist, the red and white T6 of Chris Lefebvre, and he's beginning to track down on Pechersky just a little bit. And Vitaly Pechersky all the way from Ukraine here racing in the National Championship Air Races. And yesterday, who started in our 4th position today, Gordo Sanders, he actually crossed the finish line first. I understand a little bit of a 10-second penalty.
Yep.
So he was very fast yesterday. We expect to see him moving up through the field here shortly today as well.
Yeah, he was kind of dominant in that race.
Looky here, Tommy, we've got race 43. He's pulled even as we head into through the valley of speed, completing the home pylon, starting that first turn. Now he's got a longer way to go here around these first 3 or 4 pylons. So we'll see if he can maintain that position. But boy, we are line abreast. This is a race for the lead, ladies and gentlemen, here in the A pairing of the T6 class.
Vitaly Pechersky thought he was going to be unmolested going through the first couple of laps. He can change that reality right now, because he has got a very close rival there.
And those 2 aircraft in first and second, you can see on the split on the bottom, have pulled away a little bit from Vic McMahon in race 66, the black T6 in 3rd position. But as they head down the backstretch and make their way around, here they're headed for pylons 5, 6, and 7, and then eventually 8 as they do the southernmost portion of our T6 class here, the course, excuse me, a little over 4.5 miles. And you can see again that Chris Lefebvre has been able to catch and match, but he's on the outside. He has to take that longer route around.
Yeah, it's still advantage Pechersky. There's no doubt about that. He's got the inside track, the shortest raceway.
Let's listen in as they come past the home pylon here. Wow, those 2 are so evenly matched, Tommy. We're going to see what they do here around the north end of the course and make their way back to the south. And then when they come over, we have the pylon cam out there on the south fence past the south pylons. And we'll get a really close view of them, and we'll be able to hear those beautiful 9-cylinder radial engines.
You can see the differential between our 1 and 2, and number 3 now is just behind our McNeely insert right there. But Vic McMahon is trailing by a pretty good bit right now.
Yep, he is. And, you know, Chris Lefebvre gets a little bit of ground gained when they're in the straight and level, but in the turns, Pechersky's able to kind of hold him off. See there, he's getting, it appears to be a little ahead in the red airplane. Now let's watch as they come over our camera. Let's watch and listen. It's very tight, shoulder to shoulder, close course racing right here. You gotta love it. You can hear those Hamilton
the only place
standard.
you can hear that.
That's right, and man, that's the sound of freedom right there, absolutely. But it's even more the sound of racing here at the National Championship Air Races, and we have some competition right here for the lead in the A main here for the T6 class. Chris Lefebvre in the right side of your screen, race 43, doing his best to get around Vitaly Pechersky. He just hasn't quite got it, but back in the pack, Tommy, let's look back at 4th and 5th here, and we'll get to see
Sanders and looks like Greg McNeely.
That's still our leaders on the top, kind of and the bottom. You see them 1 and 2 there on the left of the bottom screen. There's 4th and 5th. There's Big Red, Gordo Sanders, and Greg McNeely. And we also get the cockpit shot to the side, left side of Greg's helmet there as he is moving his way around. And you should be able to see Gordo's airplane as Greg rolls out. Just keep your eye on that inset. Great view. You'll be able to see that red T6 out in front as the camera signal kind of comes in and out. But great racing back for 4th and 5th. Look at that, Tommy. You see that red airplane right there?
Yeah.
Wow. That is great shot being able to see it up close.
Back to our leaders. Vitaly Pechersky may have lost his lead as it stands right now. He's backed a little bit.
Well, it looks like Chris Lefebvre has gotten around him. Well, the tale will be told here as we roll into the Valley of Speed right here. We're headed for the white flag when they come around this time. And look at that, Tommy. Chris Lefebvre has done it. He finally made it around. Took him almost 5 laps to do it. But here as we head into the final lap, Chris Lefebvre has the lead. Now he's far enough out, he can drop down in front, take that shorter course around. It appears that he's a little more comfortable right there with a little bit higher altitude, but he's beginning to pull away just a little bit now that he's in that clean, smooth air out front.
$590's on your left.
McMahon and Sanders dueling it out there.
Our battle for 4th and 5th, you can still see in the inset there in the, right there, look at the red airplane right in front of Greg McNeely in that in-cockpit view. Let's listen as we come around the south end here.
It's Lee Oman and Michael Sisk right there.
Yeah, 6 and 7 in position right now.
90, watch out. I'm going to the right for the Dust Devil. Coming right.
There's something you don't hear every day, Thomas. Our pilots having to deviate around a Dust Devil while they're racing.
That's a first for me. I've never heard that one before.
Well, it's all about being safe, right?
Yeah. All right, here we come.
Chris Lefebvre, he's out front, he's leading, he's on the final lap, he rolls into the Valley of Speed, and here he comes. This will be the unofficial winner. Your checkered flag as he comes by the home pylon right here, Tommy. Oh, how about that? We had a race there for sure.
All the way to the final lap.
Vitaly Pechersky coming across in second. Vic McMahon in race 66 looks unofficially to be in third. And then coming across here in fourth, that's Gordo Sanders in Big Red. The S&J, the Navy version of the T6, followed closely by Greg McNeely in race 90. We've been able to see that from in the cockpit the whole race. Big battle for 4th and 5th right there. And then as they pull up off the course, our last two competitors, Lee Oman and Bama Bell, and Michael Sisk and Redneck Fury coming across the line here momentarily. They're still making their way around the south end of the course. A little bit of speed difference as our 5 laps played out here, but look how close these two are right here.
And they're battling it out. Nobody wants to be 7th.
Nobody wants to be the last place, and we're battling it out here. Redneck Fury, Michael Sisk in the yellow airplane on the outside as we continue to battle. It's competitive at every level and every spot here at the T6. This is the A main as we finish up our 5 laps. These are the last quarter of a lap for these two as they come around pylon 7, now pylon 8. They are now laying into the Valley of Speed. Tommy, this one's going to be close.
Yeah, Lee Oman may have a slight advantage right now, but we'll see if he can hang on to it. See if Michael Sisk has anything left here.
Yeah, it's going to be close. We'll watch as they come by the home pylon. Both split screen. Great camera shots right there. Oh, my goodness.
Man.
That is pretty close. I guess it looks to me like Lee Oman held him off. What do you think, Tommy?
I believe he did. I think you're right.
Wow. That was something. We had races, Tommy. We had 3 out of 7 airplanes. We had 3 different pairs competitively racing each other. It doesn't get any better than that than the National Championship Air Races. Let's look at the replay. Here was the start. 1, 2, and 3. Line abreast coming across the start. First 5 positions all right together. And you can see the red aircraft on the right. right there. And then here is the red and white aircraft of Chris Lefebvre. He took 4 laps, almost 5 laps, to finally chase down Vitaly Pechersky. We got to see him come by the south pylon here. Got to hear those beautiful radial engines and the supersonic tips, supersonic sonic booms, if you will.
Yeah,
but here's where the pass finally happened. Took him almost 5 complete laps to do it. And Chris Lefebvre finally gets by him. You can see how hard it is to pass on the outside. Shoulder-to-shoulder racing, truly. And we even had a battle in the back here between Lee Oman and Michael Sisk in the battle for 6th and 7th that would play out at the end. We'll see that again possibly here, where they come across the finish line almost exactly side by side. But here was the battle for the lead. All the race long, Chris Lefebvre finally gets him here as they head back towards the home pylon. There is the final pass with 1 lap to go, and Chris is able to finish that final lap. You can see he pulls a few airplane links out in front of Vitaly Pechersky and bringing the lap home for the unofficial win. Here is race 43, Chris Lefebvre out of Caldwell, Idaho, finishing his last few turns on the final lap, Tommy, as he makes his way headed home. And here he's taking the checkered flag. That is your unofficial winner, Chris Lefebvre, race 43.
Yeah. Number 1 and number 2, Pechersky and Lefebvre, qualified within a mile an hour of each other. It showed in the final reckoning of that race right there. It was Chris Lefebvre actually overtaking Pechersky late in the game. Race number 3, Chris Lefebvre, the Midnight Misses. The winner here, the champion, Vitaly Pechersky, 2nd place in Abracadabra, race 50. Vic McMahon, and the gunslinger, the Black Plane, 66 in 3rd. Gordo Sanders, Big Red, 5th. Greg McNeely, Florida, undecided in 90. Lee Oman, Bama Bell, just easing ahead of Michael Sisk at the end in Redneck Fury. Well, that was a fantastic race. It's going to be hard to top that, but I think our Jet A competitors are going to be more than up to the task. Jet 3A, the final race of the day, is on the way right around the corner.
New Mexico is where it all started. Climbing with my dad. And by 16, I was climbing on the World Cup circuit. Scaling limestone walls and desert caves. It's where I feel free.
Straight down into the core of the earth, 700 feet beneath the surface, stalagmites and stalactites, million-year-old all-stars in a natural stadium, carved by water, populated by bats, and marveled by all. Carlsbad Caverns National Park.
People that enjoy racing, they enjoy speed, they're going to enjoy this because this is literally the fastest motorsport in the world.
Yeah, you think you know fast, you have no idea what it means to be traveling at 500 miles an hour, 50 feet off the ground.
Your phone rings, makes a noise while we're in here, you owe Mayor Tim $20. Whoa. Mayor Tim's phone rings, he owes everybody in the room $20.
Well,
We'll see about that. Your room rates just went up.
On behalf of the National Championship Air Races, I want to thank you all for the Class President's Meeting of 2025 in our new location, in our new home, which I hope is our new home. Hopefully, at least as many years as we had at Stead. The fact of the matter is, I know I'll be long dead and gone, but my commitment to the board and the board's commitment to all of you is we're going to do everything in our power with our partners here to make certain that we have a successful long-run event, and this can be our new home well into the future.
This week is a huge milestone in our move to Roswell, in that this is the very first time that our pilots will go around the race courses that have been drawn up by one of our board members, actually. His name is Matt Setti. And we've created the actual footprint for all the race classes, and we have representatives of the pylon racing classes that will be here this week for the very first time, being able to go out and vet that race course.
The map was great. The visual cues are something to get used to. Yeah, there's just different things that we aim at when we're coming down the backstretch.
No, it was good. It was easier to see today because I knew where to go. It's just such an easier turning course.
And Reno?
I'm only turning 3 Gs. They're 3.5 Gs is the max of Gs I pull all day.
So the National Championship Air Races is over 6 decades of aviation excellence. You know, it has certainly come a long way from Bill Stead in 1964. Not only will people see iconic air racing like they've seen for the last 60 years, they're also going to see the evolution of air racing and what it's going to look like for the next 100 years. If you think the big one was in 2023 with our last race in Reno, you did see the second biggest one, but the biggest one's going to be in September 2025 when we unveil at Roswell.
Wonderful piece right there. I want to see that again. That's very, very interesting about the whole move to this new chapter being written in the National Championship Air Races. There's your winner. The first race we had as we came back for our later races this afternoon. That's race 43. Chris LaFave, Midnight Miss 3.
Yeah, Tommy, he had quite a race, very competitive up front, and eventually he was able to employ his strategy to overtake the leader, and Pachersky, but he pulled out the win unofficially. And look at that beautiful touchdown, exactly how you have to do it. A little bit of a crosswind off his left front, and landing flaps down, and watch, he's holding that tail off, letting it slow down, and there we go, beautiful landing.
Not easy. Very, very difficult. These guys are excellent, terrific pilots, the best in the world here competing in New Mexico. Where in New Mexico? Let's go down to the southeast quadrant, down here to the city of Roswell, New Mexico. A lot of publicity through the years for all sorts of reasons, very much associated with aviation, on the military and other levels as well. Of course, now it's probably the most celebrated aviation racing place in America, because now it is the home to the National Championship Air Races. And Roswell, we can't thank those people enough for responding, pitching their site, and giving them all sorts of reasons why this is the place to pick up and move the entire operation after 59 years for this 60th year of this one-of-a-kind event right here. And the big attractions, of course, and the fastest attraction and the fastest motorsports on Earth is the jet class. And we're going right to the top. Jet Heat 3A is going to wrap up our competition today. Earlier today, we had some jet racing for you. That was 3B, the B class. That was an excellent race as well. The champion there was Mark Davis. Mark Davis coming from back in the pack just a little bit in order to take that one.
Being at Roswell, it's a really great city. The people are great. They've opened up the airport to us. It's a very good course that we have this year. All the local people have been very supportive of us, and we're happy to be here and racing here and bringing our races to Roswell. So coming up before today, we were working our way from the back. Had a few issues with the jet, got those worked out, and we just started lighting the jet up, tuning the engines up, get it a little faster, lighten up our fuel loads just to get more speed. So we were able to come through the pack there in the last couple of days to move up to first today. Well, leading up to today, I was staying cool and I had the air conditioner on, which really robs a lot of airspeed. So today I had to sweat it out, turn the air conditioner off, and keep my game face on, and just moving a little closer, a little tighter, staying safe at all times, and was able to pull it off today.
Started off in third place, but figured out how to win. You just turn off the air conditioning, right, Rob?
There you go.
Who knew?
There's all those little strategies behind the scene, and they all matter.
Well, congratulations, to Mark Davis, winner in Jet Heat 3B. Who is going to win 3A?
And there he is. It's a little bit of footage from earlier today, Tommy.
Yeah, Mark Davis. Checkmate.
But as you said, who's going to win 3A? That's what we're about to see, and we can see some of our competitors taxiing out here momentarily and getting ready to go. And that's
some footage still, some Mark Davis footage right there.
Yep.
Race 90.
Race 90.
That was your winner in 3B. We have a red and white jet we're going to be watching very closely in 3A, and that would be the top qualifier, Scott Farnsworth, who's come out there.
There is Scott Gusekoff, Tumbling Goose. Check out his helmet. See that purple mohawk on the outside of his helmet?
That's fantastic. Very frightening in a way, too.
Now, he got the call sign Tumbling Goose because his last name is Gusekoff, right? And then if you look closely when he's racing, ladies and gentlemen, the top and bottom of his airplane has a kind of a crazy-looking duck goose character, cartoon character with purple and all kinds of stuff, and it all goes together, and that's where the mohawk comes in on his helmet. That's the black jet of race number 1, Bob McCormick, one of 2 jets that he has here. And, red jet there.
The lightning graphic, that is Scott Farnsworth's jet that we referred to a moment ago. That's the one he's racing in this one. He brought 2 jets out here, racing in the B and the A class. And that's the one that won the A race yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. There's our pace plane. Got the safety observer in the back. It's a yellow aircraft. Phil Fogg piloted that aircraft, and the backseat has been Michael Steiger in all of our previous races, both multi-time winners.
Yeah,
in the class here.
Decorated here, or at this event through the years. So they're getting ready to take to the air, and they will have a
Tommy,
formality to go through, getting lined up and ready to race.
We've got 5 jets on our class here, but it looks like Mark Davis, race 90, is joining this race as the 6th competitor. We'll get a confirmation. Is that why we saw him?
Yeah,
we'll get a confirmation here in just a minute.
So.
But it looks like he is in the 6th position because they taxi out in reverse order. So he would be 6, and that's Scott Gusekoff in the yellow and black Tumbling Goose right behind him. So we will have Mark Davis and a 6th entry here
race 90.
In this A main here this afternoon, the 3A pairing here for the Jets. Now, one of the cool things about the Jets is we have another in-cockpit camera, and this is aboard Jerry Jive Kirby, race 11. Airplane that he calls Ivan. It's black with a little silver on it. You'll get to see that here later, but we'll try to get you these in-cockpit shots as he comes around and makes his way through the course this afternoon. So you see all of our aircraft taxiing out there in reverse order with our pace plane bringing up the rear at the moment as they go down the taxiway. The pace plane will depart first, and then they will each pull out. So in essence, they're going to depart in qualifying order. And our last departure will be Mark Davis, who we just heard from pre-race, and he raced earlier in the B, but he's been moved up to join the A main here as well. So there's our lineup, Tommy.
Should be a good one, should be a good race, and Mark Davis joining in after racing earlier today in the B race. And when you're hot, you're hot. You might as well strike while the iron is hot, as the old saying goes.
Yeah.
He won that one. Fine fashion, coming up, gaining a couple of places from the start and taking it home. Beating a couple of tough customers out there. Yeah. Tammy Camilleri, Scott Farnsworth.
And his speed in that race really kind of matches some of these faster speeds in this A race. So it's I understand now why the officials moved him up and said, hey, we're all competitive. Let's get in there and do a 6-plane race. So that's what we're going to see. Now you'll see them pull on the runway, and they'll all kind of turn in at about a 45-degree angle. They are facing basically south on runway 17 here at the Roswell International Air Center. And we will see them depart momentarily. And for those of you that might be just joining us, what you'll see here in a minute, once our pace plane departs and then all of the remaining 6 competitors depart in order behind them, They will depart and will do an air start. They will form up on the pace plane like we just saw in the T6 race, very similar. They will line abreast. You'll hear the pace plane on our radios, adjusting the aircraft, and then they will all head downhill, coming down the chute. They will drop into the valley of speed, and they will make their way down. You'll hear the pace plane tell them that they have a race. Pace plane will pull up, provide that safety observer function overhead, and our aircraft will be off and running. They will put the throttles basically full throttle. Friction lock them down at about 104, 106%, depending on their particular preference. And then with full throttle, it's basically just fly the jet from there. They can advance, got to stay in their lane, down through the chute into the guide pylon, or pylon number 1. And then once they pass that guide pylon, they can turn in and cut in front of each other if they're clear. And then we'll be on the race and around, and we'll take a look at our course here in just a little bit.
Look at that. There's our number 1 qualifier, Scott Farnsworth, and one of 2 jets he is racing here this week. He's racing in the B class and the A class. And that is no compromise, the L39 Super Race 38.
And the only L29 we have in this A main is this black jet from Bob McCormick, race number 1. He calls the airplane Athena, all the way from Sacramento, California.
It's a fast one, too. Very tight qualifying times. The top 2 qualifiers in this race here. Just behind Scott Farnsworth, and he's at pairing speed.
And then you can see in the cockpit inset, as well as on the big shot on the screen, this is race 11, Jerry Jive Kirby out of Lake Wales, Florida. Ivan is right there, and you can see the nose coming up here momentarily as he builds airspeed. You'll see that on the left. The nose wheel will come off the ground, and you get to see the airplane go airborne in the right from the wonderful in-cockpit camera view.
Looking forward to that, and that will provide us some great looks and some breathtaking looks. As a matter of fact, the red and white plane is David Sterling's race 8, L39C. David from San Diego, California, race number 8.
And here's Scott Gusekoff, the Tumbling Goose, race 84, all the way from Milan, Michigan. The L39 aircraft, and Scott in his purple mohawk on that helmet out front there, ready to go.
And drawing in, you might say, earning his way into this A race by winning the B race, Mark Davis in the Checkmate. That is race number 10. Congrats on 1 win today. If you can win twice in a day, man, what an accomplishment that would be.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got all 6 of our competitors plus our pace plane airborne, Tommy. And you can see some of the other competitors in the inset, the cockpit view there, out of Jive's airplane, out of Ivan in race 11. So they will make their way around to get lined up as a big arcing circle. And while they're making their lineup and getting set up to come back into the course, let's take a look at our course. You can see where the jet course, which is our largest course and our fastest course here in Roswell at the National Championship Air Races. You can see where it lies in relation to the Roswell International Air Center. And as we zoom in here momentarily, we'll show you where the pylons and all those pieces are on this course. We have 10 pylons on this course. We're going to fly 10.3 miles for a total of 6 laps and just over 61 miles. So as they come down the chute into the Valley of Speed to the home pylon for the first time, they'll be coming from your left to your right on this graphic. They'll pass that start-finish or home pylon, and the guide pylon is the first pylon to the right of the start-finish pylon. That will be the point that they can then break out of their lane and start racing, and we head around to the left counterclockwise around 10.3 miles and all the way back around into the Valley of Speed, which here in Roswell is aligned with our final course and passing the home pylon. Tommy, a total of 61.8 miles in 6 laps, and it's going to go really fast.
Yeah, the fastest 61 miles you'll see this afternoon, I promise you that.
Now this class, Tommy, we've talked a little bit about it, but some of the rules, if you're new to this and haven't seen it before, we are limited to production aircraft. No swept wings, no afterburners. If the aircraft has an ejection seat, it has to be disabled. A lot of these competitors have taken those seats completely out from the back cockpit to take out of the way. And example like Scott Gusekoff, Tumbling Goose, he actually took his original seat out and replaced it with a lighter aluminum seat, kind of like we heard turning the air conditioner off in the other class.
Right.
You know, all those
anything
little things
you can do
add up.
to take the drain off,
Yeah, anything. Now they can burn up to 200 gallons of fuel per race. This class started as an exhibition in 2000 with MiGs. They were grounded in 2001, as was our entire national championship air races due to 9/11. But in 2002, this class was officially introduced, and they've been going fast and turning left ever since, Tommy.
Good stuff. And although they're all the Aero-Tahoe manufactured planes from the Warsaw Pact companies, the trainers from years past, there have been other makes in it. I believe it was won one year by a de Havilland Vampire. One time,
yeah.
a plywood jet, if you can imagine.
We've had Marchetti S211s. We've had, you know, a bunch of different types. Yep. We've had quite a few. But this year, our entire field is in both A and B pairings is made up of Aero-Tahoe, either L29 Delphines or L39 Albatrosses. And here in this class, we've got 5 L39s and 1 L29. These aircraft are fairly widely available in the open market now, coming out of some of the third world countries that flew. With the breakup of the Soviet Union, the market for Aero-Tahoe kind of disappeared with the Warsaw Pact countries going away. But that didn't change the capabilities of this aircraft. They are very capable aircraft. They're very well suited for air racing. They're also well suited for air shows as well. We see a lot of them on the air show circuit around the country as we travel that as well. But here we're doing air racing, we're going fast, and these have been tuned to top speed. And as we get closer to Sunday, all of these races really matter, Tommy. So as we come through these A mains, the speeds and where you finish all matter, because eventually you're going to get put into either the silver or the gold pairing, and those races on Sunday are where the awards are handed out, and that's what we do it all for.
Already saw a move today. Mark Davis moving up to the A class today, so he can possibly, conceivably, make his way closer to the gold with this race right here. He can solidify his spot in the A ranking.
Yep, made his way there. Now this camera is looking, it's obviously way out there because these jets are fast, they're a long ways out. We're looking straight south as they are beginning to line up. So it looks like they might be a little jumbled up, but that really is more about just the angle that we're looking at. They really are pretty much getting lined up absolutely side by side. You'll be able to hear the pace plane on our comms directly from our pace plane, which is number 21, or I'm sorry, number 54 on the side of it. Phil Fogg flying that beautiful yellow airplane with the colorful, multicolored tail. And we'll get to see that aircraft turn the smoke on like we've seen before.
Yeah.
And we'll listen in and hear him adjust these aircraft. So as they...
Racers starting to push the power up, coming in on our course.
There it is. We got to hear great instructions from Phil Fogg and Mike Steiger to these racers, telling them the power's coming up. We talked earlier about eventually he'll work them all the way up to full throttle.
Start down, Jim.
You'll also hear him make some adjustments. He'll probably use the race number.
Racers, bring it out on the line. Fantastic. Coming through 200 knots. Accelerating.
All right, yeah, he's getting them ginned up a little bit, as you say. They're going to go to full throttle before he drops them onto the course there.
Yeah, and he continues to tell them what his speeds are, just so they can all match.
Zero. Keep moving it up. You're looking good. Yes, that's beautiful.
Don't forget, is once he gives them the race, then they have to stay in their lane till that guide pylon, and they can move forward, try to out-accelerate each other, but then they could make the cut and fall into position. So the best place to be is that pole position. Scott Farnsworth has it with L39 and race 38.
Going through 250, looking good, jet racers.
We're definitely in the chute now, headed downhill.
Moving forward, 90, coming up. 10 more seconds. Hold the line. That's a line. That's good, gents. Looking good, Jets. Looking good. Gold Jet Racers, you have a race.
There it is, Tommy. We have a race. Our pace plane, the yellow one closest to you, is going to pull up and out of the way, and our remaining 6 racers are on the course. They're coming by the home pylon, about to get to the guide pylon where they can turn left. And Scott Farnsworth, race 38, the red jet, now on the far right side of your screen, has the inside track, and he is out front accelerating, and he's got somebody right on his tail.
Absolutely. Probably going to be Bob McCormick and Athena. Black jet, one of 2 black jets out there. 11 is also black, so 2 and 3 Race 1 and 11. Chasing Scott Farnsworth at 38.
And right behind him, you can see in the lower portion of your screen, you can see those two out front. The black jet just back a little bit, Jerry, Jive, Kirby, and then we drop back to David Sterling, and then Scott Gusikoff behind him, and Mark Davis kind of out to the right, out of screenshot. But boy, we've got a race for the lead right here. Bob McCormick on the outside in the black L29. He's got that thing up and running. It looks like he's got a little bit of a run right here.
He's done it. Yeah, he floored it. Got around Scott Farnsworth. Short order there in the first lap.
He did. Now, I've noticed Scott Farnsworth has a knack for getting his jet up and running a little bit as the race goes on. But, boy, McCormick is pulling away right here as they come around the south end of our course, Tommy.
Yeah, he may be setting the scene for a beatdown for the rest of this field here, but we'll see.
We'll see. It's
Stranger
early.
things have happened.
We're still on the first lap of 6, and you see there McCormick coming around the corner. He rolls out. He's in the Valley of Speed. This is the fastest portion of our course, Tommy, as he heads to the home pylon right here, completing the first lap. Bob McCormick, Athena, race 1.
Bob, a veteran jet racing here, National Championship air races for many, many years. He's got 2 planes in play here, one in the B class, one in the A class. And he is stepping out. I gotta say, he is making a statement.
That he is. Get a little bit of a live in-cockpit shot from Jive Curvy back in the 3rd position in race 11. But there's our leader down low, turning tight on the course coming around the south end. You gotta love that sound, Tommy. That is
awesome.
2 football fields per second of the New Mexico desert disappearing under the nose of Bob McCormick's Athena. Beautiful L29, just showing them how to pick it up and put it down quickly here in the A-Main, the A-Racing here on the last A pairing here of the day for us here on a Friday.
I'm getting ready to put the finishing touches on the second of 6 laps at this point right here, and looking for all the world like he is unstoppable.
He's definitely got it tuned up. Now, through the week, you know, they're all making adjustments and they're all adapting their strategies to the course, and they're getting very familiar and comfortable on this course now. And you can see McCormick is just very much at home right here in the L29 that is just kind of running away from the rest of the field. Beautiful look there on the bottom half of our screen. You see the rest of our field kind of strung out. Back behind there, and the last competitor that just went by on your screen was Mark Davis in our 6th position. But he is well over a full half a lap behind now. Bob McCormick, our leader in race 1.
Bob in the L29, that's the older version, is that right?
That is.
The
L39, which the rest of the field is flying, was the aircraft that was designed to replace this aircraft in its military trainer role.
The girl's got some life in her yet, I would say.
Yes, she does. McCormick's got this one up and running. Now, he has 2 aircraft here at the races. He raced the other one in the B pairing earlier, but this is his Athena, and Athena is got everything greased up and going fast right now.
Look out at Jerry Kirby's window there.
Yeah, look at that. As Jerry Kirby is beginning to catch Scott Farnsworth now.
Yeah.
And look at the shadow on the ground. You can see how fast we're going. Look at, he's coming around the outside.
Farnsworth.
Right, we're going to get to see that on the bottom here. Look at this as they come to the home pylon. We've got a side-by-side pass going right here. Jerry Kirby. Oh, man, look at that. That is shoulder to shoulder.
It's done.
Almost 500 miles an hour racing, 50 feet off the deck in the deserts of New Mexico. It doesn't get any better, Tommy.
Good stuff. I'm sure Bob McCormick's saying that right now. It does not get any better than this position I'm in, having run away from the rest of the field. But look at that tight one there.
Well, look at that. Farnsworth not going away.
No,
he's right. He's kind of snuck back in front of Jerry Jive Curry. And there you can see from the cockpit view. Yeah, he's back in front.
Looked like he'd been passed.
Well, I think
back and forth, I guess.
I think Jury had him there for a little bit. I don't know if Farnsworth found another gear or what exactly he did there, but he's made his way back into 2nd position. And now he's kind of decided enough of that.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull away. So maybe he turned the air conditioner off. I'm not sure.
Could be. That's the new secret.
But look at those shadows going across the ground, Tom. You get a real good sense for the speed and how close this racing is here at Roswell with these beautiful A jet class. Wow, shoulder to shoulder, 50 foot, here we go again. Jerry's got something on the south end of the course. Did you notice that?
Yeah, same place every time. That's
something about the way he's flying that course. His jet is a little bit faster than Farnsworth, and Farnsworth seems to be able to figure it out again. So I don't know if it's what they're flying, the line they're flying, or if Farnsworth got something going on in the jet where he's able to go fast for a little bit, but then just can't hold it.
Yeah, could be.
But boy,
yesterday in this race, it was Farnsworth doing what Bob McCormick's doing to the field today.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Things can change. What a difference a day makes.
A day makes a difference, and that's why we race multiple days and we work our way all the way through these brackets. And but coming to the white flag right here, there's our leader in the L29. That's Bob McCormick, race 1, as he passes the home pylon right there. One more time around for him, Tommy, and he's leading the field home, but he continues to just pull away. That airplane on rails with the engine up and running, and he certainly polished all the rough spots off of that airplane today.
Oh my gosh, he did today, for sure.
And look here, the race for second place continues to be a battle. Jerry Jive Kirby got around him, but now look at this, Farnsworth again, one more time able to bring the race. These two are throwing haymakers at each other, Tommy.
Now it's Farnsworth on the outside and Jerry Kirby down below.
Yeah, Jerry got around him. He got the inside track, which is where you want to be in closed course pylon racing. As the two of them come by the home pylon here, this will be their last time around. There goes the home pylon out your cockpit view, and that is side by side right there. Well, they are about a half a lap behind our leader, who's now coming through the south end of our race course, just about to wrap up the final portions of this 10.3 mile, our largest and fastest course that our jets race on here. And he's going to come around here around pylons 8, 9, and 10. And you see those wings roll to the right. He rolls level. He's in the valley of speed right here, ladies and gentlemen, showing you why Athena has got the number 1 on the side. Here he is to the checkered flag, our unofficial winner, Bob McCormick.
Absolutely flawless race and fast all the way through. Bob McCormick, and still our battle for second place is going to go down to the bitter end, it seems.
It is, and now from that camera view, it looks like Farnsworth has found that extra gear again. Let's see if he can keep it turning all the way back. He and Kirby are throwing haymakers at each other as they make their way now around pylon 7, headed for pylon 8 on the very southernmost portion of our fastest track. Watch these two, Jerry Jive Kirby. Got a little bit of an inside track, but Farnsworth has made his way around, apparently at the right time. Let's see if he can hold it.
Yeah.
See if they can hold it. This will be the final pylon here, coming around pylon 10. They're in the valley of speed, and Farnsworth found
Kirby
that speed one
bit.
last time, just in time. Look at that. Farnsworth able to hold him off for second place, and there's Kirby for third. Wow, what a great race we had there. Those two back and forth and back and forth. Now we're watching the bottom of our screen here. There comes crossing David Sterling, followed by Scott Gusikoff right there. And then here in just a second, we'll see race 90. Mark Davis, who we just heard from before the race, will be rolling up here to finish his final portion of lap number 6 as he works his way around. We get a good airborne shot of Kirby and Ivan Jive up there in race 11.
Having finished his work for the day.
There goes Mark Davis.
Him giving us the pictures today.
So all of our racers have completed their 6 laps now, a little bit spread out. We're excited to see that. Let's look at the replay one more time, Tommy. You see our first 2 positions. Leading the start on the pole, Scott Farnsworth, but it didn't take long for Bob McCormick to chase him down with his L29. And you see here, McCormick's beginning to work his way outside as they hit the south end of the course. On the first lap, he'd already made the pass. And there as he comes around pylons 8, 9, and 10, by the time he completed 1 lap, he was well in front, and he never looked back. You're right. He was gone, and he just he turned that rearview mirror off and said, I don't need this. I'm out of here. And he ran it basically from that point on. He was a runaway. Now, the race that really developed inside the race throughout this entire 3A pairing was right here, the battle for second. Farnsworth in red. Look at this great shot out of Jerry Jive Kirby's airplane as he and Farnsworth side by side multiple times. Kirby would get ahead. Farnsworth would find a way to get back. They threw haymakers at each other throughout this entire race. I've lost count how many times they passed
back
each
and
other.
Forth. They changed over several times, maybe a half dozen times.
There you see Kirby in front. There's a shot back of our leader as he's making his way through the 6 laps. Again, just smooth and fast and turning left and staying low. He never looked back. Held the lead from that point that he passed. But here you see Farnsworth has jumped back in front of Kirby. And eventually they get towards the end, and Farnsworth was able to hold him off for second. And Jerry Jive Kirby finishes third. There's our unofficial results, Tommy.
Yep, Bob McCormick, race number 1. Athena there, with emphasis, number 1. And first place, unofficially, Scott Farnsworth started the day in pole position, but finished up in 12th. Race 38, no compromise in second place. Jive Kirby, Jerry Kirby. Race number 11 in Ivan in third. Fourth place was David Sterling, race 8. And Scott Gusekoff, 84 in the Tumbling Goose, was in 5th. And 6th place, Mark Davis, moving up from the B class with Checkmate in 6th place, race 90.
Oh, Tommy, my heart's just pounding.
That was cool.
What excitement.
That was great.
We have had a day.
It's a good day.
You know?
A terrific day. We couldn't ask for much more, but I think we got more on the way for 2 more days.
We do. It's not over yet. So be sure to join us back for Saturday and Sunday. We got some amazing racing. Here's some of our competitors. There's our unofficial winner, Bob McCormick, and Athena, the L20, the only L29 in this pairing, and he ran away from the field.
He had it dialed in today. There's no question about that.
See some aerodynamic braking here. Tommy, watch that. He's going to hold that nose off. Let that wing surface help slow down the airplane, save some of those brakes. As you get down here to the end, those airplanes land fairly fast, but that is our unofficial winner, Bob McCormick. There's Farnsworth.
Scott Farnsworth.
He's got to be wrung out.
Yeah, he's
how many times he got past and passed other people.
Oh, my gosh.
There's Jerry Jive Kirby landing with that beautiful in-cockpit camera that we're so fortunate to have with race 11 and Ivan, the L39 right there.
And there it is from the outside. Very intimidating looking airplane, to be sure. Well, that's going to do it for day 2 of our 4 days of coverage here at the National Championship Air Races in Roswell, New Mexico. All 5 of our classes put on great shows for today, starting with the STOL class, even before we came on the air. Getting everybody primed and ready and entertaining us pretty much intermittently throughout the day. So much fun up there. F1 was fantastic. We enjoyed that. The biplane racing as well on our smallest course. 10 a.m. Eastern Time is when we return to the air for day number 3. A big, big Saturday is what we have in mind. In Roswell, New Mexico, for the National Championship Air Races for 2026. Great being with you today, and we look forward to you tomorrow morning.